the sea level rose, the continents sank one by one. The prosperous civilizations of mankind were submerged and humanity declined. However, marine life flourished in this new world. We see a father with his son diving in the ruins of a city. Our protagonist's name is Bota, and for the moment we do not know the father's name. They were both looking for provisions, and after a while they enter a supermarket. They start taking everything they need, and Bota notices that his father grabbed some forks. He tells him that they already have plenty and there is no need to take more. But his father gives him a great lesson and tells him that even though he may not be able to find a use for them now, when the time comes that they need them, they will be glad to have them. After collecting everything, they retreat to the surface, while Bota tells us that his father calls these places ruins and that in the past they were cities full of people, but now they are nothing more than eerie environments underwater. On the surface, Bota's younger sister was waiting for them. Her name is Lita, and she had been scouting the area to find some birds, since where there are birds there is also land. But apparently they haven't seen any for months, and Bota asks his father if he really believes there is anyone alive besides them. Lita also asks if everyone is in heaven with their mom. The father brings them closer to him and tells them that he is sure there are people out there, but until he finds them, he will protect them with his life, and both of them must help each other as they are in the same boat. The siblings agree, and Bota explains to us the tasks that each one has and how their days are on the boat. But above all, there is a very important rule they must follow. Before the sun sets, several clocks start ringing. This is the signal that they must take shelter inside the boat, no matter what happens. They must do it before nightfall, because once the sun goes down, the atmosphere becomes tense and the boat starts shaking. This is because huge monsters appear outside and surround the boat. They start hitting the boat, and all Bota wants is for them to go away. His father embraces them and tells them not to worry, as they will soon leave. And after a couple of hours, everything calms down and the children fall asleep. Bota takes the opportunity to ask his father if there were also these beasts in the place where they used to live. He answers yes, but there were also harpooners, warriors who fought against the monsters to protect their people. And he was also one of them, and his tattoo is proof of it. Bota asks him what those 6 dots were under the mark, and his father tells him they are stars, but the children don't know what a star is, as they have always been undercover at night. His father tells them that stars are like millions of shiny jewels scattered across the dark sky, and that long ago people used them to navigate. The children fall asleep and the father stays, hoping to one day show them how beautiful the night is. As we observe a destroyed moon, we don't know what happened to this world. The next morning, as they come out on deck, everything is in ruins, but most importantly, they are safe. Despite that, there are large claw marks on the boat, which means they will have to spend the week repairing them. Bota offers to go to the ruins to get what they need, but his upset father refuses, saying that the monsters hide there during the day, and that last time they went together, it was because he made sure there was no danger. So he forbids them from going down to the ruins until they turn 17. Bota opposes his decision and asks how long he plans to treat them like children, as he has been trapped on this boat with nothing but water around him for as long as he can remember. Lita interrupts them, as birds are flying in that direction, and the family finishes their argument and sets off to follow them. After a while, they come across a construction island with a ship on top of it. The family is surprised, and Bota notices that there are people, but his father covers his mouth and tells them to wait inside the boat. If anything happens, he wants them to turn the boat and leave. Bota asks if he will fight them, and the father replies that it depends on whether they are good or bad people. He jumps into the water and swims to the island, where everything is in ruins, and upon entering a room, he is surprised to find what could be the remains of a family. On the other hand, the siblings anxiously awaited their father, but Bota notices something, a human figure in the water calling for help. We return to the father, who finds very old explosives and also notices a huge hole in the wall with the steel bars bent inward. Apparently, the family who lived there before was attacked from the outside. Not only that, but the same claw marks on the boat were also on the wall. Suddenly, he hears Lita calling for help, and he quickly returns to the boat. Lita tells him that Bota is trying to help someone. The father sees the human figure and realizes that it is not a person. The strange thing submerges under the water, and the atmosphere becomes tense, as they know there is something beneath them. The scared father holds onto his children, and from the depths we can see a huge creature that destroys the boat with one bite, and the creature tries to sink it. Luckily, the family manages to swim to the shore, but they are hit by the monster's tail, and the impact sends them to the edge of the island. The monster calms down for a moment and we see the family resting. Bota wakes up and is scared to see that Lita is not responding. His father calms him down and tells him that she probably fainted from shock. But the most important thing is that they are okay. However, the father had been impaled by a steel bar. He tells Bota not to worry, that the most important thing now is to take his sister and flee the place, that he shouldn't be afraid because he will be behind him supporting him. Bota, with nothing else to do, takes his sister and flees the scene, while his father, in great pain, tries to remove the steel bar from his body. However, the creature was watching him. Despite being burned by the sun's rays, it remained outside the water. This is a problem and the father was preparing to attack, but the creature turns to see the children escaping, and with a villainous smile, it launches an attack on them. Bota sees how the creature gets closer and closer, and by pure luck, he manages to save himself. The creature puts a tentacle inside and starts looking for the children. Bota avoids making noise to not be found, but one of the attacks almost reaches him, and he has no choice but to hide under some debris. The attacks stop, and he wonders if it's gone. He peeks out and notices that his father was there. He is happy that he is okay. But that being starts to deform, and it turns out to be the tentacles of the creature. Bota can't move from fear, and without any opportunity, he is dragged outside. The monster is about to eat him, and Bota just screams for help. But at that moment, his father arrives to save him, cuts the tentacle, and goes down with his son on the creature's back. And once on the ground, he prepares to fight, while shouting at the beast not to touch his son again. He tells Bota to take cover behind the rocks, and he realizes that this Leviathan is much bigger than usual. But that doesn't matter now because if he doesn't defeat it, his children will die. And without further thought, he pulls out his weapon and charges to kill the damn beast. It's big, but at the same time it's slow, and since it's out of the water he has opportunities to win. But then he receives a blow that sends him into the wall, leaving him breathless. The Leviathan approaches to finish him off, but the father takes advantage of a rope he had on his side. He cuts it and is lifted up before being swallowed. He grabs onto a pipe and before being caught by the beast, he manages to remove it from the wall. He takes advantage of the fall to pierce the tube into the beast's mouth and uses it as support to avoid being swallowed. He has the beast immobilized and starts stabbing it mercilessly. But to his bad luck, the tube breaks and the beast's teeth pierce him. Bota is stunned by the scene, and his father remembers the good times he had with his children. He always sought to protect them, as what he fears most in the world is not being able to do so. He looks at his son and with a smile tells him that he loves him. He drops his weapon and pulls out the explosive he found earlier from his bag, while with his last words he tells Bota to take care of Lita for him. And without further thought, he detonates the bomb. The Leviathan has been defeated, and we see Bota grieving and crying for the loss of his father in the loneliness of the ocean. Bota is having a nightmare where he sees his father and sister dead. He wakes up agitated and seeing his sister, he bursts into tears. His father is no longer with them, and his last words were to take care of his sister. Bota clings to her, lamenting the loss, as they will be on their own from now on. In the morning, they find a small boat with provisions on the shore, and Bota tells his sister to help him. But she asks, "Where is Dad?" Bota remains silent, not knowing what to say. But the girl starts crying, asking why Dad isn't here. Is he with Mom now? Bota also bursts into tears and hugs his sister. Both understand their reality now and must be more united than ever. After this, the siblings start checking the provisions in the boat, but their stomachs are growling as they haven't eaten. Bota looks for something to fish with, and as he lifts a box, some forks fall out. His father's words come to his mind when he told him that they would eventually need them. He sheds some tears, but it's not the time to cry. He prepares an improvised harpoon, and when he is about to dive into the water, he freezes, afraid that the monster is still alive. But just then his sister grabs him and tells him not to go. She doesn't want to be alone. Bota agrees with her, and behind them appears a crab. The kids take advantage of it and cook it, and they have some food for that night. But this can't go on like this. They need a plan to get food and water. So the next day our protagonist applies everything his father taught him, and together with his sister they manage to desalinate seawater. Now it's time to explore the place, and they come across the remains of the previous family. While they go through their things, Bota realizes that there is still an explosive like the one his father used. And remembering how he fought against the Leviathan, he wonders if he too is capable of protecting his sister. Anyway, Bota was preparing his harpoon, since sooner or later he will have to go into the water to hunt. And if the monster returns, he will protect his sister with his father's sword. At that moment, he accidentally presses a button and compressed air shoots out, propelling him forward, and he crashes into a column. His sister asks if he is okay and grabs him to follow her, as she found a door on the ground where the crabs were hiding. Bota goes down with great fear, but when he reaches the end of the stairs, he finds a reef that had formed below the building. With enthusiasm, he launches himself to search for his prey, and he is happy because now they can live peacefully in this place without worrying about food. But something was shining nearby. As he approaches carefully, he realizes that the whole building is surrounded by leviathan eggs, and unfortunately one of them hatches. Scared, Bota swims to the surface while underneath his feet, many of the eggs break. One of them manages to trap his leg, and before being devoured, Bota avoids it with his spear. The monster falls with a wound in its eye, while with a murderous look it sees Bota escaping. Upon reaching the stairs, the creature manages to catch up with him. Bota tries to fend it off with his sword, however, the monster lunges at him. But luckily, the protagonist manages to dodge it and hurries up the stairs to avoid being caught. Once he is upstairs, he covers the entrance, but the monster pierces the door with its claws and Bota stabs his sword to ward it off. The environment is silent, wondering if the creature died, and to avoid risks, Bota puts rubble on top of the entrance and realizes that Lita is not inside the building. Desperately, he starts looking for her, and when he goes outside, he sees his sister very close to the water. He shouts at her to move away and approaches to ask her what's going on. Lita raises her arm pointing to the horizon, where the silhouette of a person could be seen. The protagonist is terrified at the thought that the creature that attacked his family was still alive. Lita gets on the boat and starts rowing, while joyfully shouting to her brother that Dad is back. Desperately, Bota asks her to come back. That thing is not Dad. The sun is setting and the clocks left from the boat begin to ring. Tension surrounds our protagonist, who without thinking jumps to save his sister. As he reaches her, he notices that the leviathans are coming out from one side of the building. They notice our protagonist and start to chase him. Bota manages to get out of the water and reach his sister, and seeing that it is too late, he pulls the boat towards some nearby rubble. And while he helps his sister to take cover, one of the monsters is already below him. By pure luck, he manages to dodge it, and both siblings realize they are surrounded. They can't do anything. If they try to reach the shore, they will surely be devoured. Hope has run out for our protagonist. However, he cannot give up easily because he must fulfill the promise of taking care of his sister. Due to the attacks, the place is collapsing. Our protagonist grabs his sister and jumps to reach the boat, while the monsters were eating each other behind them. They take the opportunity to row towards the shore. However, the monsters were once again behind them. As soon as they reach the shore, the siblings enter the building. Bota tells his sister to go up the stairs while he stays to break them. But the monsters arrive, and as soon as they see them, they launch themselves to attack them. Bota tries with all his strength to break the stairs. Despite this, he is caught, and with nothing else to do, he tries to reach his sister, but behind him, one of the monsters had him almost in its hands. He manages to hurt its back, but just at that moment, the stairs break, leaving the worms below. They try unsuccessfully to climb up, and the protagonists can breathe for a moment now that they are safe. Lita worries about her brother, but he tells her that he is okay and they are going to stay there until the sun comes up. But as they enter the room, they come across the same monster from before. The children are terrified and cannot move, but the beast attacks Bota and tries to swallow him whole. Lita pierces its other eye while shouting at it to release her brother. The monster is confused, and without thinking, it lunges to attack the girl. But due to its injuries, it is left without sight and can only sniff out the girl. Lita is scared and silently asks for help, watching as the beast gets closer and closer to her. Bota starts making noise to get the monster's attention, and when the monster lunges to swallow him, he takes the opportunity to shove a gasoline container into its mouth. Bota dodges and the monster crashes into the wall. Our protagonist stands up, grabs his sword, and cuts some steel bars to make sparks and ignite the place. The Leviathan is engulfed in flames. Bota grabs his sister and tells her to go up the stairs to take cover. Due to the problem, the remaining bomb falls to the ground surrounded by fire. Bota hurries and takes his sister to protect her. The entire place collapses, and the debris destroys the eggs underneath. By sheer luck, the siblings survive, coming out to the surface to take refuge in what little remains. But this is not over yet. The few monsters that survived were in front of them, ready to attack. Bota tries to scare them away with a flare, but one of them bites it and they slowly start getting closer. In his mind, he can only think of surviving, wishing there was someone to help them. In the distance, a silhouette can be seen and the kids are surprised to see that there are still people other than them. That albino girl was named Kana. The monsters rush to confront her, but she pulls out a weapon and starts firing all over the place. The kids take cover to avoid being hit by the harpoons she was throwing. But behind them there was still a monster. The children manage to dodge it and Bota draws his sword to attack it. However, the attack fails, the beast grabs his sword and was about to crush him with its claws. Bota doesn't know what to do, but he is saved by Kana's harpoons. She had just run out of bullets and was about to reload, but another beast emerges from the waters. Kana manages to dodge it. However, her weapon falls into the water. More leviathans were coming and she had some cuts on her arm. Furious, she pulls out her swords to fight seriously, and she launches herself to massacre these beasts. Bota couldn't believe how that girl was easily finishing off all those monsters. After finishing with everything, at her feet there were only corpses and a sea of blood. The girl turns to look at the children and tells them that they were very lucky to find a harpooner in open sea. Her name is Kana and she belongs to the Busan Union. Bota asks her what that is. Behind Kana, a loud sound could be heard. Those buildings that could be seen from afar were actually huge ships. One of the ships arrives where they are to rescue them. Bota notices that many people are coming out of the ship to see them. The children fill with tears as they realize that they are now safe. Both siblings hug each other as they have finally found more people after so long. After finding the miraculous island-sized ship, the siblings are surprised when a submarine suddenly emerges from the water. From the submarine comes Brune, one of Kana's companions, saying that she was so fast that they couldn't even catch up with her to support her. In a short time, her team sets out to search the area, making sure that no leviathans are left alive. But they find nothing but bodies cut into cubes. Dr. Foyt examines the corpses, lamenting that Kana didn't leave at least one alive to study. Upon observing the area, he notes that all the leviathan eggs were destroyed, thinking that if they had all hatched, they would really be in trouble. He asks Kana if she crushed them all, but she remains thoughtful and clarifies that she didn't do it. Shortly after, Dr. Foyt is greatly shocked when one of his team members finds the corpse of the beast that was defeated by Bota's father. As they observe the enormous creature of at least 50 meters, Brune asks surprised if he is referring to one of the 7 demons of the sea. The doctor assures him that yes, declaring that the beast is even much more immense than the rumors say. Clearly still stunned by such a discovery, he asks Kana if she alone killed the beast, but the albino again clarifies that she did not do it, with a very puzzled and surprised expression this time. Thoughtful, Kana turns to look at the beast at her feet, and notices the sword that Bota was carrying with him. Meanwhile, the children board a small boat, where Kiho Lee, a public official from the refugee center, interrogates them. The man writes down their names to register them, and asks how long they were adrift, estimating by the children's appearance that it may have been a year or a little more. But Bota clarifies that it was actually about 10 years. Kiho feigns surprise, but immediately changes his expression to a bored one, tapping the boy and asking him to tell the truth, as they cannot have any false information when registering them. Lita gets angry and shouts at him that they are not lying, but this only angers Kiho, who does not tolerate the girl's lack of respect. Before they can continue fighting, Bota sadly confesses that his father was with them, tearfully clarifying that it was so until the sea monster caught him. The now calm official finishes registering them and informs them that he will take care of them. Bota looks back at Kana and her team, and asks Kiho who those people are. Kiho tells him that they are harpooners, and the protagonist immediately remembers his father, very surprised to see so many of them, realizing that his father was telling the truth and it wasn't just a story. Kiho explains that the girl who saved them is special, as Kana is a 3-star harpooner, which is really impressive. Harpooners mark the number of sea monsters they have killed on their bodies, and each star represents 100 of these beasts. Countless harpooners die before even obtaining a single star, so that's how impressive the 3 stars on Kana's arm are, as they indicate that she has killed more than 300 sea monsters. Surprised, Bota comments that then 6 stars mean at least 600 sea monsters. But the man laughs out loud, saying that 6 stars are impossible, and the highest ranked harpooner in Busan Union has 4 stars, so if there were a 6-star harpooner, it would already be a legend. However, the protagonist remembers that his father definitely had 6 stars tattooed on his arm, but decides not to comment further on it. Shortly after, they finally get authorization to board the huge vessel. A man hands them a box with the things they managed to recover from the ship they were on. Bota thanks him and prepares to follow Kiho, who explains to him and his sister that they will provide them with a temporary home for now. The siblings are surprised to hear that they can live there, but Kiho warns them that they will have to behave during their stay, as if they do something wrong during their probationary period, they will be immediately expelled. Despite his shift being over, Kiho has no choice but to take the children to the market to buy them shoes, as they are barefoot, and that's a recipe for disaster in Busan. Without even knowing what a market is, the siblings follow Kiho and are amazed when they arrive at the brightly lit and crowded place. As they walk, they marvel at the countless food stalls, people offering their products, and others filling the place with music. Finally, they arrive at the shoe stand, where the vendor informs them that 2 pairs cost 30 nuts, the currency used in Busan, a seemingly expensive price for Kiho, who tries to negotiate, explaining that the children are refugees. However, the vendor does not give in, as the shoes are apparently hard to find. With no other option, Kiho asks Bota if he has anything to exchange in his box. The boy takes out several things, not knowing what would be of value, but the vendor interrupts him, surprised to see him pulling out a bottle of whiskey from the box. He quickly says that that will be enough to pay for 2 pairs of shoes, which makes Bota very happy. But Kiho immediately stops them, judging the vendor for trying to cheat the children. Then he exclaims loudly to the whole market that the children have a bottle of whiskey, attracting the attention of many people. The people examine the bottle, very surprised to see that it still has the seal. Seeing alcohol after so long, many begin to offer large amounts of money, even offering up to 16 onuts just for the bottle. At the end of the day, the children leave the market with their new shoes, a lot of food, and necessary items. Lita is happy after getting so many things from the market and regrets pouring the other bottles of alcohol they had into the ocean. Bota encourages her, saying they had no choice because they needed rainwater more than alcohol at that time. Kiho explains that the value of things can change depending on the situation, and the only thing they can rely on in Busan is money. With this clear, the children finally arrive at the place where they will stay, a really dirty and abandoned room. Kiho is disgusted to see the state of the place, but is surprised to see that the children love it, very happy that there is a real bed and a window. The siblings are amazed when they look out the window and see a night sky full of infinite stars and nebulas for the first time in their lives. Lita exclaims that the sky is shining, and Kiho explains that it's just stars. Bota thinks of his father with a sad expression, but then smiles with tears in his eyes, remembering how much he wanted to show them the stars someday. On the other hand, that same night Kana meets with Sting, an expert in weaponry who had been examining the sword she handed over to him. Indeed, the weapon Bota had turned out to be the genuine sword of a harpooner, something apparently very valuable. Kana holds the sword and asserts that if it's genuine, then its owner must definitely be the Leviathan killer, the legendary 6-star harpooner, Tian Ma. She immediately understands that soon there will be bloodshed, and the children cannot stay in that place for long. Shortly after, she returns to her room with many questions in her mind about Tian and the children. We are shown Kana's past, revealing that she and her parents used to be refugees living on the open sea, cleaning the ocean floor to survive, selling scrap to the Busan Union in exchange for supplies. But what Kana and the other refugees really wanted was to become citizens of the Busan Union. There they could live peacefully, without worrying about monsters or the brutal tide. The life of a refugee was exhausting and cruel, with frequent accidents and injuries, as well as attacks from beasts and deaths every day. The only thing they needed and desperately searched for was a relic, as the Busan Union promised to grant them citizenship if they found one. Kana didn't believe they would find anything in that sea full of garbage, but soon the miracle happened, and they found a true marine treasure, a warehouse with the Masuda Heavy Industries brand, where they found several machines of great value. They were deep-water exploration units developed by the ancient civilization. Kana's parents hugged her with joy, as they would finally become citizens of Busan. Everyone was very happy that they would no longer have to worry about monsters, but soon the nightmare began. A huge beast unexpectedly boarded the ship, killing countless people in a short time, including Kana's mother. The albino girl had to witness her own mother's death in horror, who in her final moments begged her to run and hide. Kana couldn't move, but her father reached her and quickly took her to the ship's cabin, where he sent an emergency message to Busan. After what seemed like an eternity trying to communicate, a member of Busan answered. But despite explaining the situation, the person on the other end of the radio declared that Busan is not responsible for protecting refugees. Kana's father begged them for help, asking them to at least save her, as she is just a little girl and is injured. Despite the desperate pleas, the only response they received was a cold denied. Then they wished them luck and hung up without saying more. As a last resort, Kana's father exclaimed that they had found relics from Masuda Industries, hoping to convince them. But unfortunately, it was too late. Suddenly, one of the monster's pincers pierced through the cabin's roof and grabbed Kana's father. She tried to reach him, but her father told her to stay away. With a heart-wrenching scream, Kana witnessed her father's horrifying death in front of her, leaving her paralyzed after being bathed in blood. Completely in shock, she could only remember how happy her parents were with her before, not understanding how everything turned into that horrible massacre. All hope of living abandoned her, so she simply surrendered and watched the monster's pincers about to end her life. However, she is suddenly saved by Tianma, who tells her not to give up on living so easily. Tian was the only harpooner from Busan Union who happened to be fishing in a nearby area and saw them, so he came to help. After leaving the girl with the only remaining refugee on the boat, Tian orders them to use the lifeboat to escape while he distracts the sea monster. With determination, Tian heads towards the beast, wielding his harpoon sword. He dodges several attacks from the monster and takes advantage of one of its moves to release the lifeboat into the water. Then he attacks again but realizes that the creature's shell is thicker than he expected, so he decides to increase the power of his sword. With much greater force than before, Tian attacks again, successfully breaking the shell. The creature retreats from the damage, but Tian does not stop and launches himself towards the beast again. Meanwhile, Kana watches in amazement as she sees one man fighting a giant beast so uniformly. A man who does not back down or have fear, a true predator hunter. After incredible multiple attacks, Tian's sword manages to cut through the creature's shell, slicing off one of its entire pincers. But this only angers the monster, which begins to pound the surface of the boat, trying to sink it. Then it takes out a huge and heavy piece of machinery from inside the ship and throws it at the control cabin, where the refugee and Kana are still hiding. Completely enraged, Tian launches himself against the monster again, determined to kill it. Meanwhile, Kana asks for help from the man who accompanied her, as her legs are trapped under the heavy debris. However, the man looks at the scene with terror and runs out of the cabin, leaving the trembling girl crying and asking for help. Tron sees the man leaving the cabin, exclaiming desperately that he does not want to die. Still, Tian's attention remains on the beast, as it strangely stopped defending itself from his attacks. The whole boat starts to shake, and Tian realizes that it is the sea monster. He quickly yells at the refugee to duck, and finally the beast shoots out countless large spines. Tian manages to block most of the attacks with his sword, but he gets impaled on the wall by one of the spikes that dug into his arm, and another in his leg. The refugee wasn't so lucky, as he wasn't fast enough and ended up fatally stabbed, losing his life. The creature charges at Tian again, but he manages to dodge it after removing the stake from his leg, the same one he uses to impale the creature's claws, painfully freeing himself from the stake in his arm. Once free, he uses his momentum to spin in the air and attack with all his might again. But seconds later, the sea monster hits him, sending him flying and causing him to spit blood. Tian is in trouble, as it's even difficult for him to stand, and he has used up all the gas in his sword. Nonetheless, he smiles when he sees that the monster isn't in very good condition either, but he is surprised to see that it begins to desperately complain about the sun as dawn was approaching. The monster jumps into the sea immediately, finally leaving the ship. Tian collapses, exhausted and relieved, since apparently even the great monsters cannot avoid hating the sunlight. With his remaining strength, he goes to help Kana, managing to pull her out of the debris. Thus, Kana was the only survivor of that nightmare, ending up alone, injured, and with a growing hatred towards those beasts. The harpooners from Union Busan arrived in a group shortly after, but it wasn't to save anyone, but to recover the relics that the refugees found. Of course, in exchange for the relic, they paid for Kana's medical treatment and made her a citizen of Busan. But she wasn't happy about it. Soon after, the citizens of Busan celebrated all the harpooners for recovering a relic and supposedly defeating the Leviathan, which apparently was Skudum, one of the 7 demons of the sea. No one cared about the people who died for it to happen, as refugees simply didn't matter to the people of Busan. Without wanting to see anything else, Kana walks with her head down through the huge ship until she overhears some harpooners talking. Among them is Major Dohu, who talks to his companions about how simple refugees are, as they practically work for free just to obtain citizenship. The harpooner tells them that he received the emergency message the day before and laughs as he tells them that he simply replied with a denied. Very proud of his actions, the man says that since everyone died, they got the relic for free. The atmosphere becomes heavy for Kana, who is paralyzed in her place, very impacted by what she just heard. The harpooners look in her direction upon hearing the sound of a bottle breaking. Kana looks at them with a dark expression, holding a broken bottle, and asks the harpooner if he was really waiting for everyone to die to keep the relic. Dohu recognizes her, so he approaches her and asks her arrogantly how it feels to have sold the lives of her own parents for Busan citizenship. This causes Kana to lose her composure completely, so she lunges at the Major, shouting that she will kill him. However, Dohu stops the girl with a single blow, sending her straight to the ground. He then lifts her up by the neck, saying that all refugees are savages, and that resisting a harpooner is a serious crime in Busan. Next, the man handcuffs her, warning her that they could even execute her on the spot, explaining that harpooners are the law. Kana looks at them with a grim smile from the ground, mocking the title they self-proclaim, when they clearly ignored the refugees' distress call and are just pitiful cowards. Very angry, Dohu kicks her without restraint, and seconds later, he and his men start beating her, without her being able to defend herself. This continues until Tian suddenly appears, and even though he is still injured, he drives the harpooners away with a single move, sending each one far away with great force. Quite angry, Tian asks what they think they're doing beating up a wounded girl. Dohu gets up as he can, and furiously asks Tian why he is interfering with a fellow harpooner's duties. However, Tian responds to him in an intimidating manner, threatening to show him what happens when he breaks the law. Clearly scared, the harpooners decide to leave. But before leaving, Dohu warns him that if he keeps acting like this, he will become fish food. Days passed, and Tian taught Kana the things she should never forget in Busan, explaining that this place is very different from the refugee ships, as the strong devour the weak. The only difference is that in Busan, she faces people instead of monsters, so she has to become stronger to survive there. Kana asks how she can become a harpooner, which surprises Tian, who explains that most applicants end up failing. Still, she assures him that she will do it even if she kills herself in the process, and that she will become a harpooner no matter what happens. With a sinister look, Kana utters the words that determine the course of her life, declaring aloud that she will kill every monster in the world. Thus, shortly afterwards, she joined the harpooners, wanting to become a harpooner like Tian Ma and being in debt to him. Returning to the present, after several days, Bota starts looking for work, but to his bad luck, every place he asks rejects him, either for being too small or simply because he is a refugee. Tired of looking for a job everywhere without success, the protagonist becomes noticeably discouraged. But soon his attention is drawn to an old woman who begs in the market, asking for some money since she hasn't eaten in days. Unable to resist, Bota approaches the grandmother and gives her everything he has on him. The old woman thanks him, and the boy tells her that it's not much, but it's all he has for now. Nonetheless, he assures her that when he gets a job, he will give her much more money and help her in any way he can. The woman smiles at the boy's kindness and, as a token of gratitude, decides to give him some seeds, explaining that they represent hope. Bota gratefully accepts them and returns to Lita feeling much better. While with his sister, he worries as he sees that they have already used half of their money in just 1 week. This is a problem because everyone in Busan has to pay taxes, or they will be evicted. Despite Bota's desire to pay their taxes, no one wants to give him a job, so he has no choice but to start reducing the amount of food they consume each day. His sister doesn't like the idea, but fortunately, Kiho visits them and, upon learning of the children's situation, decides to use his influence as a government official to help them. Kiho warns Bota that the job he's applying for is a bit dangerous, but the boy agrees to try it with determination. Soon after, they head to the lowest section of the floor's pipeline and meet H. Warong, a veteran plumber from Busan. He reviews Kiho's job application but becomes agitated upon seeing the boy, asking where he's supposed to use someone so small. Despite this, Kiho tries to persuade him while Bota does his best to appear strong. Tired of their feeble attempts to convince him, H. Warong agrees to give the boy a chance, much to his delight. Kiho immediately warns Bota that he will have to work hard, and reminds him that the most important thing is money. Because although sea monsters are the most terrifying thing in the water, in Union Busan, poverty is what's most frightening. With this very clear, Bota finally heads to his first day of work. The team's objective is to exchange the pipes, but the place is a mess as none of the pipes match the ship's blueprints. The boss says that in that case they just have to make them match and starts working. Shortly after, he talks to Bota about the ship, as it apparently has been in existence for 100 years. He explains that humans built the ship when there was still land in the world, and that they could even build even bigger ships, being an amazing society. However, back then, no one could prevent the comets from colliding. And as a consequence, the ice fragments that fell to Earth after the comet collided with the moon caused the sea level to start rising. After 70 years of constant rain, as the sea level rose faster and faster, people began building ships, and it was called Union Busan, hoping that Busan would return someday. One of the men on the team comments that the ship is even older than boss H. Warong. who has worked there as a plumber for 40 years. Therefore, if they don't keep maintaining the old ship, it will inevitably sink in a short time. Bota is amazed by the story and watches as the team works hard to keep the ship afloat, ensuring a safe place for him and his sister to live. This motivates him enough to work harder and make sure Busan stays afloat. But after a while of working, Bota is surprised to see the floor flooding. Seconds later, one of the drains explodes, releasing large amounts of water. The chief appears alarmed, asking what is happening. One of the team members explains that pipe 3 is clogged, causing the water to flow back. Immediately, Hwarong orders it to be unclogged, but the man tells him that the pipe is too deep and they would have to remove all the other pipes to reach it. Before they can continue arguing, another pipe starts to vibrate due to the strong pressure, and shortly after, it explodes, releasing huge amounts of water. One of the pieces of the pipe is shot and hits another, causing it to explode as well. The place fills more and more with water, and the situation becomes critical. During all the chaos, Lita walks happily through her house, excited to show Bota how clean the place is after she cleaned it. But someone knocks on the door, and of course, she opens it without hesitation, thinking it's her brother. However, 3 harpooners, including Major Dohu, present themselves to her, telling the girl that she looks a lot like her mother. Lita innocently gets excited, asking if he knows her mom. The Major smiles maliciously and tells her that he knew her mother very well, clarifying that he is an old friend of her father. Going back to the protagonist, the situation only worsens, and much of the place is already flooded. The boss ensures that if the water reaches the engine room, they'll be finished, so he takes his flashlight and decides to enter pipe 3. One of his men tells him that he cannot do such a thing, as his old body couldn't handle it. The old man stubbornly insists, ordering them to push him if necessary. But before he can say more, Bota takes the flashlight from him, and with a determined look, tells them he will do it. Both men are baffled, but the boss quickly warns him that if he does that, he will die, as it's not something a novice can handle. Nonetheless, the boy doesn't listen, puts on his diving goggles, and dives into the water, managing to enter the pipe despite the protests of the others. After a few seconds, Bota emerges from the pipe, arriving at a place full of countless entries from other pipes. This confuses him greatly, as he has no idea which pipe he's looking for, and only finds disorder without any connection. On the other hand, the boss thinks of a plan, so he orders his team to take tools and start hitting the pipe to guide the boy. The plan works, as Bota manages to perceive the vibration and noise of one of the pipes, and realizes that they're showing him the way. The boy advances, and manages to get an airbag, which he uses to breathe enough. After recovering oxygen, he continues swimming without wasting time until he manages to find the problem. With an iron bar, he successfully clears the debris, causing the water to flow with great force again. However, an object hits the protagonist's face with force, causing him to release the air he was holding. Unable to breathe, Bota is inevitably swept away by the current. Meanwhile, the boss and the rest of the team celebrate as they see the water starting to recede, indicating that the boy succeeded. But soon their spirits are dampened, and the place falls into a heavy silence. With a sense of terror, the boss asks how long it has been. One of his team members checks his watch and reports that 8 minutes have passed since the boy submerged. The old man stays tense watching the pipe, wondering if he's lost. At 12 minutes, we see Bota shoot out of the pipe, being dragged to the bottom, still unable to breathe. His eyes turn red from the lack of oxygen. He panics as he sees the exit is too far away, and he doesn't have the strength to swim. Bota enters a state of great desperation, but shortly after the lack of air inevitably causes the boy to lose consciousness, giving up the fact that he will die in that place. At 18 minutes, the boss continues to desperately hit the pipe, hoping the boy will return. His team remains silent in the situation, with devastated expressions and a sadly discouraging atmosphere. One of his colleagues stops him shortly after, and with sadness lets him know that 24 minutes have already passed. The old man drops the tool, completely devastated upon hearing that information. Again, the place falls silent, and the boss cannot help but blame himself. However, long minutes later, everyone in the place is stunned to see Bota suddenly emerge from the pipe. The boy gasps desperately for air, with very red eyes, very pale skin, and a look of pure terror. One of the men observes the scene incredulously, declaring that the boy was there for a full 30 minutes. The old man doesn't hesitate to hug Bota tightly, causing the boy to spit out all the water he swallowed. Very relieved and happy, he asks if he found an air pocket in there, which the protagonist confirms, clarifying that he would have died if not. The whole team congratulates and encourages him, very happy that he's okay after all. The boss tells Bota that that's all he needed to see, so he asks him to officially join his team. The protagonist is immensely happy to have finally gotten a job, and the others celebrate him as the new plumber, accepting him into the team right away. That afternoon, Bota buys food at the market and hurries back home to tell everything to his sister. When he arrives, he opens the door with a big smile. However, he is surprised to see his sister sitting in the middle of the room without moving. Worried, he asks the girl what is happening, but she suddenly screams at him to run. Before he can react, Dohu launches himself at him and hits him with great force, throwing him to the ground. The man exclaims that he was really surprised to see his name in the report, and that he could never forget the name of Tian Ma's eldest son. Without mercy, he kicks the boy still on the ground, and comments that it's a pity that his father died by a leviathan, because he wanted to kill him himself. Bota is scared by the sinister look of the harpooner, who informs him that his father was really a Busan traitor. Lita tries to help her brother, but she is restrained while the boy continues to receive terrible kicks. Nevertheless, Bota defends his father with courage, stating that he was not a criminal but a harpooner who protected other people. Dohu mocks his words, then his expression darkens, and he orders the children to listen carefully to the secret that their father never wanted them to hear. With a crazed look, he reveals to them that the real reason they never met people during the 10 years they were at sea is because their father was running away from them. Bota remembers his father, who always assured them that they did not encounter people simply because the ocean is very vast. The older man smiles at seeing the fear in the boy, then takes off his glove and shows him his robotic hand, explaining that his father made it despite being his companion. The man then exclaims that Tian Ma is a killer who killed countless harpooners from the Busan Union and incited a revolution. Bota can do nothing but listen in terror, overwhelmed by what he hears, but before he can do anything, he is immobilized by a harpooner. Dohu approaches dangerously, clarifying that someone has to pay for his father's crimes. From his hand come out sharp metal claws, and Lita cannot help but cry as she watches the ruthless man start hurting her brother's face. The terrifying scene is interrupted by a loud emergency alarm, calling all harpooners to battle stations. When they leave the place to see what is happening, they find only chaos, with citizens running and screaming that they are under attack. Dohu has no choice but to leave, leaving the children locked up and promising to come back for them, to make their stay in Busan a living hell. Lita hugs her brother in tears, still very scared, while Bota only thinks they need to get out of there. On the other hand, Kana prepares for the attack, informing her team that the exploration unit is being attacked by leviathans. The entire team is launched into the water on special boards and immediately springs into action. Brune is the first to reach one of the exploration units that were being attacked and doesn't take long to destroy several monsters. After he finishes off the fifth one, the boat clears, and the people who are hiding come out to thank him. The harpooner warns them that it's still not safe to leave, but he is distracted when he sees that his glove is covered in a strange green substance, as is part of the boat's surface. Kana and the rest of the team realize it's mucus that the leviathans excrete, and it prevents them from hurting the monsters with harpoons. The sea monsters gather and try to overturn the exploration unit's boat, but Kana approaches and manages to save a man who was about to be eaten by the beasts. Without wasting time, the albino orders Brune to take the people to a safe place while she will lure the monsters. Saying this, she takes out a flask filled with special pheromones that Dr. Foyd developed. With determination, Kana breaks the flask in her hand without hesitation. Immediately, the leviathans concentrate all their attention on her, and in a desperate attempt, they start following her. Meanwhile, the siblings find a way to escape through some pipes, and after walking at dangerous heights, they manage to reach a safe area. There they see a crowd shouting Kana's name and cheering her on. As they approach curiously, they are very surprised to see Kana being pursued by countless beasts. For her part, the albino remains calm, despite seeing the leviathans getting closer and closer to her. Just a few seconds after almost being attacked, Kana gives the signal to her team. Immediately, huge gates open from the enormous ship, releasing intense and enormous flames that roast the leviathans in seconds. The expectant crowd is in shock at the scene, watching as the girl stands in front of the flames. Seconds later, all the citizens celebrate the victory, shouting Kana's name. Meanwhile, Kana's team looks at her with appreciation and pride, and the people from the exploration unit thank her for saving them. Without saying a word, Kana holds her sword up high as people from all over the huge ship cheer her victory. Bota observes with great amazement and remembers his father's words, who once explained to him that the harpooners are warriors who fight against monsters to protect people. The boy understands that Kana is a true harpooner, but he remembers Dohu's words and wonders what kind of person his father really was. Sometime after the disaster, Dohu becomes enraged upon returning to the children's house and seeing that they have disappeared. He orders all the harpooners to look for them, no matter if they have to kill them. Bota runs terrified with his sister among the crowd on the ship without a place to hide. They come across a scene of some harpooners trying to take away the old lady who gave the seeds to Bota. The poor granny cries and begs to be let go because she is very sick, but the harpooners ignore her and continue dragging her. The protagonist watches the scene confused, but one of the people in the crowd comments that the old lady hasn't paid her taxes in 3 months, so they are going to kick her out. Even more confused, the boy asks where they are going to kick her out, and a woman explains that they will put her on a raft and leave her adrift, vulnerable to monsters and strong tides. A man stops the harpooners, declaring that he will pay the taxes for the poor woman. The crowd on the ship also raises their voice, asking for the old woman to be released. Bota begins to tremble when he sees Dohu appearing in the scene, so he hides even more. The intimidating harpooner confronts the man trying to help the old woman, accusing him of going against the laws of the Busan Union. The elder asks if he plans to keep paying the old woman's taxes forever, which makes the man hesitate. With a cruel and ruthless expression, Dohu assures that Busan cannot continue to float if it is full of residents who cannot even pay their taxes. He then asks who will be fully responsible for the old woman, but the entire crowd falls silent. Bota is impressed and remembers his father's words again, realizing that the Busan harpooners do not protect people without money. With tears in his eyes, Bota is finally sure and knows for sure that his father was a good person. The poor old woman cries as the elder begins to drag her away, but this time no one intervenes. The cruel harpooner yells angrily at the old woman's cries, exclaiming that the ship is safe from leviathans and storms thanks to them. This is enough to anger the protagonist, who steps out of the crowd calling them liars, demanding they release the old woman. The old woman worries and tries to warn him not to intervene, but the boy raises his voice. He exclaims that harpooners have to protect people, but they do the opposite, hurting people and leaving them adrift. The crowd watches in shock, and Bota shouts with conviction that throwing a poor old woman into the ocean is not the way to be an harpooner. Dohu hits him, completely enraged, and continues to kick him while telling him that he is nobody to argue against the ship's protector. Covered in blood and bruises, Bota exclaims that harpooners are not the protectors of Busan. For the reason why the ship stays afloat is because everyone works hard, and harpooners do not protect anyone. But the people protect themselves while he hides in the ship acting important. The crowd is very surprised by the boy's words, as are the other harpooners. Dohu explodes in anger, stepping on the boy's head with force, declaring him a rebel just like his father. Despite the protagonist defending his father, the older man screams with rage, claiming that everyone on the ship knows that Tianma was a traitor and a murderer. The crowd is completely surprised to hear this, shocked to learn that the children are Tianma's offspring. Lita tries to get Dohu to release her brother, but he pushes the little girl away with a single blow. The protagonist becomes enraged and manages to strike the man, sending him flying with a single motion, warning him not to touch his sister again. The older man gets up furiously, declaring that the protagonist has sealed his fate by resisting and attacking a harpooner. He then aims his weapon at the boy, causing him to tremble, and the old woman cries out in fear for them to let him go. Nevertheless, Dohu does not hesitate to shoot multiple times at the protagonist, but surprisingly, all the bullets are blocked by Kana's swords. The girl stands protectively in front of the children, assuring that they have done nothing wrong. Dohu attacks her, but Kana blocks each attack and defends herself, starting a fight in which she clearly outmatches him. Angry, the harpooner declares that Kana is under arrest for treason, and all the harpooners prepare to attack. But the albino girl pulls out a weapon and starts shooting suddenly, causing the harpooners to duck. In seconds, she manages to shoot the energy generator, causing it to explode and everything to go dark, which she uses as an opportunity to escape with the children and the old woman. Kana knocks out anyone who gets in their way, so they quickly manage to reach a safe place where Kiho lets them hide. The albino leaves the elderly woman with him, informing her that there is some money in her room, enough to help her. The grandma thanks Kana and smiles at Bota, letting him know that she is very happy that Tianma's children are still alive. The protagonist then realizes that everyone on the ship really appreciates his father. Kiho explains that talking about Tianma used to be a crime in Busan, and everyone is happy to have the opportunity to help his children now. When they hear the harpooners nearby, Kana leaves the place with the children, and with the help of some citizens, they manage to get away. Some harpooners even shoot from the heights, but Kana takes care of protecting the children, even getting shot for them. Bota gets very scared when he sees the girl so injured and starts crying, asking why she goes so far for them. Nevertheless, Kana clarifies that she is simply paying an old debt, so she doesn't have to regret her wounds. Remembering Tian, she decides to share the words he told her one day and explains to Bota that the weak are devoured in this world, so if he wants to survive, he has to become stronger. Soon, they are surrounded by harpooners, but even injured, Kana stands up, determined to protect the children, with great determination and a hostile aura that even intimidates her enemies. Kana tells the children to head to a nearby boat through a crane, as they must leave the place in that boat. The children run while she stays to fight the harpooners with great skill and strength. In a short time, she manages to throw the men off with quick movements, and agilely knocks out most of them, leaving the remaining ones very scared, swearing that the girl is not human. Dohu mocks her for not killing any of them, claiming that with such a level of determination, she won't be able to protect anything. Kana then changes her battle stance and declares that in that case, she will fight him as if he were one of those beasts. This is enough for the other harpooners to decide to stay out of the fight, completely terrified. On the other hand, the leader gets angry and rushes at her, starting a dangerous fight. The man laughs when he notices that the girl is weakened, but Kana takes those seconds of distraction to perform an attack so fast that he can't react. Surprised, Dohu spits blood, with multiple wounds throughout his body. Kana looks at him contemptuously and intimidatingly, ordering him to get up, as with that determination he won't be able to protect anything. Dohu gets angry at hearing his own words being used by the girl, so he launches even angrier. Still, in a few minutes, Kana has no difficulty finishing off the remaining harpooners, including Dohu, whom she even tore his hand off. Defeated and barely conscious, Dohu despises and mocks her, revealing that it was a mistake to leave the children alone, as his men already knew about the hidden boat, so they are already waiting for them. Kana is alarmed by his words, so she doesn't waste any more time and starts running, leaving the deranged harpooner laughing loudly. Quickly, the girl arrives at the crane, where she finds the children safe and sound, who had previously managed to get rid of a harpooner by throwing him into the water. Bota warns Kana that there is a leviathan in the water, as he and Lita saw how it ate the previous harpooner. The albino assures them that she will take care of it, but before they can jump on the boat, one of the ship's hatches opens, and the boat that was supposed to help them escape explodes into pieces. Dohu appears with other harpooners, and soon they all start shooting. Kana protects the children with her body, but inevitably, the three fall into the water. However, in the depths, a submarine appears, showing Kana's team, who are waiting for her. With everyone assuming they were dead, Kana and the children are saved, finally becoming free. 4 years later, in a place called Oasis Port, Bota, now 17 years old, carries his father's sword, being much stronger than before. The group falls violently into the water, and amidst the destruction caused by the boat explosion, Dohu observes the scene from the large ship, saying that sea monsters will take care of their bodies for them and that finally everything is over. We see Kana and the children sinking like inert stones, all apparently unconscious and making no effort to swim to the surface. Suddenly, a pair of lights that look like eyes detect them. Then, an enormous object approaches them at great speed, passing very close to the protagonist and stopping in front of them, observing them like a huge, hungry sea monster. But we see that it is actually Kana's team's submarine that found them, and one of the crew members asks if letting the boat explode was part of the plan. Brune says it probably was, as it was the only way for Dohu to think that Kana and the children were dead. We see these three for the last time in front of the submarine, with bubbles consuming until disappearing and showing the passage of time. Then we are told that 4 years have passed, and we see a calm sea illuminated by a sunset with the sound of a splash. The sound repeats, and we start traveling across the sea until we reach what looks like an island surrounded by seagulls. We are told it is called Oasis Port, whose main building is made from the remains of a huge ship that belonged to the Hong Kong Union, although we don't know how it ended up like that. We also see that it has good equipment, with enough ships and a good defense line full of sharp spikes and monster corpses. On a rock, we see the protagonist's sword stuck, which he suddenly takes, and we are shown that the protagonist has grown up, looking bigger, stronger, and more determined, and is now 17 years old. We see a huge well made of ruins of buildings, barely illuminated by sunlight, into which the protagonist dives armed with a harpoon. He reaches the door of what seems to be an old hotel room and tries to remove the number plate. When he encounters a large pink fish swimming nearby, he sets down the plate for a moment, thinking he should catch it to eat later since it's there. But then a lot of bubbles come out of a toilet behind the protagonist, and something emerges from it at high speed, which turns out to be a huge snake that wants to eat the protagonist. He turns around in alarm and says it's a poisonous sea snake, as it lunges with its jaws open. Passing just above him, we see that it was not aiming at the protagonist but at the fish, which it catches in its teeth. While the snake is distracted, the protagonist says it scared him and realizes he must be careful, as even a small fang could kill him. The snake wraps the fish in its body and shifts its attention to the protagonist. He assumes a combat position with his harpoon at the ready and says it's time to hone his skills. He challenges the snake to come forward, and it doesn't hesitate to launch itself directly at him. But all we see from the encounter is someone's injured blood floating in the water. In a scene change, seagulls fly over the surface of the sea, and we see a group of people waiting on a pier. They wonder why the protagonist isn't coming up and if he had some kind of accident. When a lot of bubbles appear on the surface, the protagonist emerges with a great breath of air. The people see him and shout that he took too long while swimming towards them. And when he climbs up the ladder, they see that he has the snake and the fish impaled on his harpoon. The protagonist lays it on the ground, and one of the men examines it, then confirms that it's the one that bit his son's leg, and another says that the protagonist took care of a big pain in the rear. So he asks them proudly if they see his ability now. But the leader tells him they were testing his diving, not his hunting skills, and asks him to hand over the license plate. The protagonist reaches into his clothes and tells him to get ready, as he took the one from room 301, which appears to be a room on a fairly deep level. But when he checks his clothes, he realizes he forgot to bring it. The leader scolds him and tells him he failed his test, so he must go fishing again. Suddenly, someone starts shouting that they found a treasure and a great inheritance, so the test for that day ends. And suddenly, everyone starts running because they say that Jocko Gusto's team found a great inheritance. And the protagonist wonders what that is. People gather around a crane that slowly pulls something out of the sea. We see that it's a large metal box covered in marine debris. The protagonist says it's just an old box, but the leader corrects him and tells him that it's actually a treasure. It's a supply box that their ancestors prepared before the dive. It's filled with medical supplies, clothing, food, and objects for daily needs. It's an inheritance left by people from a century ago for those who would follow them. Inside the box, the explorers find great medical supplies that seem to be valuable, and they tell Jocko that they're for him. Then, the port chief arrives and makes his way through the crowd to reach the explorers. He congratulates Jocko for finally achieving it and tells him that he's a true adventurer as he shakes his hand. Jocko thanks him cordially. Then, people start saying that rumors of great inheritances under the ruins were true. So, everyone runs towards the sea, saying that they have to go further and deeper into the ruins to find their own inheritances. And the protagonist is surprised by how excited they are. The chief notices the prota's presence and asks if he passed his diving test, to which the leader responds that he did, but he's too weak to take it again. Although the protagonist insists that he made it to room 301, the leader says not to worry because he'll make sure he's useful to the community while patting his head like a child, which bothers the prota. The port chief says he looks forward to seeing him and that, speaking of which, he's grown a lot since the first day he arrived. The protagonist says they've always been very grateful for their help, and the chief replies that they don't exclude outsiders, and explorers are always welcome. He hopes they work hard and find many treasures for the good of the entire Oasis port. There, we learn that the port was created from the ruins of multiple buildings that fell on top of each other in the form of a huge mountain, and the port was built on top of it. So many treasures can be found in various corners of the ruins, while we see a diagram of them as a whole maze. We also learn that the Oasis is supplied by mines located beneath it, and that the village is almost like a fortress because its citizens live inside it safely. In addition, it's located in a safe place with no sea monsters, but what made it famous were the rumors that spread about the great inheritances in its ruins, which attracted refugees from all over the ocean, including the Prota's group, as that place doesn't discriminate against outsiders but rather welcomes them. We see the port chief who welcomed them and told them that the treasure belongs to whoever finds it, which motivated the explorers to go farther and deeper, unlike Dohu, who didn't even consider refugees as humans, which made anyone aboard his ship cruelly discriminated against. And this made the port completely different. Then we see the leader, named Mao, accompany the protagonist back home, who explains to him that in the port, finding a unique treasure like Jocko Gusto's will make him rich, so being a diver is the best way to survive there. But the protagonist tells him that he doesn't plan to be a diver forever. Mao then asks him what he will be, and the protagonist responds with determination that he will become a harpooner. Mao tells him that there aren't even sea monsters in the port, so he will starve to death. And he tells him to look at the guards, who are yawning bored in the tower, and tells him that their salary is so low due to the lack of danger that they can't survive. There he remembers that there was a boy who escaped saying he would become a harpooner just like the protagonist, and he believes his name was Brune. So the protagonist understands that he is Kana's companion and realizes that he was from there. But then he asks Mao why he's walking with him, and the diver tells him that it's because they must have a drink to celebrate his failure. They arrive at the protagonist's house, where Lita comes out to greet him cheerfully, and Mao replies. The protagonist hands the fish to Lita and asks where Kana is, to which she says she doesn't know with a suspicious look because she hasn't seen her in a while, which disappoints Mao, and Lita asks if it's because he went to see her. While Mao stays depressed outside, the protagonist climbs the small stairs and enters the house. He announces his arrival and at first doesn't see anyone, but then he realizes there is a cup with a still warm drink. So he takes a stick and dodges a blow that comes from behind, which forces him to slide away, but when he stops, he smiles, and Kana tells him it's not bad and that he's gotten faster. The protagonist asks her to wait, but she attacks with everything and overwhelms him with attacks he can barely defend against. She asks him if all he knows how to do is defend himself, and the protagonist insists that the girl wait. He manages to tell her that this time he came with a guest. Then Mao enters looking for Kana, saying he heard her voice, so she suddenly throws herself to the floor, and the scene Mao sees is as if the protagonist is hitting Kana. She tells the diver in a trembling voice that she's grateful he's there. Then after understanding the situation, he hits the protagonist hard, asking him how he dares to hit his delicate sister. Mao tells him that he thought better of him, and the protagonist wants to deny it to defend himself, but Kana tells him to remain silent to conceal his identity. So the protagonist gives up and apologizes, accepting his companion's punishment. He is shaken back and forth by his companion, who tells him that he will teach him a lesson. In a scene change, we see the depths of the ruins, where a wall begins to crack. After it breaks, two divers appear, saying that they are inside. They examine the place, and upon finding it empty, they say they are the first to arrive. One of them finds an object that he says is completely intact, but his companion tells him not to bother with cheap things, and the other says he would like to win the grand prize like Jocko. Then they begin to dismantle a washing machine, when one of them stops and suddenly sees that he has been impaled in the chest by a metal bar. This causes his blood to spray in front of his companion. He is then lifted by what appears to be another diver, who has a broken helmet, and while his companion asks in terror who they are, he throws the diver and knocks them both out. We then see more of the ruins and understand that they moved deeper. One of the diver's hands appears bloody and sliding on the ground, and then the killer diver appears, dragging their bodies into the darkness of a deep hallway, until they disappear among the ruins. On the surface, a strong storm hits the village, and the thunder scares Lita. Kana tells her she's okay and that it will improve soon, but the girl tells her she's scared and asks if they can sleep together that night. Kana replies that the bed is too small, but Lita gets up and lies on the harpooner, hugging her, while telling her they just have to hold each other tightly like that, and that her father always hugged her when there was a storm. This annoys the protagonist, who calls her stupid and asks how much longer she will keep talking about her father. This saddens everyone, and makes Lita hug Kana again, telling her that she is like a sister to her. They always sleep and eat together, so it feels like they are a real family. This reminds Kana of her own family, and she thinks that ever since they died, she wanted to forget the good memories of the past. Thinking about them was too painful and sad, and she wonders what it feels like to have a family. She looks at Lita sleeping and gently strokes her hair while reflecting on the word family. The storm ends, and dawn arrives at the port where we see the protagonist and Kana outside. He asks her if there will be more training, to which she is uncertain. The protagonist tells her that he is ready to fight when needed, but that place is too peaceful. She asks him if that is strange and if tranquility is a problem. He replies desperately that he doesn't know how strong he is because all he does is train, and he wants to prove himself. With a killer look, she asks him if that is what he wants, making him nervous. Kana tells him that there are harpooners who risk their lives to get more stars on their tattoos, controlled by greed, pride, and arrogance, and that's why they are always the first to die. She says that she will never make the same mistakes as them. The pair then sees a bunch of people gathering at the shore around something while murmuring. They wonder what it is, and with curiosity, the protagonist approaches the group. Now tells him that it seems to have been washed up by last night's storm. When Kana arrives, they both see that it is a repulsive monster with human body parts that excretes a slimy liquid. The people ask if those are human legs, and if it doesn't have them because it ate a human. Some boys say that the divers who entered the ruins have not yet returned. Mouse says that regardless of what it is, they cannot let it stay there. They must cut it and throw it into the sea, and stabs the being with her harpoon. But it begins to writhe, causing Mao to drop her weapon. As the people scream that it's alive and run away, the chief of the port approaches, despite their warnings. He calmly removes Mao's harpoon and buries it with force into the being, causing it to scream in pain and wriggle even more until it stops moving and finally dies. The protagonist then asks what it is and if it's a sea monster, but the chief kindly tells him that there are no sea monsters in his town, and with a suspicious look and blood-spattered face, he says that it's just a dead fish. This leaves the protagonist stunned and Kana suspicious. In a scene change, we see pieces of cloth drying in the wind, and Lita hanging them on a clothesline after washing them while humming a song. Suddenly, she hears a splash, and something seems to emerge from the water behind her. Lita turns at the sound of the water and sees an unknown diver watching her suspiciously. He emerges from the water staggering, and walks with difficulty towards Lita, who becomes frightened. But then she hears him panting inside the suit, and the diver drops to the ground before removing his helmet. He throws it with force into the water, revealing that he is Mr. Mori, one of the divers who went down, with his face covered in blood and his eyes red. Lita recognizes him and rushes over to him, and when she reaches him, she takes him in her arms and begs him to wake up, but he breathes with difficulty. He is so ill that he coughs up blood and begins to quickly fade away. Seeing this, Lita turns around and shouts if someone can help them, and stands up saying please call someone. But then Mori takes her arm and with his last strength, tells her to run, as there are sea monsters down there. He dies collapsing into the water, leaving Lita confused and shouting his name. Later on, we see a meeting being held in the high districts of the port, where the leaders are passionately discussing the problem. Some say that 2 people have died, so they need to destroy the mine, while others ask how they will survive without it. They say that money is useless if everyone is dead. The protagonist then asks Lita if Mori really said that there were sea monsters, and she says yes, as she heard it directly from him. At that moment, the chief stops the leaders with a hit on the table and says that enough is enough. He explains that everyone knows that the port is a safe zone, free of sea monsters, and that all this reminds him of the incident 3 years ago, and people are also doing it. He tells of how some divers said they were attacked by sea monsters, which caused a big stir. But it turned out that they had actually fought amongst themselves to get the inheritance for themselves. People say that it was true that they tried to blame the monsters for that incident. The chief continues and says that they were greedy, as they even killed each other just to get a bigger share of the loot. And the year before, there was someone who spread rumors of a sea monster in Area B3, which also turned out to be a big lie to keep the divers from exploring there. So these incidents are common, as they have happened over and over again. People seem convinced, and they say it's true, and everyone was so scared that there were no diving operations for a long time. The chief says that, based on past incidents, they cannot let Mori's words blind them and simply destroy the mines. The protagonist intervenes and asks why a dying man would lie, as it could have been his last attempt to warn the villagers of the danger. This makes the chief nervous. Lita supports her brother and says that it's true, that Mori was very scared and said with his last breath that they should stay away because there was a sea monster. People begin to doubt and say that Mori was not the type of person who lies, which leaves the chief uncertain. Suddenly, someone says that they will go take a look in that case, and when people turn around, they see that it's the explorer Jocko Gusto. He says that they cannot give up the precious objects that their ancestors left them, so he will go see if there really are sea monsters. Lita asks him worriedly what will happen if there really are monsters like Mori said, but he tells her not to worry and that they will destroy them if they appear, as his team are former harpooners from the floating city after all. A blue-haired girl named Sonia and a man in a red cap named Park Gonti surprise the villagers and make Kana observe them carefully. The protagonist is also surprised and turns to look at Lita's tattoo, but notices that there are no stars in it, so they must not have much experience. The chief is excited that they have harpooners, and while shaking Jocko's hand, he asks him to check if the oasis is safe for them. The people thank him and cheer. Then the protagonist says that he also wants to go. Lita scolds him, and the chief appreciates the idea but asks if he's sure. He responds that he won't get in their way, and it would be better if someone else went as well. Jocko agrees to this if he can at least bring his things. Sonia approaches the protagonist and tells him that he's very handsome, and while licking his cheek, she tells him not to worry, that she'll protect him. This disturbs Kana and Lita and leaves the protagonist in shock as he returns to his partner. Gani tells the girl to stop bothering the protagonist, but she says she wasn't joking and was serious, as she thinks he's a fabulous man. He asks her which part of him, and she says it could be called female intuition, as she gives him a disturbing look. Other divers also offer, as they want to recover at least Tiho's body, the other diver who was with Mori and with whom they had worked for a long time. So Jocko accepts them, and since the team is decided, he says they will leave tomorrow. The protagonist unsheathes his sword, while Lita begs him not to go. But what if there really is a sea monster? Lita asks, and the protagonist says that's exactly why he's going. He can't miss that opportunity. Lita asks him what that's supposed to mean, as he could die there. Kana asks him if he really has to go, to which he responds yes. This leaves Lita thoughtful, and she wishes him good luck. The protagonist then sets off on his way, telling them he'll be back soon, before entering the submarine. Lita complains to Kana and asks why she didn't try to stop him, but she says it's because she couldn't. As she watches the submarine dive, she tells Lita that he's forging his own path in the world and becoming an adult. The submarine begins its descent into the abyss, lit by the sunlight, with all its crew serious and focused. Except for Sonya, who touches the protagonist's shoulder and asks if he exercises because he looks strong. She says the seats are a bit cramped, so she asks if he wants her to sit on his lap. The protagonist doesn't answer, wondering if the girl is scary and if that means he's very handsome. One of the divers asks Jocko why an outsider like him is going so far to help them. He tells them that he had a daughter who died from the fish plague when she was 6 years old. They could have prevented it from progressing so far if they had had the medicine they found in the Great Inheritance the day before. That's why they can't let the mines be destroyed, as they need the inheritance left by their ancestors. Then a noise catches the protagonist's attention, and we see the submarine stop its descent. Gandhi tells them it's as far as they can go with the vehicle and asks them to prepare to dive. The group puts on their gear and one by one armed, they leave the submarine to continue on foot. Jocko warns them to stay together if they don't want to get lost and die. The nervous protagonist thinks there they go as they start their search, and Jocko reminds them that the mission's goal is to find the missing people or confirm the existence of the sea monsters as they enter the dark ruins. On the surface, a man informs the boss that the search team has arrived at Area D7. So his assistant asks him what will happen if they find that place, to which he responds that there's nothing to worry about, and with a somber look says that no one has gone there and lived to tell the tale. We see the path Tiho and Mori went down, until they reached the washing machine they were inspecting, and the metal bar they left there. The team finds it and says it's Tiho's lever, so something must have happened there. Jocko then tells them to split into teams of 2 and search, so he and Gongti will take the north side. And Sonya hugs the protagonist while saying that the 2 of them will take the west side. And the protagonist tells her annoyed to get off him, but she refuses. The other 2 divers say they'll look around a bit more before moving on, and they agree to meet there in 30 minutes. We see the protagonist and Sonya exploring the ruins, while he sweats and thinks he can barely see. And he feels like a monster is going to come out of the darkness at any moment. So every step makes him nervous, and in his mind, he tells the monsters to come at him, as he will tear them apart. Suddenly something catches Sonya's attention, and she notices the protagonist's sword, telling him it's very nice. She asks if it's a gas sword and where he got it, although she finds it too boring, and asks if he wants her to give him some accessories to decorate it. But suddenly the protagonist silences her and asks her if she hears that. She asks if he's referring to her lovely voice, but the protagonist silences her again and asks her to listen. She falls silent and pays attention, but says she can't hear anything. The protagonist closes his eyes to concentrate, and in his mind, he sees a small drop, which then becomes many and falls into water. So he says he's sure he hears the sound of dripping water. She says it must be his imagination, as it doesn't make sense to have dripping water underwater. But the protagonist moves ahead and says it's from there, and that it comes from a place at the end of the hallway. Both arrive at the area, but Sonya says there's nothing there, when suddenly the protagonist directs his flashlight upwards, and they find there's an opening in the debris where the water's surface is, and that's where the dripping comes from. Both emerge and walk through the rubble, where Sonya confirms the dripping and says it's amazing he heard that. The protagonist takes off his helmet and Sonya does the same, discovering that there is fresh air inside. As they raise their heads, they realize that they are in a huge dome. Sonya says that they never imagined that there would be an area like this under the water. Then the protagonist hears a crunch under his feet, and when he turns around, he realizes that the floor is full of human bones. Both of them worriedly wonder if they are all skulls and what that place is, when another crunch behind them catches their attention. They see what appears to be a silhouette in the distance that is crunching the bones as it moves. The two get into a defensive position and ask who is there when the protagonist sees that the figure is wearing a diving helmet. As they approach the light, they see that it's a diving suit, so they think it's a survivor, and he drops in front of them. This surprises Sonya and the protagonist, who runs over and asks if he's okay, while the girl alerts Jocko to go to their position because they found someone, and he tells her they are on their way. Together they lift him up, and they say they need to give him first aid when the diver's hand moves strangely. Suddenly, he grabs the protagonist's face and effortlessly lifts him up, surprising both of them. The boy wonders what's happening just before the survivor throws him into the air. Then he takes his sword to attack him. They both ask him to stop, but he doesn't listen, so Sonya jumps forward and splits him in half. This causes his torso to fly over the skulls, and the rest of his body falls defeated in front of the protagonist, who remains in shock, and Sonya says that he's the bastard who was killing their comrades. When we see the diver's hand continue to move, and inside the suit, there are strange organs that are dripping blood. Suddenly, some tentacles come out of them, attacking Sonya and quickly immobilizing her to try to devour her with their huge jaws. But when the monster is about to do so, the protagonist intervenes, giving it a hard blow. This causes it to release the girl, but it's not enough to kill it, so it lunges at them again to eat them. The protagonist then activates his sword and fires his harpoon at the monster just as it had approached them. This throws it far away until it's impaled on debris and finally seems to die. Both exhausted from the confrontation, they gasp and approach the body while wondering what it is, and if it's a sea monster. Here, the protagonist realizes something and thinks that it looks like the other monster that appeared in the harbor, that crawled up to the shore and was killed by the boss, so he wonders if that means he knows something. At the same time, he remembers him saying that there are no sea monsters in his village, which terrifies him, and he wonders with fear what's happening there. Back on the surface, we see a fish restaurant where they serve a dish that Lita picks up along with a couple of drinks and says that the baked fish is ready. She serves them to some customers, who thank her and blush when she asks them to call her if they need anything else. They say she's an angel and that she's becoming more and more like a lady. There they reflect on the fact that 4 years have passed since her arrival, and that it seems like the whole town has changed since Lita arrived. Then we see a fish being sliced, and it's Kana who did it. She also cuts it into pieces with great speed and skill without even having to look at it. This surprises the chef, who thinks she's faster than him despite having 20 years of experience and can't even see her hands. With a terrifying look and drops of blood on her face, she tells him that the mission is complete and hands him the sliced fish. He asks her what she did to the fish, and she says she cut it, but the pieces are so thin that they're carried away by the wind. So he tells her that he'll do the cutting and that she should just help with the cooking, and she obeys like a robot. The chef thinks he hired her for her knife skills, but she has no sense of cooking, although he supposes she could improve with time. But then an enormous flame erupts behind him, and he sees that Kana burned the fish, which she says tastes better when well cooked. The chef tells her to stop, as everything is on fire, when they both hear the sound of something breaking outside. They look out and see that it was Lita who stumbled and dropped the food. She says she's very sorry, and everyone runs worriedly asking her if she's okay. But then someone calls the chef, and it turns out to be a huge, muscular man who says his damn employee dirtied his shoes and asks him what he's going to do about it. Mao asks who that guy is, and the old man explains that he arrived yesterday, and has since been bragging about being a pirate, so he's not the friendliest person. While we see the chef and Lita apologizing to him. Then Kana steps forward and apologizes to the man, telling him she'll clean it up immediately. She kneels down and begins to clean his shoes, but the man notices her body and tells her she's cute, so he pulls her closer to him and tells her to drink instead of worrying about cleaning, and that he'll let it all go if she drinks, but she gets angry. The chef warns her that she shouldn't be doing that, and Lita worries that Kana might end up killing him if she keeps it up. Then someone slams the table, and we see it's a furious Mao, who stands up and tells the man to take his dirty hands off her and asks if he dares to put his hands on his Kana. The man also gets angry, and Mao tells him to stand up too, as he's going to give him a lesson. But when he does, he realizes he's a giant and asks Mao confidently what he means by that. The man asks Mao if he wants to die, while Kana watches silently. The people then get excited and say it's a fight, so they encourage Mao to kill the man. And although he is intimidated, he clenches his fist tightly and prepares to hit the man while shouting that Kana is under his protection. The man eagerly awaits the blow when we see a fork in Kana's hands, and she uses it to injure the man without him realizing it. This distracts him, and he receives Mao's punch straight in the face. However, this is not enough to knock him down, and he prepares to counterattack, when Kana intervenes again and makes him trip over her foot, causing him to fall backwards and hit the chair, leaving him unconscious with foam coming out of his mouth. The people are momentarily shocked, wondering if it's over, and while Mao looks surprised at his fist, the people burst into praise, telling him that he knocked him down with just one blow. They also ask if he has always been so strong, which makes him proud and laugh. He says he knew he was strong, so he assures Kana not to worry, and he will protect her. But then he turns around, and the cook tells him that she's already gone, leaving Mao stunned. Later on, we see Kana and Lita on a rooftop watching the port. Lita hugs her legs and apologizes to the harpooner, saying she couldn't concentrate on her work because she was worried about the protagonist. But Kana puts a hand on her head and with a smile tells her not to worry, that the protagonist will be fine. She asks if she really believes that, and Kana responds that he has been training hard all this time without taking a single day off. She says she could have advised him to stop being so conceited, but she knows better than anyone that the protagonist has more talent than anyone else. We then see the protagonist facing the monster with his heart racing, while the group arrives and witnesses it too. The protagonist is proud to hit it with his own hands and is convinced that he can do it. After all, his training was not a waste of time, and now he can hunt monsters. The exploration group gathers in front of the corpse, and one of the divers asks what that monster is. Jocko squats down and picks up one of the skulls, asking if it's the only thing left of that thing. Gongti approaches the body and examines it with his knife, saying it can't be human, but then what the hell is it? He asks the protagonist if he really killed it and confronts him, telling him he'll regret it if he finds out he was lying. This angers the protagonist, and Sonia tells him to stop it because he saved her life. Then Jocko asks the girl if there was only one of them, and she says she doesn't know because she came from the tunnel. The group approaches the tunnel to inspect it, and Jocko tells them to go check it out. The group enters the tunnel, amazed that there was still an area like that underwater, and Jocko says he can't be there without a reason. Then the protagonist realizes it's too big and wonders where it connects, as there must be something there. When we see a tentacle emerge from the water behind him, the protagonist shudders and quickly turns around pointing his weapon, but sees there's nothing there. He says he felt like there was something there when someone in the group calls his attention, and they discover there are boxes in the tunnel. One of the divers approaches and says there are too many, but Jocko warns him to stop getting excited and look closely, and they find that they are all empty. Then Sonia tells them to go where she is, because they won't believe what they see. And when they reach her, Jocko says it can't be, and it's the jackpot, because they find a mountain of boxes piled up in perfect condition. Jocko says it's a shelter his ancestors made in preparation for calamity, and all that's left of them are these items. Jocko reflects that the shelter remained intact all that time, while they see a map of it, so all the big boxes they found came from there. The divers shout that they're rich, but the protagonist begins to look around, and when he looks up he sees diving suits covered by the creatures, so he tells the others to go there and take out their weapons. The group turns around and then realizes the ceiling is infested with creatures in diving suits hanging inert, which terrifies them, and Jocko asks if they're the missing divers. There the protagonist tells them he's seen something like this before, and remembers when he found the eggs of the monster that killed his father, so he warns them that this place is their nest, which further terrifies the group, as they understand they're dealing with sea monsters. Jocko tells everyone to calm down, as they're still inactive, so they should quietly leave while they can. The group starts to move carefully towards the exit, but one of the divers is too nervous and accidentally hits his weapon against a box, which makes one of the monsters wriggle and puts everyone on alert. However, the monster remains still in the enclosure silent. Gongti whispers to the other diver to stop breathing so loudly, and after he nods, they continue walking. The protagonist wonders what is happening there, and if nobody knew about it, he wonders why they all ended up like that. Suddenly, something falls into the water. The group stops and points their weapons towards the source of the noise, only to see that it is one of the monsters carrying a box on its back. But instead of attacking them, it simply ignores them and walks past them towards the tunnel. Everyone is surprised, and the protagonist asks what that is. One of the divers starts to panic, saying that they are all dead. Jocko tells him to calm down, but he takes a step back and steps on a tentacle, which wraps around his foot and pulls him into the water. The monster then emerges holding the diver, who screams in terror and is devoured in one bite in front of the group. Jocko says that the damn monster woke up, so the protagonist curses. The monster charges at the group, who open fire on it and fill it with spikes, but it doesn't stop, and when it is about to catch up to them, the protagonist crouches down just in time for Gongti to hit it with his weapon so hard that it sends the monster flying and writhing in pain. but it screams towards the ceiling and wakes up the rest of the monsters, who respond to its call for help. Gongti shouts that they are waking up, so Jocko orders them to run, and we see hundreds of monsters detach from the ceiling to fall alongside the group. After they recover, they realize that they are surrounded and panic. However, the protagonist maintains his composure and remembers the moment when the monsters that killed his father's offspring attacked him. So he thinks he's not the same scared kid as before. While holding his sword tightly, he tells the monsters to come, as he will crush them all. The monsters begin to rise while screaming and writhing, and in just a moment, they manage to surround the group, who take a defensive position in a circle to fight. One of the divers trembles as he says there are too many of them, and Gongti orders Sonya to take the rear, to which she responds with a yes, and the harpooner activates the special spikes on his bat, while the girl prepares her sword. Then the monsters roar and pounce on the humans, and the battle for survival begins. Gongti raises his arms, and with great force, he drops his bat on the body of the first monster. The remaining diver and Jocko stand back to back, and with their weapons, they fill the monsters that approach them with spikes, while Sonya blocks the attack of a tentacle, and in a quick movement, she cuts her monster in half. Gongti is about to strike again when he realizes that a tentacle has grabbed his bat, and the monsters take advantage of it to immobilize him between more tentacles, and then suck him in and introduce him into their jaws. Sonya shouts in concern for her companion, while we see that he still remains alive inside the monster, when he sees the blade of a sword enter the body and then open it with a powerful cut. We see that this was the work of the protagonist, and that Gongti falls into the water safe and sound, which surprises the group. But the protagonist does not stop and continues his massacre by cutting another monster in half with a blow. The force of his attack causes a huge wave that destabilizes his companions, and then he makes a powerful jump that leaves him in the middle of the monsters in a moment, which he also cuts in half without difficulty. Jocko and Sonya say that it's incredible, and the remaining diver tells him that he's doing a great job. The protagonist dodges another attack while thinking that the monsters are slow and stupid compared to Kana. The protagonist sees the pack of monsters while remembering the ones who attacked his family when his father was still alive. He curses them for only thinking of people as food, so he makes a huge leap, and while falling, he says he will annihilate them all one by one. He proceeds to jump from one to another, slicing and killing at great speed without stopping. The group watches him in surprise, while Gongti thinks he can't believe such a young child is capable of so much. After sliding and finishing one of his gas cartridges, we see the water full of monster corpses where not a single one remained alive, and some still move due to dying so quickly. Sonya says it's as if the protagonist had been everywhere at once, and Gongti wonders who he is, as only the best harpooners can use a gas sword so well. The diver runs towards him, telling him it was brilliant, and asking why he was hiding so much skill. Jocko looks towards the exit and says the way is clear. After congratulating the protagonist for his work, he yells at everyone to get out of there while the monsters are still confused. The group starts to run, but then the whole room begins to shake and they stop. Sonya wonders if it's an earthquake when suddenly, one of the walls explodes. The surprised group watches as enormous tentacles start to come out of the hole, revealing a colossal monster with a strange three-mouthed face on its enormous snout. Jocko identifies it as Genod, one of the 7 sea demons. The explorer understands that the monsters they killed were the offspring of that thing. The protagonist is left in shock, surprised to have encountered another one of the demons of the sea for the second time in his life. Genod attacks them with a tentacle that falls right in the middle of them, fortunately missing everyone. Then he slides between the pillars until he is on top of them and drops down, causing a large amount of water to enter the room and flood it. The group realizes this and puts on their helmets just moments before the water hits them. The strong waves make it difficult for them to move, when suddenly Sonya gets scared and a heritage box falls right in front of her. She quickly reaches for it but accidentally hits her oxygen tank, detaching it from her suit as she watches it float away with the current. Suddenly, a hand grabs her and she sees that it's the protagonist, who clings to one of the boxes with his sword. Genod emerges from the water and watches them with fury, so Sonya warns him of the attack behind him, and he tells her to stay close. At the moment when Genod is about to strike, the protagonist activates the gas in his sword, propelling them through the water away from the monster. Genod submerges due to the force of his own strike and furiously realizes that the kids managed to escape, so he begins swimming in their direction with his tentacles extended. They almost reach Sonya's foot, but she manages to shoot her gun just in time, and continues to shoot at the monster, but says that it's catching up to them. Then they see the tunnel and say that they're almost there, but Genod's tentacles seem to charge something blue inside them, which they expel with force and hit the protagonist's oxygen tanks. Sonya asks what it is and sees that it's a blue, viscous liquid that suddenly starts melting the protagonist's tanks, causing them to explode and propel them forward at high speed. Thanks to this, they manage to enter the tunnel just before Genod's tentacles reach them. Through the entrance, Genod violently waves his tentacles trying to reach the kids, who are left in shock by how close they got. Finally, Genod gives up and his tentacles slide out of the duct. Panting, the protagonist says they made it and finally lost him. Sonya says she's surprised because she had never seen one of the 7 demons before. The protagonist concludes that Genod must have crawled back to protect his offspring, as he had seen a sea monster father come out during the day in the past to protect them, despite risking being burned by the sun. We see memories of the monster that killed his father. Sonya is surprised by this, as she says he couldn't have come out of the water during the day. But the protagonist tells her to stop talking because they need to conserve oxygen. Sonya points out that she also lost her oxygen tank after all. She starts to look bad, speaking slowly, and asks the protagonist if he thinks they can survive with the remaining oxygen in their helmets. The protagonist responds that there should be some air once they reach the ends of the tunnel, and they're almost there, so he tells her to stop being so scared. She gasps and nods silently. They both continue swimming through the tunnels, but the protagonist thinks they don't have too much time, so they need to hurry. They stop in the darkness, and the protagonist is surprised to find something in the tunnel. They direct their flashlights and realize it's a floating body. When it turns, they see it's Jocko Gusto, so Sonya breaks down in tears and starts screaming his name while trying to go to him. The protagonist stops her and drags her along, telling her it's already too late, and they don't have time. But Sonya keeps struggling, and the protagonist thinks it's not good because she's panicking. Sonya continues screaming and crying when suddenly the protagonist feels his body sinking. We see that she has fainted, so the protagonist starts calling her. He holds her in his arms and tells her to wake up, but no matter how much he yells, he can't get a response, and she doesn't move. The echo of his screams fading into the darkness. Then we see a current of water rushing through the ducts, taking us to another section of the facility where we see the hand of a diver belonging to Gongti, who ended up on a shore of the ruins. He is badly injured, breathing heavily and covered in blood, barely conscious of his state. As he cannot move, he does not recognize his surroundings and wonders where he is. He manages to see a pillar with a plaque indicating that he is in Shelter A, which belongs to the residential district. But he still doesn't understand where that is. He says he must have been swept away to some strange place by the monster's torrent. He wonders if everyone on the team is safe and finally loses consciousness. But there we see a pair of little pink shoes standing in front of him and mysterious silhouettes that own them. And we see that it is a pair of children with worn out clothes and skin. We see from Sonya's perspective her last moments before fainting, where she felt like she couldn't breathe and had run out of options. As her eyes slowly closed, she heard the protagonist's screams in the background, urging her to wake up. She thought it was over and wondered if this was how it ended, while feeling her body sink into the water. Suddenly, she opened her eyes and felt air fill her lungs. She wondered if she was breathing, and when she realized she was, she also wondered if she was still alive. That's when we see the protagonist kiss her to share his air, giving her a couple more breaths so she can regain consciousness. There she remembers that he doesn't have an oxygen tank either, and she's surprised to wonder if he saved her. Back on the surface, seagulls fly over the skies of the Oasis port, where we see the fish restaurant is already closed. There, the chef serves Lita a couple of boiled fillets and tells her to eat them and cheer up. And we see Lita, Kana, and the chef sitting together. Lita apologizes to the chef again, but he tells her not to worry about it, that it's over and wasn't her fault. The girls try the fish, and Lita is surprised that it tastes delicious, which Kana agrees with, and the chef tells them it's his best dish. There he begins to remember and tells them that his son loved baked fish. He disappeared while exploring a mine, but he was a good boy, and every time he makes that dish, he says he can see him walking through the front door as he always did after a hard day of diving. This saddens Lita a lot, and she starts to cry and sob at his story. But with a warm smile, he turns to her and tells her she needs to eat to cheer up and enjoy her snack. Through tears, she agrees, and to Kana's surprise and the chef's joy, the girl starts devouring the fish like a predator, making everyone laugh. Then we return to the depths of the ruins, where we see the first monster the protagonist killed, now underwater. Just like the great dome they had discovered at the beginning, and some columns of bubbles that approach the surface, Sonya and the protagonist emerge in search of air. Both panting exhausted, Sonya is surprised that they made it and are still alive. However, the protagonist looks up and realizes that there isn't much air left up there either. Sonya looks at the protagonist with a puzzled look and asks him how he saved her and if he can breathe underwater. He explains that he can stay underwater for longer than most people. She asks for how long, and he responds with an approximate of 40 minutes. She asks if that's even possible, but the protagonist can't explain why he's capable of doing it. He tells her that he discovered it 4 years ago when he was trapped in the pipes of the Union Busan and almost died because he ran out of air. But suddenly he could breathe. He says it was pure coincidence. Then Sonya asks if he's some kind of marine animal, like a dolphin or a whale, but the protagonist just says they should talk about it later because they need to get out of there first. Worried, Sonya tells him it will take them at least 20 minutes to get back to the dive point where the submarine is, but the protagonist tells her he can share his air with her 2 or 3 times on the way, and counting the air they can store in their helmets, they can make it. So, after thinking about it for a bit, the girl agrees. Then they both take a huge breath, close their helmets, and quickly dive back into the depths. They hurry to find the way out, and once they do, they begin their race against time. Back at the harbor chief's control tower, the communications officer informs him that the submarine has not made contact for over 3 hours. The thoughtful old man believes it is already done. His assistant asks if people will worry about sea monsters if the search party disappears, to which he replies that it is possible. However, as he stands up and walks, he says that Genot ate 6 people, so he will be calm for at least 6 more months. The chief looks outside, where the harbor people are going about their daily routine, and says that 6 months is enough because humans are forgetful creatures. With a grim look, he adds that it has always been that way. We return to the depths, where the boys' flashlights illuminate the debris, and they continue their hurried journey. The protagonist turns around and asks Sonya if she is okay because her breathing sounds disoriented. We see that she has part of her face purple, and she tells the protagonist that she needs air. They both stop, and the protagonist tells the girl to take off her helmet to give her some air. They both do so, and Sonya immediately extends her arms and throws herself onto the protagonist, kissing him with her eyes closed. This makes him blush, and he also closes his eyes. Sonya continues with the kiss and sticks to the protagonist's body more and more, making his heart race. He embraces her until she finally lets him go, with a lot of bubbles coming out of their mouths. Reinvigorated, she gives the protagonist a thumbs up sign, indicating that she is now okay. However, the protagonist is still in shock and full of embarrassment, nodding uncomfortably. Sonya goes ahead and tells him to follow, but he is still severely blushing and with his eyes still open in surprise, with his heart beating heavily without stopping. He wonders what is happening because his heart doesn't want to calm down. The protagonist catches up to Sonya quickly and discreetly takes a brief look at her, admiring her face and focusing on her lips, which blushes him again. He puts his hand on his lips and thinks he didn't know that lips could be so soft, which is a strange sensation. We see Sonya swimming when suddenly the purple color returns to her face because she ran out of air. Desperately, she tries to reach the protagonist while letting out huge bubbles and trying to hold on to the little air she has left. However, he continues immersed in his thoughts, questioning if that is what a kiss is. Sonya reaches her limit and furiously grabs the protagonist by the hair and violently pulls him back. She then joins their lips and angrily sucks in the air from the protagonist, who, surprised, asks her in his mind to stop, until he himself turns purple and gurgles underwater. The girl simply winks at him and gives him a thumbs up, which makes the protagonist look at her angrily. Suddenly, a blinding light illuminates the pair among the debris, so bright that they have to cover their faces with their hands. But then they realize it is the submarine, which is rumbling as it tries to make its way through the metal and concrete ruins. On board is the surviving diver, who is surprised to find the pair alive. The 2 young people high-five each other with determined looks, for they have survived. The protagonist bursts in an explosion of water through the vehicle's hatch. Once both of them are inside, the diver thanks God that they are okay, as he decided to come back just in case. Still filled with emotion, he asks where Gongti and Jocko are. However, the protagonist coldly tells him that Jocko is dead, which scares the diver. Sonya understands that Gongti is still missing, so she hurriedly grabs some oxygen tanks, saying that she will search for him and asking to borrow the equipment. But the diver tells her they can't, as they need to get out of there before sunset. He accelerates the submarine towards the exit, saying that the people of the village have to know about this. Sonya approaches the diver and shouts that they can't leave Gongti behind. But then the diver begins to show his terror. His body trembles, drops of sweat run down his face, and he asks them if they also saw the monster. To their surprise, he tells them that the bastard was using large inheritances as bait to hunt divers. He turns around with a pale face and bags under his eyes, telling them that he was using their village as a food store. The diver accelerates so much that the submarine starts bouncing off the debris, while he shouts that it's over and they have to leave. However, when the submarine finally leaves the ruins, they encounter Genod, who was waiting for them, hungry. The group is terrified to see him again, so the diver puts the submarine in full speed and they shoot off with the monster following. But he stretches his tentacles, and inside the vehicle, they feel a strong tug that makes them fall to the floor. We see that the tentacles caught them, and Genod brings his snout closer to devour them. The group shouts and insults, while the monster looks at them through the vehicle's window. The diver understands with fear that he was waiting for them. The protagonist quickly grabs one of the oxygen tanks and while putting it on, tells the diver to get them out of there. But the diver abandons the pilot's seat and runs towards them screaming in terror. This angers the monster, and instead of devouring them, it violently shakes the submarine. The group falls and bounces among all the utensils inside, until Genod smashes them into one of the buildings like a wrecking ball. This creates a large hole and knocks down some columns. While the group jumps and crashes from side to side, the protagonist ends up upside down. However, the monster is not done yet, and with its tentacles, it grabs the vehicle again and begins to swim forward, crashing it into all the debris in its path until it lets it go again. The group hits the metal wall of the submarine, which becomes embedded in the rubble, which begins to lose integrity and crumble around them. Inside, the water begins to slowly seep in. But despite falling on the group and the constant sounds, they do not move. We don't see any blood or any other apparent injuries, so we understand that they may have just become unconscious. The monster looks inside, and seeing no movement, grunts and heads to the surface, leaving behind the darkness of the ruins and the unfortunate protagonist's group. Outside, the seagulls flutter peacefully once again over the town. People are working in their daily lives. Children play and laugh with a ball, and they tell their parents they're hungry as they hang clothes to dry. In the restaurant, the chef congratulates Lita and Kana for another good day of work. A man repairs the roof of his home with a hammer, and his wife comes out to ask if he's almost done, to which he responds just a little more. Everything is peaceful and seems like any other day when suddenly Genod emerges in the middle of the town at full speed, leaving the townspeople frozen in fear at his imposing figure with a terrifying roar. People realize that it's a sea monster, so they panic and start to flee. But Genod is faster and destroys all the houses and buildings around. Some civilians survive, but then they are caught by the monster's tentacles, who lifts them up and begins to deposit them into its mouth to eat them. There we see other villagers who manage to hide inside houses, wondering what a sea monster is doing there. When we see Genod peeking through the window and drooling because it discovered them. So it then takes the entire house and shakes it to drop the humans into its mouth. On the other side of the island, the citizens barely hear some strange sounds, when Lita sees the tower harpooners shoot at something and then get killed by huge tentacles. So Connor realizes it's a sea monster. Most people start to flee, but a group of men appears, led by Mao, who tells them not to be afraid and to take up arms to protect the village. Kana warns them that they can't defeat it with those weapons, but Mao doesn't listen. So Kana tells the girl to hide, and she runs away. The chief's assistant warns him that they are under attack, and he sees that it's Genod when he comes out. But instead of doing something, he takes his riches and flees, saying that if Genod is coming up, then it's all over. The assistant panics and tells the boss that they can't just leave like that. They need him to guide them, and he follows despite the old man ignoring him and continuing to flee without looking back. There we see Genod again with a lot of blisters on his skin, caused by prolonged exposure to the sun. It surprises Kana because despite that, the monster remains on the surface and does not return to the water. The group of villagers prepares to attack, and Kana asks Mao to give her a weapon, preferably one with a long blade. But he ignores her and tells her not to worry because they will take care of it. He tells her he will protect her no matter what happens. She insists that a simple harpoon won't work, but they don't listen to her, and another villager tells her to get out of there. And then they come across Genod diving into the water. They try to keep up with him on land while he swims, and when they see a clear shot, they simultaneously throw their harpoons, which hit the monster head on and force it to dive. They celebrate because they think they have it. But then they see it resurface and head towards the group. Kana shouts at them to retreat, and the villagers do so, but it's too late, and Genod emerges from the water, catching several of them in its jaws, and throwing several others into the air. The monster swallows those it caught in its mouth, and impales those trying to escape with its tentacles, then devours them as well. Mao charges at Genod while screaming for it to die, but it hits him with such force that it breaks his harpoon and sends him flying. Mao sees that the tentacle passed very close to him, but he wasn't the target, and when he turns around, he sees that the elderly villager has been impaled, lifted into the air by Genod. With his last breath, the old man asks Mao for help, but after a few seconds, he dies, just like the other villagers impaled by the monster. This freezes Mao, who, faced with the horrifying scene, wonders what is happening. Slowly, Genod wraps the villager with its tentacles, leaving him helpless, and Mao thinks that it's a demon that a human simply cannot defeat. Genod lifts him to its mouth, about to swallow Mao, while he wonders how they are supposed to kill that thing. Suddenly, Kana appears with a leap and forcefully impales a harpoon into the monster's head with a deadly look. The monster screams and, in pain, releases Mao, who falls far away from it and sees that his savior is Kana. Furious, Genod thrashes from side to side with the girl on its back, dropping the victims and forcing Mao to flee to dodge the bodies. With the harpoon firmly embedded in the monster's flesh, Kana jumps high and performs a somersault. Then she swings the weapon, retrieves it with a mid-air twist, and comes down with even greater force on the monster. Penetrating deeper into its flesh, she uses her weight to tear it apart until the harpoon breaks in half. The girl gracefully lands, sliding on the ground. This leaves Mao completely astonished, as well as the villagers, who also realize that it's Kana. She extends a hand towards Mao and asks for a weapon, to which the villager immediately responds, addressing her as ma'am, and pulls out a pair of daggers that he hands to the harpooner. She examines them for a moment but thinks they won't be useful as the blades are too small to cut deeply. She looks back and sees some villagers taking refuge in a house, so she says she doesn't have time to go home and get her weapon either. Therefore, she orders the villagers to evacuate everyone to the shipwrecked building, and they obey. She also warns them that the monster will use the shadows to move, so anyone who can fight will have to do so in the sunlight. With discipline, the villagers follow her advice. Genod grunts defiantly at the girl and forcefully tears the harpoon from its skin, then throws it away. The girl then reflects that she kept her identity a secret and blended in with the refugees to prevent Union Busan from finding her. She thought she could protect the children if they stayed there. By doing so, she was able to witness the protagonist's growth and raise Lita during the 4 years they were in Port Oasis. We see how she fondly remembers all these events in which she had a lot of fun. Each day was so precious to her that she wished it would continue like that forever. However, as she recalls the first appearances of the monsters, she concludes that it may have been why she turned a blind eye and ignored all the warning signs of their presence. And she realizes she was foolish for doing so because she needed to remember everything she knew about them. And the most important piece of information of all, that the monsters are everywhere. There is no sea without sea monsters. She remembers the protagonist's father when she told him she wanted to become a harpooner no matter what, and that she would kill every single monster in the world. As people flee, she reminds herself that the duty of a harpooner is to protect people from sea monsters, and they risk their lives to protect human settlements. Genod roars furiously, and with her deadly gaze, Kana thinks that she swore to live like this and challenges him to face her. As both of them launch themselves to start their battle. Back in the sea, we see the protagonist's group's submarine buried among the ruins. Suddenly, the hatch opens, and we see the three of them quickly emerging to the surface. They come out of the water and remove their helmets, struggling to breathe due to the limited air they had left. Sonya says they made it, and the diver thought he was going to die. But as the diver vomits seawater, the protagonist looks up. Surprised, he asks what is happening as they come across the devastated and burning port. So the protagonist believes that Kana and Lita are in danger. The area they arrive in is completely destroyed, and the group says it can't be true. They see that Genod is responsible and say that he emerged to the surface. The protagonist runs, and after seeing some debris, he calls out to Kana and Lita with a shout. Then he hears the crying of a child, which catches his attention and makes him turn around. He sees a little boy shedding tears over his father's corpse, which then collapses onto him, and this scares the protagonist. The diver approaches and embraces the boy while telling him to come with him. The protagonist sees that the father died with his eyes open, so he turns around, distressed, and realizes that the ground is covered with dozens of villagers' corpses. This infuriates him. Then he hears loud sounds in the distance, and upon closer inspection, he spots the monster's tentacles thrashing above the buildings. Sonya points at it and says it's still in the village. Then the protagonist turns and sees the spike weapon of the harpooners from the watchtower. So he takes it and tears it from its base, then runs off without paying attention to his companions. At that moment, Lita and Kana materialize in his mind, where he pleads for them to be safe. In a scene transition, we see the harpooner dodging an attack from Genod. Then she plunges the daggers into his thick skin, which splatters jets of blood with each strike. The monster tries to hit her, but she leaps to evade it and stops her fall by burying the daggers in the ground. Genod doesn't give up and continues pounding the ground until it crumbles, attacking the girl with all his tentacles at once, and she evades each one with quick movements, until she lies on the ground behind a house to evade him, and he effortlessly pierces through it. Kana stays hidden behind without making a sound, but when Genod checks the other side, he realizes she disappeared. Suddenly, the door of a building is sent flying, and we see Kana hiding behind it. She quickly gets rid of it and uses all her strength to stab the monster's body, and with a swift twist, she tears its flesh as much as possible. However, this doesn't seem to affect Genod, who attacks Kana again, and she has to lay down and roll on the ground to evade it when she realizes that the knife blade broke. The monster approaches again, and she knows she's in danger, but then a flurry of rocks and debris distracts Genod's attention. We see that it's the villagers who climbed onto a building and riddle the monster with whatever they could find, led by Mao. He shouts at the monster to die, but Kana screams in terror for them to retreat. Immediately after, Genod smashes the building with one blow, sending the villagers flying through the air. The girl screams in desperation and calls out to the monster as she runs towards it to capture its attention. She succeeds, and it charges the acid projectiles in its tentacles. When it shoots, they impact very close to her, melting her skin. The pain distracts Kana, so Genod takes advantage and finally manages to hit her so hard that she goes through an entire house before crashing into a pile of rubble. The harpooner is severely injured, and the villagers panic, believing she is dead. But she is barely alive, and Genod approaches her threateningly, ready to devour her. She realizes her knife is broken, and her body feels as if it has been torn apart. But between gasps, she says she can't die there and desperately tells her limbs to move, as Genod lunges to finish her off in front of all the villagers. Suddenly, a projectile pierces the monster's neck. Everyone turns in surprise and sees that it's the protagonist from the top of a house. He angrily shouts at the monster to die and empties the projectiles from his weapon onto it. It hurts him enough for Kana to recover, and the protagonist manages to retrieve his sword and throw it. The weapon lands near Kana, who grabs it immediately, and with a scream of hatred, she lunges at Genod. Like a whirlwind of slashes, the harpooner slices through the monster's flesh effortlessly, causing it to scream in pain and even spit blood, while she adjusts her stance and inflicts a major wound. Then she uses the gas from her sword to lift herself into the air, and begins to spin, cutting the front part of the monster in half. This surprises the villagers and sends Genod into a panic, as he turns around and tries to flee from her. The villagers realize this, and in desperation, the monster tries to make its way through, destroying everything around it. This surprises the protagonist and Kana, and the villagers say that it has gone mad. The protagonist says that it won't escape and slides to chase it across the rooftops. Meanwhile, at ground level, Kana catches up to it and tells him to shoot at the water because they need to protect the people, and he says he's got it. People flee towards the wreckage building, and those who are not too terrified try to warn the crowd to stay away from the shadow. Among them, we see Lita, who turns around wondering if Kana is alright. Suddenly, another group appears fleeing from a nearby street, and one of the men tells them to run. Suddenly, Genod appears, destroying the place, causing Lita and the others to panic and run in all directions. Another projectile pierces the monster's neck, and we see it's the protagonist again, who continues to barrage Genod with spikes. He shouts at them to get out of the shadow, but the people are so scared that they just keep running forward. The monster advances, and a couple of children stumble, but just as it is about to devour them, Lita throws herself and pushes them away. In front of the protagonist and Kana's eyes, she is caught by the beast's jaws. The protagonist runs to rescue her, but the girl only manages to say his name once before the monster swallows her, and the protagonist is left in despair. We see Lita falling through Genod's throat, crying and trying to hold on, but she is too slippery, and watches as the light from outside fades away. She is engulfed by the monster's flesh and screams with all her might for the protagonist, who shouts back and fires his weapon to stop it. But the monster doesn't relent and smashes the debris, sending the protagonist flying through the air, who continues shooting as he falls, and as soon as he touches the ground again, he continues his pursuit, shouting for his sister. In his escape, Genod grabs a boat and throws it at the protagonist, but it misses him. But when he looks up, he sees that the monster has thrown more at him, and unable to dodge, they fall on him. Kana arrives at the scene, shouting for the protagonist as Genod moves away. and the protagonist, severely injured with his last moments of consciousness, sees him submerge and disappear into the depths. He then says his sister's name and collapses onto the debris. In the darkness, the protagonist hears baby cries, and then we see a newborn Lita. The protagonist recounts that she was a healthy girl, and it was their mother who gave her the name Lita. We see the whole family and the baby in her mother's arms. The protagonist tells that the little one cried as if she wanted all the sea monsters to hear her. And we see the young protagonist saying that the monsters will appear if she keeps crying, so he asks his mother to make her stop. But instead, she asks him if he wants to hold her, and she hands her to him. Instantly, Lita smiles and begins to laugh, which brings joy to the protagonist, and he tells his mother to watch her. But then we see his mother's hand fall lifelessly on the bed, and his father crying over her body, which doesn't move and has closed eyes. So the protagonist screams desperately for her, and there he tells that his mother died after giving birth to Lita. Then we see the family on the boat, where Lita plays with her father, but the protagonist remains isolated and with a gloomy expression. His father asks him to watch over his sister while he goes hunting. But annoyed, he asks why he should do it. His father explains that they ran out of food, so he needs to go diving to get more, and it will only be a moment, but the protagonist doesn't respond. So his father tells him that he has to take care of her while he's away, and that he counts on him. Then he dives, saying he'll be back soon. The protagonist recounts that he resented his sister for taking his mother away from him, and we see the girl approaching him with tenderness, but he only pushes her away. This upsets the little one, who then walks away, and the protagonist thinks that his mother would still be alive if his sister wasn't there, if she hadn't been born. When we see Lita dangerously approaching the edge of the boat, and she is teetering on the verge of falling, the protagonist's father emerges from the water and announces his return as he climbs aboard the boat. But he doesn't see the protagonist anywhere. Concerned, he goes inside to look for him, and that's when he finds him sleeping alongside Lita, embracing her tenderly. This moves his father, who approaches and covers them both with a blanket, and the protagonist recounts that little Lita, who resembled their mother so much, was actually too adorable for him. In a scene change, we return to the present, where the protagonist wakes up thinking about his sister. We see him lying in the middle of a room full of other injured people, including Sonia, who is taking care of him and sleeping beside him. Then the protagonist quickly gets up with a distressed look. Sonia tells him that he finally woke up, but then she sees him standing up and staggering, trying to leave. She tells him to wait because he shouldn't move yet. There, the protagonist reflects on all the confidence he gained from training with Kana all that time. He believed that he had become stronger, and we see an occasion where a group of men were bothering Lita. He confronted them single-handedly, and after a tough fight, he managed to defeat them and make them flee. He says that he always wanted to see for himself how strong he had become. We see Lita tending to his wounds from the fight, telling him that now no one wants to get close to her because of him, and if he is being too protective. But he only responds by asking her to let him know if someone is bothering her, and looks at Kana, who was observing them. Then we see the scene where the protagonist told the harpooner that he was ready to fight, but the place was too peaceful, and she asked him if he wanted to prove himself or just show off his strength to others. The protagonist remembers when he killed Genod's offspring and says he thought he was strong enough. He thought he was ready, but he remembers his first encounter with Genod and says that when he saw the monster, he froze and couldn't move. And he became a 12-year-old again, filled with fear and thoughts of fleeing, just like back then. So he knew he hadn't improved at all. The protagonist reaches the entrance of the compound, and the legs of someone in front of him make him raise his gaze. There, we see that it's Kana, dressed in her harpooner gear. Then the protagonist breaks down in tears, saying that he couldn't protect Lita. The girl remains serious, but the protagonist collapses to the ground and repeats over and over that he couldn't do it. But then Kana buries the protagonist's sword in front of him, causing him to look up. The girl then tells him to take his weapon and stand up, and with a dark and intimidating aura, she tells him that they have to tear those monsters apart. We have a panoramic view of the port again, with buildings in ruins, destroyed and stranded ships. Survivors are helping to remove the bodies and assist the injured. The cook, along with others, has prepared a large food stand to feed the refugees. At that moment, a voice from a megaphone interrupts them and tells them not to lose hope. It's the chief, who tells them he will be with them until the end, and they will recover from this no matter what happens. So they must be strong and rebuild. This moves the villagers, who break down in tears and run to embrace the chief to thank him. But then Kana and the protagonist appear among the crowd. The chief runs towards them, thanking Kana for protecting the village and for the great show she put on, when the protagonist stops him and knocks him down with a punch, sending him flying away. Distressed, the villagers ask the protagonist what he's doing and rush to help the chief. They restrain the protagonist and stand between him and the elder when the protagonist shouts that he knew about it from the beginning, that Genod had been under their feet all that time. The villagers are confused and ask him what he's talking about, and that he must wake up, asking why he's doing this to the chief. The chief recovers and says he understands that he wants to blame someone for the loss of his sister, but he has never seen that monster before. However, the protagonist calls him a liar and says that all the missing divers were in Genod's nest. He was feeding the sea monsters with them. The chief insists that he wouldn't be capable of such a thing since he had no way of knowing that Genod existed, and he kneels on the ground, saying he feels unjustly accused. In tears, he asks if he is being accused of being responsible for all the deaths of the missing divers, because his only sin is giving his best to improve the oasis. His attitude continues to move the villagers, who tell the protagonist that it's enough, but he continues to growl when a sharp screech hurts everyone's ears, interrupting the confrontation. Then we see that it came from the village speakers, which start broadcasting the conversation the chief had with his assistant when they were informed that the exploration group's submarine had been out of contact for 3 hours, and how he was sure that the village would forget everything in the 6 months that Genod would remain inactive after devouring the divers. Upon hearing this, the chief is stunned, and with looks of anger and resentment, the villagers turn to look at him, surrounding him. Someone can be heard asking if that's all that was recorded, and someone answers affirmatively. This infuriates the chief. Then we move to his office, where we see the assistant kneeling at Mao and his group's feet. He tells them he never asked for that and pleads for them to let him live, because all he did was pass on messages to the few newcomers the chief chose, telling them about a new diving spot that nobody knew about, all on the chief's orders. Then Mao asks him what he's talking about, and the assistant reveals that the chief was the one who chose who would be sacrificed to Genod, and then he made them forget about that person. At that moment, the protagonist remembers the elder's supposed kindness, how he took an interest in him after seeing how much he had grown, and how welcoming he had been to outsiders. People start exploding in anger, asking if he was feeding Genod with them, as well as questioning him about their missing family members and if their fate was to end like this. Even the cook asks the chief if it's true, while he remains still and silent. Then, with a wicked expression, the chief asks them what would happen if that's the case. Upon hearing it, the protagonist grabs him and lifts him by the neck, calling him a shameless bastard. But the chief asks how he's shameless, and if none of them thought it was strange to have a peaceful place without sea monsters, and that such a place doesn't exist because everything was only possible because the oasis is Genod's territory, and thanks to him, they could go diving in search of the inheritances. He tells them to look at the village and asks if they prefer to fight sea monsters every night instead of the peace they lived in, and if they believe they can live with that terror every day. Because the village can only move forward if 1 or 2 divers are sacrificed, and that's how they have been living. However, the cook approaches and tearfully asks what he's talking about, and if he's saying that he sold his son to Genod in exchange for a peaceful life, in addition to whether he thinks he would have wanted that, as his son was only 19 years old, and he recounts that every moment of life without his son was hell. There, people begin to demand the same, that their loved ones were good people and he should return them. The chief argues that he did everything for the village, and they should be grateful to him. But then someone throws a stone at him, leaving a wound on his head, and we see that it's the people telling him to shut up and return their families to them. So everyone begins mercilessly pelting him, saying he should die, while the protagonist and Kana watch the scene coldly. After running out of stones, people resort to sticks, legs, and fists to unleash their rage on the elder, so he crawls away, begging to be saved. He crawls to the feet of Kana and the protagonist, pleading for their help. But the protagonist, furious, tells him that the divers who were dragged into Genod's nest would have wanted to live as much as he did and be home. The chief turns around, frightened as he sees the people approaching, so he apologizes, saying he was wrong. But the protagonist does nothing, and the people continue to approach. The chief then switches to begging Kana for help, but she coldly tells him that instead of taking advantage of the people's desperation for the inheritances and sacrificing them, he should have thought of a way for everyone to survive. So the real monster there is him. Then the old man receives a hard blow to the back of his neck, causing him to collapse, and the furious mob starts beating him again. Suddenly, the chief says that the people who were taken by Genod are still alive. This surprises the people, and the protagonist steps forward to stop them. And he lifts the chief, asking him what he means by saying they are still alive. There, the old man explains that Genod doesn't immediately eat its prey. Instead, it takes them to a kind of food storage first, and if they're lucky, they will be there for up to a week. This leaves the protagonist stunned with the possibility that the villagers and Lita might still be alive. The people scream and cry, hopeful that the chief's words are true. Another villager accuses him of lying and says he only says it to save himself. But the old man says it's true. Kana approaches him and asks how he knows that, and then the chief reveals that it's because he was the first person to come out alive from Genod's nest. This surprises everyone. The old man then recounts that he was a citizen of Union Hong Kong. Their ship ran aground during a strong typhoon, forcing them to settle and build a village upon the ruins. They survived until one day they were attacked by Genod. However, when they woke up, they found out they hadn't died but were inside the monster's nest. There we see the young chief asking one of his companions if they are okay. Suddenly, something enormous emerges from the water behind him, and when he turns around, he sees a massive tentacle. It nearly grabs the chief, but he manages to avoid it. Instead, it takes one of his companions' bodies and takes it into the water. The chief then explains that Genod not only eats people but also lays its eggs inside a host to breed its offspring. And somewhere in the refuge, it has a cultivation area. We see the diver from the past being taken and swallowed in what appears to be an incubation area full of biological capsules, where people are turning into monsters, and how the chief managed to swim away while the tentacle was distracted looking for more bodies. He says he was the only one who managed to escape that place. This disturbs Kana, as she thinks there are still survivors down there. The protagonist thinks of Lita, so he grabs the chief tightly and asks him where the nest is. The old man just laughs and claims he will tell them if they promise to let him go. However, the protagonist punches him, and Kana tells him that he's not in a position to negotiate, so she will accompany them on the journey to guide them. In a scene change, we see the village preparing to descend. Cranes load a mechanical diving suit. Several submarines are equipped with supplies, equipment, and repairs. There, Mao informs Kana that they have 12 volunteers and that they brought anything that could be useful as a weapon, as she requested. But she asks if it will be enough, to which the girl responds that it will suffice. When one of the villagers arrives to inform her something and shows her a torpedo made with 90% oxygen and gasoline that the engineers made using everything they had. They ask her to shoot it into Genod's mouth for them, and she says she will do it. Meanwhile, another villager approaches the protagonist and gives him harpoons made with venom from the poisonous sea serpent. They are so potent that they should be enough to knock out a whale, so they hope they will be useful against Genod. The protagonist takes them and thanks them, as we see that all the villagers have gathered to give them their belongings, including a dagger that one of them sharpened that morning, and fish and medicines they prepared for them. Then, a trembling woman approaches the protagonist and tearfully begs him to please save her husband. The protagonist tells her he will do what he can, while more villagers tell them that they are counting on them to rescue their loved ones, and they regret not being able to be of more help, so they must return safely. The protagonist runs towards the submarines, and they get ready to depart. The team starts the dive and descends quickly through the well. The crew inside showing serious expressions, determined to kill the monster and rescue their families. Inside one of the submarines, the chief takes stock of the expedition members. It consists of fishermen, a diver, and a mechanic. He says that hunting Genod with that rabble is suicide. But a man responds that they didn't plan on coming back alive anyway, as all they want is for that monster to die, and he will seek revenge no matter what. The old man simply calls him a fool and tells him that he will have a useless death. But the protagonist replies that not everyone in that world is a coward like him, and through gritted teeth, he tells him not to underestimate someone's bravery, especially since he has no right whatsoever to do so. This scares the chief, and he asks him to calm down. However, Sonya thinks he's not wrong because entering a nest of sea monsters with novices is indeed suicide. Moreover, it's not an ordinary monster but one of the 7 demons of the sea, something they can't easily fight, considering that the only people with battle experience are her, Kana, and the protagonists, so the other 9 will only get in their way. There, she notices Kana and realizes from her tattoo that she is a 3-star harpooner. She wonders how the hell she plans to fight Genod with that inadequate group as backup and if they can trust her. At that moment, Kana tells the protagonist to calm down because they need to keep a clear head to think. And then she gently caresses his head, instantly calming the boy. But this triggers jealousy in Sonya, who asks in her mind what the hell she thinks she's doing. And she tells her to get her hands off him. We see the 2 submarines continuing their descent, and they are informed that they are almost there, so they must prepare to dive. As they rise, Sonya takes the opportunity to hit Kana with her arm. The divers put on their equipment, and in his mind, the protagonist encourages Lita and the survivors to stay alive and be very careful. In a scene change, we see the depths of the ruins, and we move through the rubble and pipes to an area where a bunch of bubbles appear on the water's surface. And we see that it's Genod, emerging from the water on a concrete platform. The monster contracts its body upwards, and when saliva starts coming out of its mouth, it opens it and regurgitates all the villagers it had swallowed. They fall covered in slime and unconscious onto the platform. Among the pile of bodies, we also see Lita unconscious. The team of divers deploys and starts their journey until the chief tells them they have reached their destination. And that is the entrance to Genod's nest, which is another enormous and deep well. The protagonist thinks it's so deep that he can't even see the bottom. Kana asks a diver if the anchor is set, and he tells her everything is ready, including a pulley system. So, with a murderous look in her eyes, she says it's time. Before descending, Kana warns them that they cannot turn on the flashlights until the fight has begun because the monsters will attack anything that has light. And she orders everyone to be ready in their positions, so the divers hurry. But she tells the chief that she will stay there with her. Kana lights a flare and throws it down the well, and as it descends, we see that it reveals the horde of monsters inside. One of the divers descends afterward and, after reaching a certain depth, turns on the flashlight on his helmet, attracting all the monsters. One of them lunges to devour him and manages to bite his body and trap him with its tentacles. But then we see the diver starting to inflate, and suddenly he explodes, incinerating all the monsters around him. They are also riddled with spikes that were inside him. Suddenly, another flashlight turns on at the entrance of the well, causing the surviving monsters to charge towards it. The diver warns that they are coming, and retreats just as the monsters emerge from the well. However, they fail to escape and we see that they are trapped by thin threads that, when they try to pass through, cut them into pieces. The monsters don't stop and continue trying to climb up, causing more cuts in the process. But they exert so much force that the ropes become too tense and end up breaking, allowing the tide of monsters to finally escape. Then Kana lights another flare and raises it above her head. This attracts the monsters towards her, while the chief asks her what she's doing and if she can't see all of them coming towards them. But she replies that's the point, and just as the monsters are about to reach them, she says they are the bait. Suddenly, we see the monsters captured by a huge net and a mechanical device activates, pulling the net towards itself. Then the protagonist says, "Here they come," and all the divers emerge from the debris. They start riddling the captured monsters with their weapons, while the monsters can't move. Filled with fury, the humans unleash every projectile from their weapons, until the bodies of the monsters start losing shape. From a squirming and trembling mass of flesh, they turn into a pile of inert tentacles. There, we see the divers completely surrounding them, and exhausted from the confrontation, they celebrate that they killed them all. The chief insults them, asking if everyone knew about it except him. Sonya reflects then that they killed them without losing a single person, and wonders if that's the difference between their levels of experience. And she says that Kana, a 3-star harpooner, is a true expert. Then the divers gather around the entrance of the well, and with determined faces, they prepare to enter. In a scene change, we see absolute darkness where a voice calls someone. And when they open their eyes, we see that it's a villager asking Lita to wake up. The villagers are happy that she's alive and ask her how she's feeling. So she gets up and asks where they are, but the villager tells her that none of them know. There, she remembers the moments when she fell into Genod's throat and swears that the monster ate her. The villager tells her that they all thought they were dead too. But when they woke up, they were there. So they believe it was the work of the monster. The villagers cry, relieved that everyone is alive, and say that now they just have to escape, and there should be an exit somewhere in the room. Suddenly, Lita hears a splashing sound, and when she turns around, she realizes it's a massive tentacle, the same one we saw in the chief's memories. It opens up and releases a viscous liquid in front of the girl. The tentacle seems to notice Lita and approaches her, causing her to tremble in terror. But then the villagers scream and start running, wondering what it is. This grabs the attention of the tentacle, which ignores Lita and snatches one of the fleeing villagers. The terrified woman sees her son and he cries out for her. The tentacle then drags her in front of Lita and she tries to grab onto her, but despite coming close, she fails to reach her, and the tentacle carries her away into the depths. Lita stands frozen, and the concerned villagers shout that there's something in the water. They try to move away, but then something else emerges behind them. When they turn around, they see 3 more tentacles capturing the villagers one by one without stopping. Amidst the confusion, the child cries loudly for his mother, and Lita appears and embraces him from behind. She puts her hand over his mouth to prevent him from screaming, while people continue to move and scream around them. Suddenly, the movement petrifies Lita with fear, and the child sees that the people who were screaming and running have now been captured by the tentacles. Both children remain as composed as they can, until silence falls, and Lita opens her eyes, asking if it's over. She looks up and sees the villagers frozen in place. When she looks at what they are seeing, she sees a face similar to Genod's above her. It belongs to a creature similar to Genod but purple in color. Its back is filled with small capsules containing people who are transforming into monsters. The villagers wonder what it is and if it's Genod. But Lita thinks it's not because it looks different, and then the creature pulls the captured villagers into its back. A membrane begins to surround them, and despite their desperate attempts to escape, they cannot. So Lita concludes that it's not Genod, and as she watches, the monster slowly submerges into the water again until it disappears. Terrified, Lita understands that there are two of them. In a scene change, we see the tunnels of the ruins, where the protagonist carves a mark on the walls with his dagger. He asks the group why it feels like they are walking in circles. The group continues on their way in search of the nest, but another diver says it's a complete maze. Mao asks the chief if he's sure they are going the right way. The chief tells him to find it himself if he doesn't trust him, but Mao points his weapon at him. He tells him that if they find out he's been lying, he'll skewer his skull with a harpoon. The nervous old man curses in his mind. Suddenly, the protagonist sees something with his flashlight and notices one of the marks he made on the wall. Realizing that they've just been there, he turns angrily towards the chief, accusing him of lying again. The mechanic asks if he did it on purpose, but the old man says he didn't. He says it's not his fault that he doesn't remember something from so many years ago because at that time he was too busy running away to remember the way back. But he assures them that once they get out of that place, he can find it. But the divers don't fall for his trap. Sonya asks Kana what they should do when one of the divers hears a splashing sound coming from one of the tunnels. He points his flashlight in that direction and sees what appears to be a shark fin. When he asks what it is, suddenly the fin starts getting closer to him. The fin turns out to belong to a shark-headed monster that knocks down the diver. It continues its charge until it hits the wall and finds the chief's leg. It bites the leg, causing the old man to scream in pain. The divers open fire at the monster, but it hits Mao with its tentacle, smashing him against the ceiling, just like the mechanic. So Kana and the protagonist draw their swords, and in perfect coordination, they decapitate the creature with a clean cut from their weapons. The severed head falls into the water, splashing water and blood in front of the chief. Its jaws still attempting to bite despite being separated from its body. Mao, tired, wonders what that is. The chief screams in pain from his leg wound and says he can't move. But the mechanic tells him not to exaggerate because nothing is broken. But then something catches the attention of both of them, and when they turn around, they see a horde of shark monsters filling the tunnel in front of them. The divers start shooting, but there are too many, and even though the chief tries to escape, one of the monsters is about to devour him. But the protagonist appears and slices it in half. The protagonist, Kana, and Sonya then take a stand to confront the creatures. Mao prevents the mechanic from shooting and hitting the harpooners. They take the initiative and start killing the monsters with a killer frenzy where heads and limbs fly everywhere. However, Sonya also says that there are too many, and a new wave surprises the fighters. One of the monsters manages to trap the girl. The protagonist worries about her when the tunnel gate closes, cutting off the beast's tentacles and freeing Sonya. This surprises the whole group. On the other side, they hear the monsters banging against the metal, but they can't break through. Breathing heavily, Sonya asks what that was. Mao says the door moved on its own, and Kana asks if anyone touched something, but none of them did. Then they hear footsteps behind them, and when they turn around, they realize it's a pair of children. One of them with her hand on the bracelet on her wrist. Sonya is surprised that they are children, and the protagonist asks them if they were the ones who closed the door. They say yes, and ask back if they are from the outside like Gongti. Upon hearing their companion's name, Sonya runs towards them and asks if he is alive, and they say that she must be his girlfriend, to which she clarifies that she is not. Then they say that they were waiting for them and ask them to come with them. The group is still in shock, so the protagonist asks Kana what to do. She says they should go with them since they seem lost anyway, and she looks at the chief, who looks away, embarrassed. So the children start walking through the tunnel with the group of divers following them. Back in the incubation room, the water remains calm, and the villagers are still alive. One of them trembles in fear because he thought he had survived, but he is still in danger and doesn't want to die. This feeling spreads among all the survivors. The child continues crying for his mother while Lita tries to comfort him, telling him that they will be rescued soon because the protagonist and Kana will definitely come for them. But another villager tells them that it's ridiculous because there's no way they will find them when they don't even know where they are. So it's all over for them. This depresses Lita, who wonders if everyone has already given up. There she remembers that she had felt that kind of despair before, and we see her encounter with the offspring of the monster that killed her father. She recounts that back then the protagonist was scared too, but despite that, he fought until the end. He never gave up, and thanks to that, they managed to survive. Then she sees a metal rod among the debris and wonders if she is capable of that too, if she can fight. When suddenly the villagers scream that the monster has returned, and we see the tentacles emerging from the water again. This freezes Lita and the child, who calls her sister, while the villagers move away as far as possible and say they will all die. Then Lita turns to the child, and with a smile and tears in her eyes, she asks him not to give up. She then stands between the tentacle and him, armed with the metal rod, and she shouts to everyone that they will survive no matter what, which surprises the villagers. The tentacle attacks and captures the girl, lifting her in the air to take her away, but she firmly holds onto the metal rod. And with all her strength, she begins to stab the tentacle multiple times until it is stained with its blood. So it slams her against the concrete, and to make her stop resisting, it knocks her unconscious. Then one of the villagers screams in anger and charges at the tentacle, causing it to release Lita. But then the man falls to the ground, and the tentacle captures him when another villager appears, lifting a stone, and shouting at the monster to die, and then dropping it onto the tentacle. It lets go of the man and rises in the air, while a thread of blood drips from it. So the old man laughs and asks the monster if that surprised it, which in turn surprises the other villagers. Then the grandfather turns around and shouts at them, asking what they're waiting for, as even the little girl is fighting. Upon hearing this, they regain their morale, so they grab any debris that can serve as a weapon and prepare to fight. One of them tells the boy to stay behind to take care of Lita, while the villagers move forward, and they form a barrier to protect the children from the multiple tentacles that appeared. This moves the little boy and makes him burst into tears. The tentacles rise threateningly against the humans, but they prepare to face them fearlessly. One of them even says it could be their last day, but they will make sure to fill the damn monster with holes before they go. And the tentacles begin their attack, while we see the boy closing his eyes and blood splattering around him. In a scene change, we see the corridors of the shelter, and we are told that what we see happened a few minutes earlier. The protagonist's group walks over some pipes, and there they come across a pile of large abandoned artifacts. But one of the divers tells Mao to stop drooling because they are all empty. There, the group encounters a hatch, and as they open it, they are told they're almost there. The group walks through the newly opened path and is surprised because on the other side they find a room filled with old machinery. Among them are submarines, which Mao realizes are very similar to the ones they use. Then they stop in front of a human-sized door, and when it opens, they see a man sitting in the middle of what appears to be a control room. So Kana asks him who he is. He turns around, and we see that he is an old man armed with a conventional bullet pistol. He tells them he is the director of that shelter, named Taishan. He welcomes them to the Matmata shelter and explains that they are the last survivors in the area, and that the protagonist's group are the first outsiders to come there in a century. This surprises Mao, who asks him if that means they have been there all that time. Taishan starts asking them where they are from and what the outside world is like, when suddenly he thinks about the possibility that they are from Earth, and if it has finally returned. Kana asks him if he means the concrete islands, but excitedly, the old man tells her he means the earth, the dirt, where grass and trees grow. But Mao intervenes between them to push Taishan aside and asks him what he's talking about because the world is covered in water, and there is no land, which Kana confirms, telling him that everything is water and they come from a village on a concrete island. This causes Taishan to collapse because he had hoped it wasn't like that anymore, just like the children. Then the leader asks him if he really survived the great immersion in that place. But Sonia approaches the boy with desperation and asks him where Gongti is, to which the girl responds by pulling back a curtain, revealing that the unconscious harpooner is behind it, and Sonia runs to him. Taishan explains that he is stable, and although he lost a lot of blood, the injury was not serious, so he should be able to get up soon. The protagonist is relieved that he is safe and hopes that Lita is the same, when suddenly Sonia hits Gongti in the chest and tells him to get up, and then she pulls his hair while yelling at him that they must avenge Jocko. Kana tells Taishan that they need his help because they are there to kill Genod, and the old man is surprised that they call the monster that. So the harpooner asks him if he knows where its nest is. At first, Taishan hesitates because he doesn't think they can kill Genod with those numbers, but he tells them that he knows why they are there and presses a button on the console. It projects on the screen the image of the monster's incubation zone, where the villagers and Lita among them can be seen. And the old man asks them if they want to save those people. This surprises Kana and the protagonist, who sees his sister as well as the divers, who are glad they are alive, and the leader also celebrates because he told them so. The protagonist bursts into tears upon seeing Lita alive, and thanks that it's not too late yet, so he tells her to hold on because he's coming for her. The protagonist turns around in a hurry and asks the old man where it is, and he tells him that he will help them if they are there to kill the monster. In a scene change, we see the submarines that the group arrived in, where the divers who stayed to guard them secure them to the ground with anchors. They finish their work and say they will go back inside to wait for Kana's signal, when a sudden movement catches their attention. They immediately hide and prepare their weapons, wondering what it was, when we see that it's Genod, who approaches the net full of corpses of its offspring, and roars furiously after examining them. The sound is so loud that it damages the divers' ears, and they wonder what Genod is doing there. The monster destroys the net to release its offspring when it notices the presence of the divers and proceeds to devour them as they try to escape. We see the environments inside the shelter that the group passed through, and them crossing a bridge between sections. Mao is surprised because he never imagined there was something like that underwater. There, Taishan tells them that it used to be a city on land, but due to the incessant rain, their ancestors prepared the shelter in anticipation of the immersion, and they built a city in the heights, praying for the rain to stop. It was designed for the underground city to endure even if the upper areas were submerged. And we see people living comfortably inside, while Taishan says it was a paradise where they survived together, while dreaming of the day when the earth would return to what it was. But everything changed when the monster attacked, and we see Genod emerging for the first time in front of humans. Taishan tells that they fought hard, but it wasn't enough, as over time, most of the ammunition became useless because they were wet. And as we see the skulls that the protagonist and Sonya found the first time, the old man recounts that everyone ended up dying because of the monster, and in the blink of an eye, their paradise turned into a hell. In addition, every time they went for provisions, they lost more and more lives because the monsters waited for the search groups and ambushed them, setting traps as if they knew what they were looking for, and they were the ones being hunted in the end. So Taishan asks the group if they are sure they can kill it, to which Mao responds enthusiastically, saying that of course they can because they have Kana with them. Then we see the girl in the control room, opening the door for her grandfather so they can pass. The group exits and prepares to cross another bridge, which we see is in a huge pit where multiple sections connect, where Sonya leans over and is scared because she can't even see the bottom. The protagonist asks the boy, named Noah, how much longer they have to walk and if they can't go faster, and he tells him that they are already there and will soon reach Genod's nest. When suddenly they come across the two submarines tied with the net in the middle of the bridge, and the protagonist shouts that they are their diving companions, so one of the divers approaches to check. And indeed, he finds Changsu and Minju, the two divers who were taking care of the submarines. So he asks what the hell happened and tries to free them when one of them weakly tells him to run. At that moment, Kana feels a chill, so she quickly orders everyone to retreat. But it's too late, and when they look up, they see Genod pouncing on them. And it falls on them, taking half of the bridge with it, including Kana, Noah, and the protagonists. While they are falling, the protagonist manages to hold on to the boy, but they don't stop due to following Genod's figure, who continues to destroy bridges along its path. Mao, who managed to stay on the first bridge, screams for Kana and the protagonist, as well as Sonya and Taishan. But then the harpooner detects movement behind her and sees that it's the monster's offspring descending through the pit, so the group retreats inside the tunnel and shoots at those trying to enter. However, there are too many of them, and soon they start gaining ground against the divers. Deep in the pit, we see that the protagonist and Noah manage to fall onto the remains of a bridge. The boy gets up in pain and hears Kana calling him through the radio. He looks around the wreckage and asks her where she is, but she says she is much further below him, and she asks what happened to the others. The protagonist looks up and tells her that he thinks they are way above both of them, and at his level, only he and Noah are present, so Kana says it's a relief. The protagonist tells her to hold on and that he's going to descend, but she simply responds that Lita comes first. We see her bloodied arm as she tells him that she will catch up later, and to go for Lita. The protagonist tries to refuse, but she tells him that there is no time, so he agrees and asks Noah to show him the way. Kana repeats that there is no time, and we see her alone facing Genod, to whom she says that it's time to end this. The battle begins, and the monster wraps its tentacles around the bridge to destroy it, and it starts to detach from its supports, but this doesn't stop Kana. While remembering the good times with Lita, she angrily reproaches Genod for daring to take the girl away from her right in front of her. and she activates the gas on her swords while making a huge leap directly at the monster. She cuts off one of its tentacles, bounces off the wall, and jumps again to land on the beast's back, where the marks she made during the attack on the port are still present, and she takes the opportunity to pierce its flesh and then perform multiple spins that slice Genod like a saw. She even manages to cut its tongue. As the monster falls, it hits her, and although she manages to block the impact with her weapons, Genod's strength ends up smashing her against the walls of the tunnel. The girl remains buried for a moment, but before she can react, she sees Genod pouncing towards her, so she quickly frees herself from the debris and dodges the attack. She shouts at him to hurry up and fall, and with her whirlwind attack, she cuts off one of the tentacles that the monster was holding onto. This causes it to fall until it is stopped by some bridges. Then Genod charges its acid attack and shoots at Kana, but only manages to hit the bridge she is on. So the girl regains her position, quickly runs towards the edge, and takes advantage of the weakened supports caused by the acid to cut a piece of the bridge. She then strikes it to make it fall with more force, and like a massive harpoon, it pierces through Genod from one side to the other. The monster screams in pain as Kana lands on its head and stabs it with her swords. Finally, they reach the bottom of the tunnel, and Genod is impaled by the debris from the bridges it destroyed during the fall. It continues to roar, and we see Kana slowly walking towards its head, telling it to be quiet. She then cuts its head in half, letting it fall into the void. We see Genod's lifeless corpse, with blood and guts splattered all over the place, and Kana climbing up the tunnel stairs. She reaches the remains of a bridge and leans on it to climb when someone extends a hand to help her. We see that it's Gonti accompanied by the girl, who asks with a determined expression where the others are. Back inside the shelter, the corpses of the monsters pile up endlessly from the battle, with the divers continuing to fight for survival against the relentless beasts. The diver in the mechanical suit finishes off a shark monster when another one appears behind him and bites his head. But the metal is so tough that its teeth break, and the pilot asks mockingly if it's not as soft as expected. He then turns around and shoots it from within. Mao shouts that they're almost done cleaning up there when a tentacle appears from above, wrapping around one of the diver's neck and pulling him up away from his comrades. The diver shouts for them to save him as he enters the monster's mouth, but it closes its jaws and devours him before the others can do anything to help. Mao shouts that it's a damn monster, and they shoot at the ceiling to finish them off. This causes the monsters to lose their grip and fall to the floor, dying. The leader shouts that he knew this would happen, and if they really thought they could save the captives from Genod. But Sonya calls him a damned bastard and tells him to shut up as she appears ready to slice him with her sword. But we see that she was actually aiming at a monster behind the old man, who was about to devour him. So she tells him to stop whining and help them. However, he runs away and tells her that if she wants to die, then she should do it on her own. Realizing this, Mao calls him a damn coward. The leader reaches the gate and pounds on it, demanding that they open it. Suddenly, to his surprise, it opens, and on the other side, he encounters Jocko Gusto. This surprises the entire group and makes Sonya burst into tears at seeing him alive after all. However, the leader observes him angrily and grabs his arm, blaming him for everything, as he made Genod attack their village. He asks him if he knows how much trouble they've been through because of what he did. Troubles that could have been avoided if he had just left Genod's lair alone. But Jocko doesn't respond, and instead of speaking, he trembles as strange veins begin to appear on his neck. Suddenly, he turns around, roaring with red eyes and a monstrous mouth, ready to bite the old man. Those who didn't see the threat coming, and Jocko manages to bite him in the neck, knocking him down and leaving everyone stunned. Jocko bites and tears with force, while the terrified leader asks what's happening to him. Blood begins to splatter everywhere until the old man's struggles finally stop, indicating his death. Paralyzed, the group doesn't understand what's happening to Jocko, who continues devouring the old man in front of them. And when he turns around, they see a corrupt and deformed version of their once friend. Taishin warns them that he was infected by Genod and is no longer the same person they once knew. As he stands up, Sonya refuses to believe it's true. Then we see the girl's memories, where Jocko extends his hand and tells her that he's searching for a cure for the fish disease. There must be a cure for the children somewhere in that world, and he asks Sonya to go with him. She explains that she's a mercenary, and her fee is not cheap either, but he tells her that she and Gonti can take anything they find during their dives. She asks if he's serious, and he affirms that he is, throwing her a small, adorable keychain as proof. Gonti asks if that's the only memento he has of his daughter, With a warm smile, he answers yes and tells Sonya to do something that makes a difference. This convinces the girl, and she accepts his contract. So, at the end of the memories, we see her shedding tears non-stop for him. The former adventurer stumbles toward them, and Sonya tries to reason with him, asking if he remembers her. Now tries to stop her, telling her it's not safe, but she pushes his hand away and tells him to let go. And she reminds her friend that he said he would find a cure for the children, so he must wake up. This seems to stop Jocko, who starts trembling and collapses while groaning and holding his head in pain. But then he screams, and we see his suit exploding as his body expands, now turning into a monster with tentacles and purple skin. Immediately, he lunges at Sonya and bites her arm. Desperately, she screams his name and begs him to stop, but the monstrous man doesn't cease biting no matter how much she pleads, until he tears off a piece of flesh, making her scream in pain. Then Kana appears, cutting off one of his arms, causing him to scream as well. Gongti also shows up and rushes to attack the monster, but she stops him and tells him not to do it. She explains that it's not a monster but Jocko Gusto, which makes the harpooner pause and look at his face. He asks if what he sees in front of him is him, while wondering why this happened. Suddenly, Jocko is impaled through the chest by Kana's sword, causing a torrent of blood to spray toward the harpooners. Kana draws her sword and makes a deep cut on the side of the monster. But as she leaps to strike it down, her swords encounter a metal obstruction that halts them. They realize it's Gongti's bat that blocked the girl's swords, protecting what was once his friend. Kana gives him a cold stare and asks him what he's doing, to which Gongti responds, asking her to wait just a moment. However, the girl strikes him so hard in the face that he starts bleeding, leaving the harpooner stunned. Seizing the opportunity, Kana launches herself at the infected Jocko once again, who is still crying out in pain from the earlier cut. The girl leaps to execute the strike, but once more, her swords are blocked by someone else's. This time, it's Sonya, who stands in her way with a worried expression. Kana coldly tells her to move, but the girl refuses, tears in her eyes, and both engage in a confrontation to overpower the other. Sonya reminds Kana that it's Jocko, but she responds that he's no longer human, insisting that Sonya move. Desperately, Sonya tells her she's wrong, pleading with the harpooner not to kill him, and to let him live even in that state. This momentarily makes Kana hesitate as she watches the mutated man growling with a concerned expression. But then he lunges at the girls with a roar. Sonya shouts at him not to, and Kana reacts swiftly, splitting the monster in half with a quick spin. This leaves Sonya in shock, her face expressionless, indicating that he's dead. At that moment, she recalls a conversation they had in the past, where she asked her boss why he did all of this when it wasn't even profitable, especially since their daughter had already passed away. But the man replied that it was for when he would see her again in the afterlife. He wanted to look into her eyes and tell her that he never stopped thinking about her. And we return to see the man's face in a puddle of blood, the whole group looking at his lifeless body. Gongti still in shock from what he just witnessed, as are the others, unable to utter a single word. With her arms still bleeding from the bite, Sonya approaches and kneels before her friend, crying for him but also wishing that he can see his daughter again, and that he should be proud of himself. Then she closes his eyes, finally letting him rest. This causes Gongti to collapse from sorrow as well. Taishan then turns his gaze to the mayor's corpse and wonders why they don't care about his death at all. Now responds that it's because that man deserved to die like that. Now Kana resumes leadership of the group, instructing them to tend to the wounded so they can move on and meet up with the protagonist and Noah. We see the survivors waiting in silence on the platform of Genod's nest. One of them mutters sadly that he doesn't want to become a monster. He stands up and says he'd rather die than turn into one, so he picks up a stone from the ground. Slowly, he enters the water with the intention of drowning himself, until he disappears into the life-giving liquid while the others watch. But the bubbles from his breathing indicate he's resurfacing. Suddenly, one of the tentacles grabs him, causing all the survivors to panic. The female Genod lifts the man to eye level and stares at him angrily, while he asks her what she wants and if he doesn't even have the choice of when to leave. He shouts at her to just let him die already, but the Genod prepares to ensnare him in her capsules, ignoring his pleas. Then a flash appears in the darkness, and we see it's the protagonist, who drops from the ceiling and in a single sword stroke cuts the tentacle that had captured the man. This makes the monster scream in pain. People are surprised that someone just jumped down there. The protagonist manages to catch the man before he falls onto the creature's back. He realizes it's the protagonist, and the survivors are also relieved to see him. At that moment, another flash catches their attention, and we see it's Noah, who signals to the survivors to go that way. So, they hurry, happy that they've come to rescue them. The protagonist desperately asks the man where Lita is, but he simply lowers his head in sorrow, causing the protagonist to look behind him toward the Genod's back where the capsules are located. He sees his sister is already inside one of them, still alive but with a vacant stare. This makes the protagonist scream in despair for the girl. He thinks it's too late, but he doesn't want to believe it, so he runs towards his sister and pulls out a knife. With it, he cuts the membrane of the capsule and pulls Lita out, shouting at her to wake up. But then we see the face of the Genod behind him, just as it uses two of its tentacles to crush the protagonist, causing him to let go of Lita, and no matter how much he stretches to reach her, he can't succeed. The tentacle lifts the protagonist in the air while the capsule regenerates, and the girl is dragged back inside. And the monster slams the boy against the concrete platform, catching the attention of the survivors. Noah calls him an idiot, as he warned him not to fight alone. Only the protagonist's arm and his sword lie outside the tentacle, beneath which there seems to be a puddle of blood indicating his death. But then he grips the handle of his weapon tightly and, fueled by his anger, manages to overcome the tentacle's push and stand up, which surprises the monster. There, the protagonist remembers images of his sister when they were children. With a murderous look, he demands from the beast what the hell it did to his little sister. Then, with a swing of his sword, he cuts the tentacle into pieces. As soon as he finishes, another tentacle prepares to strike him from behind. But the protagonist detects it as well, turning around to easily cut it with a single stroke. Shouting at the monster that he'll kill it, the protagonist lunges towards it and leaps to confront it head-on. The beast tries to nullify this by devouring him with its jaws, but the protagonist activates the gas in his sword and splits the Genod's mouth through the corner, first with a horizontal slash, and then with a vertical one, causing the beast so much pain that it ends up flipped onto its side. The protagonist's fury is not yet over, and the Genod prepares to counterattack with a roar when a bunch of spikes embed themselves in its face, stopping it. These were fired from the protagonist's weapon. He asks if it hurts because the poison they contain, he says, was gathered by all the people whose families the monster ruined. Two more tentacles try to lunge at the protagonist, but in a single motion, he effortlessly gets rid of them with a clean cut. And in response to the Genod's screams, the protagonist, consumed by rage, tells it that those things no longer work on him. Back with the group in the engine room, they activate the main lever, and with that, they manage to restore most of the energy. Taishan tells them that they can now use the emergency submarines to evacuate everyone. Mal confirms the information, so he orders everyone that it's time to return to their people. But they were already prepared, and they indicate that he was going the wrong way, leaving him speechless and embarrassed. There, Taishan asks if what they have is a bomb, and Kana clarifies that it's a torpedo. Taishan warns them that if something like that explodes, the walls will collapse, and the whole place will come crashing down. But one of the harpooners responds that they already know, as it's their last resort, and Taishan falls silent for a moment. Back in Genod's nest, the beast's blood taints the water of the place red, and we see that, severely wounded, it still roars against the protagonist, who, in contrast, maintains a cold and calm expression. He thinks that its final tremor has finally ceased and recalls his experience with the first monster he encountered, thinking it was too big, its offspring were too many, and it was too terrifying. But the situation is no longer the same as before, because he can't back down now as his sister is still trapped. And this thought reignites his anger, which he says overpowers the terror. And now, the Genod's size doesn't frighten him, it only means there are more places to strike. So, he lunges again, thinking that he'll kill the monster and bring Lita back. The Genod launches its tentacles again, but they hit far from the protagonist. So, he believes the poison is already affecting him and asks where it's aiming. But then he sees that its target wasn't him, but a piece of debris behind him. The Genod lifts it in the air and prepares to crush the protagonist with it. But when the enormous piece of concrete falls, we see that the protagonist is unharmed and airborne, where the harpoon on his sword is pointing, and he fires it towards the beast, hitting it in the neck and piercing through from side to side. However, this is not all, and we see that the protagonist starts circling around the neck, winding the cable several times, until he lands on the back and begins to retract the cable. This tightens the monster's neck so much that it starts bleeding. But it's not enough, so the protagonist puts all his strength into it and maximizes his weapon's power, until the flesh can't take it anymore, and the Genod's neck is severed into several pieces that fall into the water. With a big splash, the monster's head falls into the water, splashing the survivors. As the protagonist prepares to finish off the monster, he lands like a meteor in the middle of its body. He impales his sword and uses the opening to inject the gas inside. This causes the body to swell forcefully until the protagonist shouts for it to die, and the mass of flesh explodes in a burst of guts and blood, leaving the survivors and Noah speechless, with Noah surprised that the protagonist defeated the monster on his own. People start celebrating the death of the beast and the fact that the protagonist saved them, when he appears walking on the back with Lita in his arms, apologizing to her for arriving too late. He enters the water and asks her to open her eyes, telling her he's there now, and people also wonder if it was too late. The protagonist stops on a piece of concrete and starts crying, saying it's his fault and begging his sister to get up. Suddenly, the girl's hand moves, and the water in the area begins to disappear. Noah says it's because the drainage pumps are activating, which means his grandfather must have restored the electricity. But then a noise catches the survivors' attention, and they see that the monster's eggs have started hatching. People panic again, wondering why they have to deal with this now, until finally, the monsters break out of their capsules with screeches and a thirst for blood. So, in the face of the survivors' terrified screams, they dive into the water ready to devour them. The monsters leave the back of their mother and rise ominously for a moment in front of their prey. Then they swiftly launch themselves towards them, while the desperate ones run to safety. Noah warns the protagonist that there are more of them behind him, but he only pays attention to his sister, who says she's not breathing, completely ignoring the danger that is about to take all those present. One of the monsters is about to devour Noah when suddenly he realizes that nothing happened. And when he turns around, he sees that all the monsters have suddenly stopped. Confused, the survivors wonder why they aren't moving. So the boy looks back at the protagonist, and we see that Lita's hand is raised towards them. This cheers up the protagonist, who calls his sister's name, but she ignores him and stands up with her hand towards the monsters, who remain still in front of the girl. The steps of Kana's group approach the area, and she tells them they're almost there, with the thoughts of the protagonist and Lita in her mind. But when they emerge from the tunnel, they are stunned by the motionless sea of monsters standing in front of the girl. When she turns around, we see she has the same monster-like eyes that Jocko had. This leaves the group frozen, questioning her. The group walks towards the others, surprised to have the monsters so close, and Mao asks what's happening. The protagonist climbs back onto the concrete and asks his sister if she's okay, but she doesn't respond, so the protagonist approaches closer and touches her shoulder. However, this causes the girl to collapse into his arms. Later, a submarine emerges from the debris and begins its ascent to the surface. Inside, the protagonist's group sits in silence, with him taking care of his still sleeping sister. But he notices her blue veins, so he covers her better with the blanket. While stroking her head, he softly tells her that they're finally going home. The other harpooners, however, fear the girl and feel nervous in her presence, keeping their weapons ready in case something happens. Sonia sees them and remembers that Jocko ended up turning into a monster in the end. So, she wonders if it will be different with the girl. Kana also observes Lita without saying a word, thinking she looks like Jocko when he got infected. So, she might also be infected, but in that case, she can't explain what she saw in the chamber. Back in the ruins, people board the last submarine, and Mao tells Taishan to get in because they need to leave. But the old man says he won't be joining them. This surprises Mao and the children, who try to go with him, but Taishan closes the hatch in their faces. They shout for him from the other side, and their grandfather tells them he's too old to adapt to a new life. But they are young and must move forward, so he presses the button, and the submarine shoots off into the ocean. Left alone, Taishan apologizes for not being able to go with them, but as he pulls out his gun, he says that one day they'll understand, because that place was everything to him, and the children must go to a better place than this. At that moment, we see them inside the submarine, when suddenly a noise from the outside grabs their attention. The hatch opens, and they are greeted by the dazzling light of the outside world, as their grandfather calls them the last children of the underground city of Marmota. As they step out to see the outside world, he asks them not to be afraid so that they can continue living in the new world with the new people. This makes them both cry, as it's the first time they see the sky. Back in the ruins, Taishan drags the torpedo to the area filled with monsters. Among them, he says, are his friends, brothers, his son, and even his wife, whom Genod took from him. And he says he hasn't forgotten for a second, as his hatred against the monster never stopped. The only reason he kept going was to reach this moment. So he says this is for his people. And while shouting at the monsters to burn in hell, he pulls the trigger of the torpedo, causing it to shoot out and impact one of the beasts, exploding and carbonizing them all. This triggers the collapse of the structure of the chamber, and it starts letting in all the water from outside. Within seconds, the ruins are flooded through chambers and tunnels, carrying supply crates and debris to the outside. Back at the port, a lookout spots the submarines that have just surfaced, and the whole town realizes that the rescue team has returned. People run to the port to welcome the rescue team, and as they approach, Mao shouts to them that Genod is dead and the village is safe. So, everyone celebrates and realizes that many of the missing people have been rescued. They rush to greet them, and there is an emotional reunion filled with hugs and tears. Kana observes this from a distance, smiling as she witnesses all the happiness. However, the protagonist crosses the crowd with Lita in his arms, wearing a grim expression and not joining in the celebration. One of the villagers notices this and asks him if Lita is okay. Without turning, he simply replies that she's fine, just asleep, and continues to his house. Another villager whispers the truth to the boy, who is surprised to learn that she's infected. Sonia asks Kana what the protagonist plans to do, as rumors will spread immediately. She reminds her of what happened with Jocko, and that it could mean the entire village is in danger, that Lita could destroy everything, but Kana only questions if that's really the case. While Sonia is puzzled by her response, a noise behind them captures everyone's attention. They see that it's the large heritages, beginning to emerge one by one in masses towards the surface. This brings so much joy to everyone that they can hardly believe it, including Sonia. But then Kana tells Sonia that she doesn't think Lita will destroy the place, because both of them saw what happened, and the reality is that they escaped thanks to her. So, both the protagonist and Lita could be the key to understanding what happened. However, Sonia says nothing. The sun begins to set in the village, and we see one of the villagers thanking Kana, stating that without her, they wouldn't have had a chance. The girl says it was a group effort, but everyone around her insists on thanking her. Mao tells her she doesn't need to be modest, as she's a heroine and everyone is grateful to her. However, Sonia and Gongti don't look at her favorably. Mao asks Kana how Lita is, and she, somewhat somber, tells her that she's still sleeping, and it's as if she were a newborn. We then move to the boy's house, where Lita is handcuffed to her bed, sighing and squirming. Then Gongti loudly wonders if Lita will still be human when she wakes up. Mao asks what he's talking about, and the harpooner says he's wondering if she'll turn into a monster like Jocko did, because she was also inside that egg sac. Sonia asks if they aren't just having false hope, as a monster is a monster. But Kana remains as cold as ever. Mao tells Sonia that Kana had no choice but to kill Jocko. But the girl says that's precisely what she's referring to, hitting Kana's table. And she asks her what she will do when Lita becomes a monster and if she'll be able to kill her too, causing her to raise her gaze with fear. We then return to the boy's house, where the protagonist watches over his sister with a somber expression. At that moment, we see the boat where the protagonist and his sister lived with their father, and the protagonist walks through it, asking where Lita is. Then he hears some sobs that catch his attention, and when he turns around, he sees his younger sister crying in a corner. Worried, the protagonist approaches her, and the little girl reminds him that she asked him not to leave. The protagonist starts crying and apologizes to her, telling her he won't leave her alone anymore. But then she holds onto him tightly, and while saying once again that she told him not to abandon her, she lifts her head, and he sees her transformed into a monster, lunging at his neck and biting him. The protagonist then wakes up and wonders what that was, realizing it was a dream. But then he turns his gaze slightly and sees his sister sitting on the bed. Kana walks through the nighttime atmosphere of the village, wondering if she'll be able to kill Lita if she turns into a monster. She observes her hands, contemplating whether they'll be able to deliver the final blow, and clenches them with determination. Kana arrives at the house and announces herself to the protagonist, when suddenly she's surprised to see the protagonist and Lita sitting, drinking something warm. The girl greets her with a warm smile, then rushes toward her, embracing her tightly while apologizing for causing so much worry. Kana returns the hug and welcomes her back, thanking her deity for her safe return. They continue to have dinner, and Lita tells them about what happened when she entered the egg. She felt herself slowly fading away, getting lost in the darkness to the point of starting to forget who she was. We see her sinking into emptiness until suddenly someone calls her name, and she asks who they're talking about. This makes her lift her head and see her mother, who tells her that her name is Lita. The protagonist is surprised that she saw her mother, and Lita admits that she had never seen her face before. But she really felt like her, as if her mother was protecting her despite dying because of her. The protagonist firmly tells her not to say that, stating that it's a lie. But the girl thinks that her mother died right after giving birth to her, so she would have lived if not for her. However, she interrupts her thoughts and takes a bite of the food, which surprises her, and she says it tastes very good. Kana tells her that the restaurant owner made it for her, so the girl laughs and says she's very happy to be able to eat her food again. This brings a lot of joy to Kana, who asks her to keep eating. The protagonist also thinks that she's still the same old Lita, as she's exactly the same as before, and he thanks his deity. Later, we see the girl vomiting all the food into the water. She wonders what's happening, saying that the food felt disgusting. She looks up, feeling dizzy and with her stomach grumbling, mentioning that she's too hungry. Suddenly, she notices some fish swimming near the shore. With a swipe, she catches one of them between her hands. Lita brings it close to her mouth, thinking that she's hungry, and takes a bite, devouring it in just a few seconds. She remains confused because it tastes so good. Then, a smell reaches her nose, and she wonders what it is, as it doesn't smell like fish. She turns toward another side of the village where she senses it's coming from. She stands up, and with a quick leap, she starts running on all fours toward that direction. While wondering what the smell is, she finds it so sweet and irresistible that she can't help drooling at the thought of eating it. We see her eyes turning into those of a monster again. Lita reaches the source of the smell and comes across a pile of massacred bodies. She's surprised and asks if they are corpses. She sees everything covered in blood and realizes that's where the smell was coming from. Startled, she realizes that the scent that attracted her was human blood. Furious, she wonders why it smells so sweet and approaches one of the bodies. She thinks she can't stop herself and is about to bite the neck when a man appears and kicks her into the water, then steps on her. The man asks her what a brat like her is doing awake around here. He then approaches her face, pointing his knife at her and asking what it is. He recognizes her as the girl who worked at the restaurant, and after taking off his mask, we see that he's the pirate who caused them trouble, whom Lita also remembers. His accomplice asks him if he wants to kill her, but the pirate tells him not to be so rude. He says that it's because of that kind of behavior that they're still called pirates, although the accomplice insists that they are indeed pirates. There, Lita understands that they killed the guards to take the great inheritances. She squirms and yells for him to let her go, but the man threatens her with the knife and covers her mouth, telling her to shut up or he'll have to kill her. However, the girl bites his hand so hard that it makes him bleed and scream in pain. The pirate looks at his hand and sees that the girl tore off all the flesh, so he angrily yells at her. But she keeps her face lowered, and we see her greedily licking her blood-stained lips. There, the man strangles her and says that she's the girl infected by the monsters from the depths. He asks her if she wants more and puts his hand over her mouth, making her drink the drops of blood as they fall. As they do, Lita thinks she can't stop, as the red liquid is too sweet. She thinks she's losing control, and her body smiles at the taste as the drops fall. The pirate has fun seeing the girl trying to get more, but one of his men sighs and tells him they don't have much time. Suddenly, he sees something rapidly approaching his head. In an instant, his head is torn off by a swipe from Lita. The henchmen carrying a box see the lump fall into the water and are terrified to see it's their boss's head. They drop the box and draw their weapons to shoot at the girl. In just a few seconds, she closes the distance, jumps onto them, then lands on the bald man, kills him, and shoots off to the next one. She slams the next henchman against the box they were carrying and kills him upon impact. Standing up, she looks at the remaining survivor with a monstrous and murderous gaze. The remaining pirate draws his knife while trembling with terror and holds it in front of him, telling the girl to stay back. He waves it in all directions, ready to hurt her if she comes closer. But almost without looking at him, Lita manages to grab his arm and break his wrist, causing him to collapse and scream in pain. Lita only thinks that she's very hungry and opens her monstrous jaws because she wants to devour the pirate. Just then, Mao and the harpooners arrive and ask who's there. The pirate turns around and yells that it's a sea monster, putting the harpooners on guard. But when they stop to observe with the light, they realize that it's Lita. The pirate takes advantage of their hesitation and stabs her in the shoulder, causing the girl's flesh to mutate and swell to the point of making her scream in pain. Mao shouts at the girl, and the pirate manages to take cover behind the harpooners, telling them to hurry up and shoot her. However, Sonya orders them not to, drawing her sword and saying that she'll take care of it with a cold and ruthless expression. Lita growls at the girl, who tells her she's doing it without resentment and promises to make it as painless as possible. They then lunge at each other, exchanging a series of blows that leave Lita in the water. But the battle doesn't end there, as the girl gets back up with a leap. Sonya tells her to stay still or it will only make the execution worse. She clarifies that she has no choice because she's not human, and promises to make it quick. But then the protagonist appears and stops her. Sonya says it's too late and that she's not his sister anymore. But the protagonist ignores her and asks Lita if she can hear him. She seems to respond for a second, but then lunges at the protagonist with her mouth open. He doesn't move despite Sonya's warning. The boy catches his sister, holding her tightly. He tells her everything is alright because he's there, but she doesn't listen and bites his shoulder. She angrily pulls, tearing his skin as Sonya and the harpooners watch in concern. However, the protagonist shows no sign of pain and only tells his sister that he's fine, and that he won't leave her alone, as they are a family after all, and he's there for her. With all the calm in the world, he embraces her and asks her to please come back as his little sister. So, the girl stops, and we see her once again submerged in that abyss of darkness, where her name begins to reach her. Like when she was in the egg, she asks who is calling her and who Lita is. And suddenly, all the memories, from the moment she was born to when she protected the boy from Genod's tentacle, start flashing in her mind. So, she remembers that Lita is her name, and her mutated flesh begins to hiss and shrink, something that Sonya and the harpooners notice, until the girl returns to normal, and tears well up in her eyes, while she cries and apologizes to the protagonist, as she believes something is wrong with her. There, Lita thinks that someone like her shouldn't have been born, as if it weren't for her, her mother wouldn't have died, and her father and the protagonist wouldn't have suffered. She reveals that she always missed her mother, and she loved her father and her brother so much that she felt incredibly guilty. So, she tried really hard not to be hated and to be a good girl loved by everyone. But now that she's turned into a monster, she doesn't know what she should do. She cries, saying that she's a monster, but the protagonist insists that she's not, because she will always be his little sister. There, we see Kana observing the scene from above and thinks that she can't kill Lita even if she's a monster. So, she begins to think if there's a way for Lita to remain human, and she concludes that the only way to cure her is to seek Dr. Foyd, who is in Union Busan, because he's the only one capable of treating her, and she decides that they must return to the city ship. Dawn arrives on the following day, and we see that the protagonist, Lita, and Kana are getting ready to leave the village. Mao asks the harpooner not to go, as she's the only person who can be the head of the oasis port. The villagers tell her the same thing, as they don't know what to do without her guidance. But she tells them that one person alone is not enough to change that place, and she argues that there were people who led the fight when Genod attacked the village, just as there were those who shared their food and helped each other. So, in reality, she says that there are already many great leaders there. Mao wants to insist, but the cook stops him and tells them that they've already loaded medicines and equipment from the grand inheritances onto the ship. So, he thanks everyone for protecting the village and says they'll use their own hands to make it a better place. Therefore, they're welcome to come back whenever they want. The protagonist expresses his gratitude, and some children approach Lita to give her flowers as a thank you for saving them. And she remembers that they were the ones she pushed away so that Genod wouldn't devour them, so she's glad they're safe. Then her mother comes out and quickly takes them away from her, which worries her. But the cook tells her not to let it affect her, as they're just scared. And he knows that the kind and hardworking girl is still in front of him. So, he asks her to make sure to improve so she can come back. Sonya tells them that they've had enough farewells and that it's time to leave. Kana thanks her for allowing them to go with her, to which the harpooner says it's nothing, because she's leaving for her own reasons as well. Finally, everyone sets off towards the ocean, while Mao laments Kana's departure. On their way, Gongti asks Sonya if she isn't being too kind to them, to which she responds that they don't have anything else to do anyway, and she's just tagging along to see what happens, as Lita was infected but managed to become human again. So, she thinks she might hold the key to finding a cure for the fish disease. This was Jocko's goal, and that's why she says with a smile that she wants to finish what he started. This leaves Gongti speechless at first, but then he responds with his own smile, telling her that Jocko would be proud. At that moment, the children run to the bridge and are amazed to see it as a control room. So, the girl asks angrily why they brought the kids, and the harpooner tells her it's because they saved their lives and said they wanted to see the world. Sonya asks if it's their father, and he blushes at the idea, rushing to hug them and warning them not to damage the ship. Then the girl asks how they'll find Union Busan in the vast ocean. Kana tells her that the Unionists always go to the commercial port to exchange goods. So, that's their destination, and she's about to input the coordinates into the ship when Sonya interrupts her, reminding her that she's the ship's captain, which Kana accepts. This satisfies the girl, so she allows Kana to input the coordinates, who smiles at her and says she knows she's a good person. This makes her smile, and we see all the characters doing the same, while the protagonist thinks that he will save Lita no matter what happens, where they have to go, and no matter the cost. After a few days, we move to the two massive towers of the commercial port. It's explained that it used to be a large organization consisting of 5 clusters of buildings, but after 3 of them collapsed due to a typhoon, its influence was significantly reduced. However, it continued to be used as the main hub for the exchange of goods. We see the arrival of the Union Busan at the commercial port, which the merchants announce with excitement. They approach with their boats to offer their products to the citizens of the enormous ship city, from engines and dried fish to clothing. The city's harpooners say they don't need fish and announce that they will only allow people selling clothes to enter. Dr. Foyd is also present, supervising the merchants, and he seems to be looking for someone. Suddenly, the shouts of one person catch his attention. The person tells him that they brought the fish he ordered. This pleases the doctor, and he orders them to be let in immediately. The other merchants are annoyed because they said they didn't need fish. One of them approaches to grab onto the tarp covering the product, but a harpooner hits him to keep him away, causing him to take the tarp with him. And it reveals that the product is a pile of huge organs, including an eye and a heart. This leaves everyone puzzled. The harpooner tells the merchant to hurry, and the doctor asks if they are fresh. The boy confirms this. For instance, the heart is still beating. So, the doctor congratulates them on the good work and asks them to bring the rest as soon as possible. He then orders them to be taken to his laboratory. Inside the laboratory, we see a massive tank where the scientists work. They say the pressure is stable, as well as the heartbeat. They start the food transfer and introduce the heart into the tank through the connected pipes. The beast inside devours it in a matter of seconds. A scientist then informs the doctor that the monster is eating on its own. So, he looks through the window and says they finally did it. Outside, the group led by the boy who sold the organs wonders what the hell they plan to do with them. Another person responds that it doesn't matter as long as they get paid. The leader explains that they are exchanging organs from sea monsters that they can't even eat due to the gas they contain. So, it's in their best interest to milk their customers for all they're worth. The fleet of merchants returns to the port and announces that Union Busan just ordered some clothing, so they plan to bring everything they have. There, we see some workers removing organs from sea monsters. The leader tells his crew to hurry, as they need to make at least one more trip before sunset. Suddenly, someone tells him that it's been a long time since they've seen each other, and we see that it's the protagonist and Kana, who says it's been at least 6 years. The leader sweats in fear upon recognizing her. The girl watches the ship city from a distance and says they will leave after 3 days. The boy says he thought she was dead after the disaster she caused in Union Busan, and then she reveals that they need his help to get on board. The boy asks why he should help them since his situation became complicated after helping the protagonist's father, and he just made amends with the ship city. But the girl tells him that all debts must be paid, as it's the unwritten rule of the commercial port. The boy claims he doesn't owe her anything, as it was the protagonist's father who saved him, and Kana confirms it, so the protagonist removes his hood and reveals his identity. The boy sees the resemblance so much that he calls the protagonist by his father's name, Tianma, but the protagonist clarifies that he's not him, but his son, and he tells him it's his chance to repay his debt. The group sets off on the boy's ship, and he curses for being forced to fulfill his oath. The protagonist asks Lita to hold on a little longer, and she replies affirmatively. We see her hidden among the enormous jars of monster organs. The merchant asks Kana why she's trying to return when she could live her life avoiding them, because if they get caught, they'll all be dead. But Kana only responds that she already knows, and the merchant tells them to get ready because they're about to arrive. The small boat approaches the city, and Sonya is amazed, as is the protagonist. He hadn't seen it in 4 years. The merchant announces that he's carrying more goods for Dr. Foyd. But then the protagonist spots some harpooners watching them from above, and he sees that one of them is Dohu, whom the protagonist looks at with murderous eyes. But Kana quickly forces him to lower his head so he won't be recognized, and tells him not to make a sound. The ship city opens its gates again, and the harpooners tell the merchants to hurry up and load the goods because the sun is almost setting. We see everyone in the protagonist's group nervous, especially Lita, who trembles in fear. Then someone tells them to stop, as they need to check if the numbers are correct. The man pushes Kana to inspect the content, and Lita worries about Kana and her brother, thinking they're going to get caught. The merchant also thinks that if they get caught, they will all be killed on the spot, and that it's all over. But when the man lifts the tarp, the girl sees that it's official Lee, who also recognizes her and says that everything is okay. So, the merchants can continue moving the goods. As they pass, Kana and the protagonist nod in his direction. The official is glad that they have returned to Union Busan. Sunset arrives, and the official leads the protagonist's group through the corridors of the ship. Sonya is surprised because she had never been on board, and the protagonist thinks that the ceiling seemed higher back then. just like the alleys, which now feel narrower. The group keeps walking when suddenly the protagonist sees a familiar figure. He realizes that it's Mr. Huring, who says that nothing has changed. Mr. Huring seems to recognize them, but instead of speaking to him, he addresses Official Lee and asks if he's already off work. The protagonist realizes that he wasn't recognized, but he's relieved to see that everyone is well. Official Lee tells them that more people who know them might appear, so they should return to the market street. Lita asks her brother if he thinks the grilled fish place she liked is still there, and he replies yes. The official opens the door and leads them to that section. But as soon as they enter, the protagonist is surprised. The entire place is empty and lifeless. The group walks through the street, and Kana asks what happened to the market. Official Lee reveals that someone contracted the fish disease, so water is being rationed to prevent its spread. They pass by a section with a water tank, where people gather to request their ration. Lee explains that after the water price skyrocketed, the market had no chance. Now water is being directly managed by the leaders. They see an harpooner discovering a man hiding a water bottle in his shirt. He notifies his colleague that the man stole it. The man kneels and pleads for mercy, explaining that there are 4 people in his family. With just his ration, they won't last the whole week. The harpooner kicks him and tells him to stay quiet, saying he broke Union Buson's laws. Despite the man's apologies, the harpooner hits him and insists that the law is absolute. Kana tries to intervene, thinking that the punishment is too severe just for water. But Official Lee stops her and warns her that this isn't the old Union Buson anymore. They see a child observing the scene. The harpooner lifts the man by his clothes and shouts to the others that the law must always be respected. As punishment, the rations for the day are now gone because of that man. The people beg them to continue, saying they won't make it until the next rationing day. Suddenly, the child appears and kicks the harpooner. He yells to everyone that water is a right. Another harpooner raises his weapon and orders the child not to move. But before he can shoot, the protagonist rushes forward and deflects the officer's weapon. The officer opens fire, and the bullets hit the tank just above his colleague. This causes the water to start leaking. And before the harpooners can stop them, the people approach with their containers raised to collect the vital liquid. Grateful, the official says it's good to have them back. The child celebrates with the people, but the harpooner orders them to catch him. So, the group takes him away, as officers will arrive in groups. The child thanks them for the help when suddenly they notice Lita standing still. She asks her brother if he hears that, to which he responds that he doesn't sense anything. And suddenly, Lita leaps into the air with a loud crash. The girl goes flying and leaps between the railings, so the protagonist jumps to follow her, and behind him are the girls. The group reaches an upper floor, but when they turn around, they don't find Lita, until the protagonist finds an uncovered sewer, which leads us through a long path among the pipes. At the end of it, they find Lita, who discovers Dr. Foyd's laboratory and asks the monster inside her why it's so angry. Then the doctor sees her and asks her how she got there. Sonia comes out of one of the hatches that Lita passed through, and the group follows her trail to the laboratory, where they find a bunch of capsules with specimens of sea monsters. Kana asks what this place is, as even she has never been there before. The protagonist wonders where his sister went, when he peeks around a corner and finds her in front of Dr. Foyd. Although he doesn't turn to look at her, he's surprised that Kana is still alive. He tells them that the girl is quite fascinating, as the mutation of the monsters is attacking her entire body. But despite that, she's able to maintain her human form. He asks her what happened to her, as there are 2 entire worlds fighting within her body. Go, who comes across the scene the protagonist's group caused in the water tank, and asks his subordinates who did it. The officer tells him it was a masked man and woman. But Dohu is furious that he let them escape and kicks the officer against the tank, leaving him writhing on the ground. There, he sees an M painted on the tank, which infuriates him even more, and he cracks his knuckles. He then orders a bunch of guards to find the troublemakers and take them away. Back with the doctor, the group tells him that Lita emerged from Genod's egg and was able to control the monster's offspring. So Foyd says this could be due to the fact that the kid's mother had the fish disease. This surprises everyone, who wonders if the ability and recovery from the mutation were truly thanks to the fish disease. Sonia learns this for the first time and asks if an infected person can give birth to a healthy baby. But Dr. Foyd says it shouldn't be possible, and what happened with Lita was a miracle, as in reality her mother held on until the end. He tells the kids that the fact that their mother was infected and both of them returned to the ship after being born almost feels like destiny. Because as the fish disease spread throughout Union Buson and killed countless people, everyone thought it was an inexplicable plague. But he disagrees and explains that it's a disease that had already spread throughout the entire ocean. He then tells the story of the catastrophe where 130 years ago, a comet crashed into the moon, breaking it into pieces. This caused debris and water to rain down on the earth for 70 years, and with them came the fish disease, which caused any infected marine creature to mutate into monsters, while all humans whose bodies rejected this change contracted the fish disease. This surprises Sonya and the protagonist. The doctor continues, saying that 15 years ago, the disease spread throughout Union Busan, and the one who set the stage for this tragedy was the mother of the protagonist and leader named Narissa. She was the daughter of a wealthy upper-class family who hated boring things, so she hung out with people from the lower class all the time and explored ruins with divers. We see her telling Tian that she found a strange pot, and he explains what the ancients called a chamber pot, but she still decided to keep it in her collection because it looked odd. And Tian jokes that if she keeps it up, Union Busan will sink soon due to the weight of her collection. And she tells him to get their own boat for when that happens, and they proceed to kiss. Foyd recounts that one day, the divers were doing an exploration when Narissa discovered it. A capsule with strange engravings. She took it to Dr. Foyd and asked if it was a treasure. He told her that there was no rust or marine flora on its surface, and its interior was empty, so he would need to conduct further tests as he had never seen anything like it. But then he tells that the patient zero was a diver who participated in the dive with Narissa that day, who slowly began to spread the disease, which they discovered had a 100% mortality rate. And with that, terror gripped the ship, causing people on the ship to blame the refugees for spreading the disease and force them to leave. And we see that they were left to their fate in the sea, with others unable to do anything but remain silent and watch. Besides the disease, he says it became an effective solution to get rid of the undesirable and solve the population explosion that Union Busan was facing. However, people began to realize this and tried to rise up to fight the lie. This led them to be suppressed by the Arpaneros, but Tian wasn't one to be swayed by the fear of the masses. So he stopped Dohu and fought for the refugees, starting a just resistance that saved many lives. Narissa asked the doctor to tell everyone the truth, that the infected were part of her diving team, and that the numbers weren't even increasing, so they shouldn't be doing all of that. But Foyd told her with regret that the upper classes already knew everything, that the disease wasn't a plague, as they were seeking that massacre. This made her cry endlessly until she suddenly saw that she had the disease's scales on her skin. The doctor recounts that due to her betrayal, the couple ended up leaving Union Busan. But the fish disease would continue to consume Narissa, who we see pregnant. And the doctor tells the kids that she couldn't survive the mutation, but somehow managed to give birth to both of them. So he's sure she passed on some traits to them. And he asks the protagonist if he had already realized that the two of them were different. So the protagonist and Sonya remember their conversation about him being able to hold his breath for a long time, even though he didn't know how. Dr. Foyd says the female Genod probably noticed this too, and that's why she chose Lita, who she felt was the most similar to her, to become her successor. Although the mutation was interrupted because the protagonist took her out of the egg too soon. Foyd finds it wonderful as it resulted in a perfect balance, and he says he will need time to study her little by little. Kana asks the doctor if there's any way to cure the girl, but he asks why he would cure her when she's perfect, and asks them again how long they think humanity will last on a water-covered Earth, as the concrete islands will eventually collapse under the waves, and the giant ships will end up with holes and damages. So humanity doesn't have much time. They need to change if they want to survive. Kana asks the doctor in fear what he's talking about, when suddenly they hear loud thumps coming from the huge tank in the lab, and the doctor wonders if it's hungry again. The protagonist asks what's inside that thing, and Foyd tells them to take a look. But before he can peek, huge jaws attack the window. These turn out to be from a tentacle, which slowly retracts to reveal a monstrous humanoid form. There, the protagonist says it's something he's seen before and wonders where. Suddenly the monster starts taking on a human form, and in front of the protagonist's chills, it transforms into the face of his father. So the protagonist says it can't be. And behind this, the enormous eyes of the real monster appear. Dr. Foyd says that's to save humanity. But then we see the monster's smile, and the protagonist recognizes that it's Kentrassi, the one who killed his father. Furious, the protagonist asks the doctor why he brought Kentrassi back, but he doesn't respond directly, only saying that it took him 4 years to start eating on his own again, and that he's a valuable specimen. Kana says it's too dangerous and asks the doctor to stop, as he's one of the 7 demons of the ocean. But Foyd insists that the potential benefits make it a risk worth taking, and Lita arrived just when they needed her. Kana clarifies that they're there to turn Lita back into a human, not to assist with his monstrous experiments. But the doctor asks if she can say Lita isn't human just because she looks a little scared. He steps behind her, placing his hand on her shoulder, and asks the harpooner how she defines what is human and what isn't. Because if they don't adapt to the new oceanic planet, humanity's fate will be extinction, just like the dinosaurs of old. So humanity needs to evolve. However, Kana steps between him and the girl and tells him to back off. The protagonist draws his sword and says they can't let Kentrassi live. So, everyone arms themselves and prepares to kill him when Foyd realizes something. Suddenly, the entire troop of harpooners appears and tells the kids not to move. They turn and ready their weapons as the harpooners insist they stay put. The protagonist asks how they knew they were there, and suddenly Foyd appears behind him and injects something into his neck, while telling him that's his mission. So, the protagonist collapses to the ground, baffling the others. Then the man in charge appears and tells the doctor he did a good job, and he greets Kana, mentioning that it's been a long time since he last saw her. The man is Bangbeak, captain of Union Busan, whom Kana recognizes. He asks them to lower their swords, explaining that he's there to talk, which Kana doubts. But the captain tells her he heard everything they said about wanting to cure Lita through a microphone in the lab, and he says they can do it for her as long as she cooperates with them. He believes that dialogue is the best way to resolve such conflicts, so Kana agrees to hear their terms, and the captain orders his harpooners to lower their weapons and escort the guests inside. Moments later, Kana and the captain step outside to talk. He mentions that the ship is an impressive vessel, as it has protected them from being submerged for over a century. Kana remains silent, so the captain adds that even a steel ship like that can sink in an instant if the system collapses. He asks her to look up, so Kana raises her gaze and sees the mark of an eme. He tells her that the spirit of Tianma is returning among the lower decks, and that there have been 3 disturbances just this week. Kana reminds him that they are not troublemakers, just people who want to drink water. But the captain tells her that segregation cannot be avoided, and the ship's resources cannot be equally shared among everyone. Kana says she won't help him suppress the people, but the captain tells her he doesn't want her for that. He wants her to do her thing, to become a harpooner again, a heroine who kills sea monsters and saves people. Confused, Kana asks what he means, and the captain replies that they can't give resources to the people, but they can give hope, as hope is priceless, which surprises and upsets the girl. The captain tells her she's perfect for this role, a refugee who rose to become a prominent member of the harpooners. So, she's the perfect model to show the lower decks the hope that can replace their dissatisfaction. Kana initially refuses, but the captain asks if what she wanted was to cure Lita. He tells her they've been investing a significant amount of money in the research of Dr. Foyd's fish disease. So, if anyone can cure her, it's him. Kana knows this, and that's why she came back. And he says they will provide her with everything the ship has, from money to information, to cure Lita. He extends his hand towards Kana, asking her to choose between taking his hand or rejecting it. Dawn arrives on the ship, and the protagonist opens his eyes in a very spacious and luxurious room. He's surprised by this and wonders what happened, when suddenly an old butler wishes him good morning. The protagonist asks where he is, and the man responds that he's on the highest deck of the ship, and he welcomes him home. This confuses the protagonist, who gets dressed and wonders if this is a home. The butler then leads him to another room, where he finds Sonia, Gongti, Noah, and Ling. They are happy to see him and tell him he looks good. He immediately looks for his sister and asks where she is. So the butler opens the door and signals to the girl that it's time. Lita enters as well, dressed in new clothes, which makes Sonia blush because she looks very pretty. The butler is also very happy and says it's like seeing Narissa again in the flesh. Lita asks if he's referring to her mother, and the butler says he's very glad to have been able to serve both the protagonist and her again. He introduces himself as the household butler and explains that both of them are descendants of the 27th generation of the renowned Suwon Na clan. This clan used to run a huge food conglomerate before the submersion, and is one of the 10 great families of the Union Busan. They were also responsible for the food production facilities on this ship. Sonia scolds the protagonist for hiding when he was so wealthy, but he replies that he didn't know either. The butler starts to cry and laments that Narissa fell in love with Tianma, whom he calls a thug. And he says there's still much to talk about, but since the food will get cold, he asks them to eat first. The group is surprised by the feast prepared for them. Sonia starts eating and says she's never seen meat like that before, which the butler explains is called hanwoo beef. Gongti does the same and asks if he's in heaven because it's all the food he's never seen before, and the butler explains that what he's eating is called japki. Then Lita picks up a fruit, and the butler tells her it's a fruit known as an apple. and that there are only 10 apple trees on the ship, planted as symbols by each of the 10 families that built it. She thinks it's very beautiful and smells great. The butler tells them that all of those things were rightfully theirs, and he's very glad to finally be able to serve both of them. The protagonist looks around and notices countless bottles of whiskey on the wall, and the tap provides unlimited hot water. But then he remembers the tap at the tank, and the harpooners suppressing people for wanting more water. And he reflects that they are mistreated because of it, while the upper classes use water even for bathing. So he wonders if everything belongs to the upper classes just because they were wealthy 100 years ago. In that moment, he remembers Kana and wonders where she is. So he rushes out of the bathroom, thinking that something might have happened to her. The protagonist leaves the room, but upon opening the door, he comes face to face with a harpooner, who turns out to be Dohu. He mistakes the protagonist for Tianma, and in a mixture of fear and anger, he asks why he's still alive. But then he looks at the protagonist more closely and realizes that he's not his father. So the boy grabs his arm and twists it forcefully, making Dohu kneel before him. He asks him who he thinks he's touching and warns him that he'll regret it if he treats him like the same boy from 4 years ago. Then he realizes that the man looks much smaller, and he wonders if he was always like that. For he was the one who threatened 13 and 9-year-old kids, and even tried to throw someone overboard for a few coins. The protagonist wonders how many more evil things Dohu has done during his time on that ship, and he considers that maybe he should kill him right there, which sends a shiver down the man's spine due to his bloodlust. But then the protagonist releases him. The butler appears and yells that it's enough and explains to the harpooner that the captain granted Narisa and Tianma a complete pardon. So now their children are the legal heirs of the Na clan, and if he tries to threaten them, he'll be threatening one of the great families of the Union Busan. This surprises the harpooner, and the butler asks if he's sure he can handle the consequences. But then the protagonist interrupts them and asks the butler if he knows where Kana is, which terrifies the harpooner, having heard about the girl's return. We see Kana cutting and tearing apart a group of sea monsters in the middle of the ocean, and her harpooner companions say that she has become even stronger than they remembered. People watch her from the Union Busan, and after witnessing her feats, they cheer for her, while one of the cameramen capturing her battle asks his colleague if they got all of that, to which he responds yes, but mentions that he feels like the girl is watching them. And through the recording, we see that it's true, as the image is transmitted to all decks of the ship, whose inhabitants also cheer and celebrate the girl's return, in addition to telling the story that she was a refugee like them, just as the captain said. So, they see with hope that even a refugee can become a leader among the harpooners, and they watch her expectantly as an example to follow. All the while, Dohu listens to them from behind and becomes furious with the girl because she deceived him by faking her death. So, he looks at one of the posters with which the ship promotes people joining the harpooners, and the man tells her to just wait, as he won't let them live there as if nothing had happened. As the team returns to the ship, Kana maintains a deadly gaze, ignoring the voices of the people. At that moment, we see Lita descending through the decks, guided by one of Foyd's scientists, who tells her to keep up the pace because the doctor is waiting for her. But she doesn't want to go because she will have to meet that pervert who will just inject her. There, she turns because she sees something familiar in her path, and she sees that it's the door where the protagonist and she stayed for the first time. And she wonders if it still looks the same, so she checks if the scientist is paying attention to her. And when she sees that he's not, she sneaks towards the door. Upon pushing it, she realizes it's open, so she enters and sees that the interior hasn't changed at all. She remembers that one day she got sad because the protagonist wasted his money on some strange seeds. But then she spent her time taking care of the plants that grew from them, becoming beautiful flowers that are still there after all this time. Suddenly, a boy appears behind her and asks who she is. She apologizes and says she entered because she thought it was abandoned, but the boy clarifies that it's his house, and they recognize each other as he's the boy who attacked the harpooner in the incident with the water tank. He thought they wouldn't meet again, so he says he's delighted to meet her, and his name is Gun Kim. Both kids start talking, and she tells him that she used to live there 4 years ago, and that it was her brother and she who cultivated that plant, which the boy says grew very well, although he only gave it water. Lita says that the protagonist told her they symbolize hope, but she didn't think they would become so beautiful, which Gun finds very beautiful as well, and he says his hope is to become a harpooner. Lita asks him if he wants to be like Kana, and he says she's great, but his goal is to be a harpooner like Tianma, because they say he was different, as he didn't spy on people or harm them, so he was a true harpooner who protected people. And his words make the girl happy, as she sees that her father became someone else's hope, and she wonders if she can be like that too. But when she wants to touch the flowers, she sees that her hand is full of colorful veins, so she hurries to hide it. Gun asks if she's okay, and she says yes, but quickly gets up and tells him she has to leave now. Then she runs out, scared because the mutation hasn't stopped after all. She arrives at the laboratory, where the doctor tells her she's late, and the girl tells him she wants to remain human and not turn into a monster. The doctor informs her that they didn't achieve much, but they managed to extract the mutagens from Kentrasi. So, while he can't promise anything, they have a decent chance, and he asks the girl to help him with his research because Lita is so valuable that she's humanity's hope. This makes the girl reflect as she enters the capsule where they monitor her body, because she thinks she could help people too and be the key to saving people from the fish disease. But at the same time, she wants to stay with Kana and the protagonist, and we see that from his tank. Kentrasi watches her. The next day, Gun takes Lita through the pipes that are outside the ship, and she asks him where they're going. He tells her it's a secret place and that she's the first person he's taken there. So he takes the girl's hand and tells her to be careful not to slip. This makes Lita blush, and her heart starts beating a little faster. They arrive at the place where there's a pipe dripping a little water. The boy collects it in some bottles. Lita asks him if it's drinkable, and he tells her it is, as it's one of the water pipes that carries the liquid to the upper deck. And he says he'll give it to Mr. Kim and his wife, who just had a baby. So Lita thinks he's a nice guy. Then, as they watch the sunset, their hands start coming together until their fingers touch, and they say that the landscape is very beautiful. Both return indoors and give the water to the family, which the father appreciates. And Gun talks to the baby, telling him he better grow strong and healthy, which makes the little one laugh, and Lita finds it adorable. Lita accompanies Gun as he distributes water to children and the elderly, and she thinks this must be the hope he spreads. So, she tells him she's sure he'll become a great harpooner, and he says he will. Lita smiles at him and tells him she also wants to show him something, so she reaches into her bag. She pulls out an apple and tells him to take a bite. The boy does so and is amazed by how delicious it is. So, Lita tells him she has many more of those at home and they should share them with others. Gun excitedly agrees, and Lita goes to get the apples, asking him to wait. The girl leaves, and Gun is left completely blushing, thinking she's too cute. But then he hears some commotion that grabs his attention. He follows the sound through the corridors until he finds the source, a group of harpooners beating up a man. One of them tells him to say what he said again, and the man mentions that taxes are too high, so the harpooner hits him again for answering, while telling him that the Union Busan is fair for everyone. This enrages Gun, who then paints an M on the wall and puts on his disguise, while thinking he'll become a harpooner like Tian Ma, unlike these fake harpooners. He leaps into the air ready to strike the bullies, shouting at them to leave people alone. From there, we move to one of the upper sections of the ship, where the captain informs that there's been a 40% increase in harpooner applicants since Kana's return, as well as a 30% decrease in disturbances. So, one of the counselors suggests doubling Kana's airtime and raising taxes to repair all the damage caused by the troublemakers. Everyone agrees to this. At that moment, one of the elders notices an empty seat and asks why the successor of the Na family, the protagonist, isn't present. To which another replies that despite inheriting the family fortune, he's still just another little brat, and he's the lowest shareholder anyway, so they decide to continue the meeting without him. Then, we see one of the lower decks where a crowd of people has gathered. One of the attendees is surprised because they are all aspiring harpooners. Just then, Kana and her team appear, and everyone praises them. But when she looks around, she spots the protagonist in the crowd. He watches her seriously, and she's surprised. Both go to a secluded hallway, where he tells her that he wants to become a harpooner. Kana tells him she can't allow it, because even if he doesn't enlist, they can still get all the help they need to treat Lita. Plus, they can live a comfortable life on the ship. But the protagonist asks her with a deadly expression if they'll really be safe, because Kentrasi is still on the ship, which means everyone is in danger. So, he firmly tells her it's time to give back his father's sword. She tells him that the monster is locked in a steel tank over 60 centimeters thick, so nothing can get in or out. But the protagonist warns her not to underestimate it, as his father had to sacrifice himself to kill it. So, the fact that the doctor revived it shows that he's not sane. Kana insists that he's worrying too much, but the protagonist saw what it's capable of 4 years ago, because the monster mummified countless families on the debris island they were rescued from, and it played mind tricks on him, pretending to be his father. So, it's not like the other sea monsters, it's a demon that messes with the human mind, which the Dr. Floyd brought back. And he knows it's not trapped in there but waiting for an opportunity to escape. Meanwhile, we see the laboratory, where one of the scientists finds the doctor at one of the consoles and tells him to call it a day. The old man doesn't respond and just waves his hand for him to leave. So, the scientist does, admiring his dedication to working so late. But when he closes the door, we see the other scientists lying dead on the floor, and the doctor's body is actually one of Kentraci's tentacles emerging from a pipe. The fake doctor continues typing uncontrollably until he disconnects the cables that hold the enclosure. This causes all the meters to go haywire, and the pressure from the tank's pipe starts generating leaks. The scientist calmly takes off his uniform and puts it in his locker when the real Dr. Foyd asks him if he's going home already. This surprises the young man, who asks if he wasn't inside the laboratory a moment ago. Just then, alarms begin to sound, so Foyd orders that they need to go to the laboratory immediately. Both of them run there, but when they open the door, it's filled with steam, and the young man asks what's happening. He then sees a tentacle emerging from the pipe where they used to feed Kentraci. They follow it with their gaze until they reach the tip, where the fake doctor is, and he starts disintegrating after fulfilling his purpose. Foyd orders the young man to shut down all the power, so he rushes and reaches the main lever. But the monster's tentacle crushes him against the metal before he can activate it, leaving him as a deformed mass of dead flesh and blood, which is then carried away through the pipes. Foyd tries to stop it by closing that section of the pipe while calling it his precious experiment. But Kentraci realizes it and starts writhing inside the tube, until it breaks the screws and is able to lift and break the structure, sending the doctor flying through the air. He gets up with difficulty when suddenly the pressure becomes too much for the tank and water sprays out. So, in front of the doctor's astonished gaze, Kentraci finally breaks through the metal and emerges from the tank, which, despite everything, the doctor says is phenomenal. Lita carries the apples back when she encounters a demonstration with a banner proclaiming that water is a right. But she doesn't see Gun, and she wonders where he went, when she then lowers her gaze to the ground and sees bloodstains. This frightens her, but then she realizes it's the boy's blood. So, she starts following the trail, worried and wondering if he's okay, until she finally arrives at the corner where Gun found the harpooners mistreating the man, and she finds the man holding the boy's lifeless body in his arms. After seeing Lita, he asks her if she knows the boy, as he stood up against the harpooners to protect him. But they simply beat him to death, causing Lita to drop all the apples and kneel beside Gun. She takes his hand and places it against her face, while remembering all his hopes, dreams, and good deeds. Lita thinks he was a very kind person and wonders what he did to deserve that. Just as she questions why people kill each other, she cries inconsolably for him. Then a shout interrupts the scene, and we see it's the pirate who survived Lita's attack, the one who called her a monster. But she then thinks about Dohu, the pirate, the mayor, the captain, and the council members, and she angrily asks who the real monster is, as her eyes transform again into those with tears of blood streaming down her cheeks. Suddenly, the ship's alarms start ringing, alerting an emergency that requires all harpooners to take their combat positions. And we see a corridor splattered in blood, where Kentraci devours dozens of human bodies. The first harpooners rush to the laboratory and wonder if there was an explosion. As heavy footsteps echo in the darkness, floating legs appear before them. The harpooner takes out his flashlight and asks who's there, but as he raises it, he realizes it's a body in the jaws of Kentraci. Its mouth is filled with corpses that it's slowly chewing. The harpooners scream in terror and try to move away from the monster, but it grabs one and drags him back into the darkness. The next harpooner realizes the monster is following them, and his companion tells him to hurry as the door is about to close. The harpooner manages to barely make it, and the massive metal door slams shut with a loud bang. The harpooner says it was close, and they mention they need to report this to the authorities and request reinforcements. But then they realize they are in one of the residential districts of the ship, which is absolutely packed with people. The harpooners say they're screwed if the sea monster manages to get out. The alarm continues to ring, so people start getting nervous and asking what's happening. There, we see Kentraci on the other side, and it's revealed that the demon wasn't confined in the tank. Instead, it had been observing the hierarchy and how people open doors, and we see how it uses its tentacle to press the button that opens it. As soon as the door opens, the monster grabs a bunch of people with its hands and takes them straight into its mouth, instantly killing them with a bite. People realize it's a monster, so they panic and start running. But it just smiles at the scene and captures those attempting to escape. Next, we see a family calmly eating at home, but the noise from outside starts bothering them. So, the father loses patience, angrily exits their home, and shouts at them to quiet down with their disturbances. But instead of people, what greets him is the monster's arm, which crushes him against the metal in an instant and then devours him. People on the upper floors try to flee, but Kentrassi spots them and destroys the bridges. Debris falls onto the people, and it's about to crush a mother with her daughter when someone appears and destroys the debris before they impact. We see that it's Brune, recognized by the woman and others who start cheering for him. The boy isn't alone. He's accompanied by a 2-star harpooner named Changdo Li and a 1-star named Leo, in addition to Brune, who has 3 stars. He thinks they've kept Union Busan safe for 4 years without Kana. But despite that, they named her the leader as soon as she returned, and he wonders if they expected them to just let her take charge. And we see Dohu telling the boy that he will always be second as long as Kana is around. This infuriates him, and he shouts angrily that he will prove him wrong. And to do so, he will kill Kentrassi and become a Leviathan hunter. However, with a single blow, the monster crushes him to the ground without him being able to do anything. People panic again because he killed the harpooner, and the 2 survivors brace themselves because they have to stop him even though he's too fast. They manage to wound him, but the monster attacks and devours them. And it's explained that if the harpooners fall, Union Busan won't have a chance to stop Kentrassi. The place has turned into a hunting ground filled with prey. The captain ascends to the upper deck with the ship's council and informs them that Kentrassi escaped from the laboratory and is attacking Residential District B12. The highest council member assumes that Dr. Foyd has finally left. So, with all the calm and indifference in the world, he orders the captain to close all doors leading to the upper deck. This surprises the captain, and the council member tells him that he wants everything resolved down there. With a somber expression, the captain complies with his order. Meanwhile, the hallways of the lower decks are stained with blood and overflowing with the corpses of the residents. Those who are still alive climb the stairs to the upper decks, escaping from the monster, and they ask for the doors to be opened to let them pass. But the harpooners refuse to do so, saying that those from the lower deck are not allowed access. The people plead, saying there's a sea monster, but the harpooners stand firm by their orders and threaten to shoot if they don't retreat. Then Kentrassi appears, smiling as it sees the concentration of prey gathered for it. So, it extends its claws to start devouring them. But then a harpooner appears and swiftly cuts off almost all of its fingers with a rapid motion. He then drops down onto the monster and slices through its entire face with a clean cut. This makes Kentrassi scream in pain and fall backward. The frightened people realize they're still alive and wonder if it was Kana who saved them. But when they look closer, they realize it's the protagonist, the one they still don't know who he is. Then the elderly woman he helped when he was a child recognizes him and says he's Tian Ma's son, who has become a grown man. This surprises the people, who then realize he resembles his father and cheer him on fervently to help them and kill the monster. The monster rises again in front of the boy. The protagonist greets it, saying 4 years have passed and he could have died that day. But he never stopped thinking about his father, not even for a second. His body was covered in scars, a testament to the hell he went through to keep his family safe, and the love that was engraved in his flesh. He says that's what it means to be unforgettable, like the noble scars on his body that never faded. That's what his existence represents for everyone on that ship, and for that reason, the monster has no right to mock him by imitating his appearance. And since his father sacrificed his life to kill the monster, it has no reason to continue living. With hatred, he yells that this is the day it will die forever. The furious monster lunges at the protagonist with its jaws open. He dodges its attack and cuts through Kentrassi's side. The monster shrieks and retaliates by striking the protagonist with its arm, which he blocks with his sword. But he's still thrown forcefully against the ship's metal walls. People worry about the boy, who, as soon as he recovers, sees the monster launching itself at him again. It destroys the wall with a blow and hurls him along with the debris. Then it tries to devour him. However, the protagonist manages to block its teeth with his sword, causing the force to send him flying again. Instead of showing concern, the boy smiles as he gets back on his feet. This makes Kentrassi realize something. He has entered an area filled with harpooners on every level, led by Kana. She tells the protagonist he did a good job and, to the surprised Kentrassi, orders the hunt to begin. Kana gives the order to open fire, and all the harpooners shoot their weapons at the monster. Kentrassi is showered with a rain of sharp harpoons that he is forced to shield himself from. But this only enrages him further, and he starts attacking the humans, cutting through the railings where they stand and crushing anyone he can see. Then a harpoon pierces his hand, and we see the harpooners firing more of them with ropes attached to the triggers. In a moment, they manage to immobilize the monster. Kana signals, and a truck accelerates and speeds towards the monster's body. It deforms his skin and makes him spew large amounts of blood from his 2 mouths. However, this isn't enough to finish him off, and no matter how much the truck keeps pushing, The monster manages to free one of his arms to lift and crash it against the ceiling. Leaving the truck useless, he then uses it to crush more harpooners who are trapped in the debris. They are left wondering fearfully how they are supposed to defeat him. Kana's companion warns them that they'll be dead the moment they stop attacking, so she orders them to keep shooting. The harpooners resume their projectile barrage, but the monster counters with its tail and throws the truck again to interrupt them. Kana and the protagonist make their way through the flying debris and launch themselves to attack Kentrasi. They succeed in landing with a whirlwind of cuts that leave 2 large X-shaped marks on the beast's back. The monster screams in pain and attempts to use its tail to strike them down. However, just before it hits, the two manage to cut the tail simultaneously into pieces, sending its remnants flying due to the force of the strike. The protagonist leaps into the air, and his cut goes through one of the tentacles into Kentrasi's flesh. This surprises the harpooners and causes the monster to shriek. Kana runs along its back, leaps into the air, and lands with a heavy impact on Kentrasi, releasing torrents of blood. Just like with the protagonist, this surprises the harpooners, who comment that she is inhuman. Kentrasi writhes in pain as blood and saliva drip from its mouth. The harpooners cheer, saying they won, and encourage Kana to finish it off and deliver the final blow to the monster. Then she remembers her parents' deaths and sadly wonders why they have to be devoured by monsters. Humans aren't meant to be food. She tells the monster that if they challenge them to a fight, that's what they'll get. If they mess with them, they'll pay the price. With a deadly look, she asserts that humans aren't as weak as it thinks. Kana raises her swords and tells Kentrasi to allow her to send it back to the abyss. But suddenly, a barrage of harpoons pierces the girl's back, throwing her off balance and leaving her an easy prey for Kentrasi to strike with his tentacle. He knocks her far away. The harpooners, furious, look around asking who shot her. We see the girl struggling to get up, looking at a shadow hiding in the darkness, and she identifies it as Dohu. But before she can communicate it, the monster strikes her again, leaving her unconscious, wondering why Dohu did it. We see Dohu in hiding, asking her if she thought he would just sit by and let her become the heroine of the ship. Kentrasi prepares to devour Kana, but a powerful impact stops him and slams him to the ground. It's the protagonist, who stabs the monster's head with his sword and tells him he's going to blow him to pieces. He then starts injecting gas from his weapon into the beast's flesh, causing it to swell just like with the female Genod. Kentrasi realizes this and starts running in terror with the protagonist on his back. He smashes through a wall to the outside, getting rid of the boy. The protagonist manages to land on the debris, and from the splattered blood, he sees the monster climbing towards the upper decks. He angrily shouts if the monster thinks it can get away from him. Inside, Kana struggles to get up, thinking they were so close to killing it. The harpooners rush to help her, but with a deadly look, she turns and throws her sword towards the hiding spot of the treacherous harpooner. Although she doesn't hit him, he falls off the platform to the lower level, exposing him to the other harpooners. They see that he was carrying a weapon and ask him in surprise if he really was the one who shot the girl. Dohu doesn't respond and angrily shouts at them not to stand still and to arrest Kana immediately because she just attacked him. But the girl tells him that everyone risked their lives to capture the monster, but he let it escape. This makes all the harpooners look at him with anger, and Dohu insults them for not helping him. Then Kana asks him if he's not the one who knows better than anyone what happens to those who go against the laws, because he broke 3 of the iron rules he always mentions. Dohu asks her how she dares to raise her voice against him and calls her a dirty refugee bitch. But the girl doesn't fall for his provocation and tells him that he hindered the duties of a harpooner while trying to kill a fellow comrade. He yells at her to shut up because, as a high-class harpooner, he is the law. So Kana mentions his most significant crime, which is putting the Union Busan in danger. Fed up with hearing her, Dohu draws his sword and charges at the girl, shouting that he will teach her manners. But she sentences him to death, and in a swift movement, she lunges and decapitates the traitor, whose lifeless body falls into a pool of blood. However, Kana starts to sway because she has lost too much blood. As she collapses, she says she must go help the protagonist. But she ends up falling without being able to move, and before losing consciousness completely, she mentally asks the protagonist to stop Kentrasi. There we see the monster, still climbing the ship to the astonishment of the people. But instead of attacking and devouring them as he did before, he simply continues on his path. The protagonist follows his pace and wonders what he's doing, as he realizes that its sole objective is to reach the top. Although he thinks that he won't let it go anywhere, and he'll kill it before it succeeds. Then we see Lita, who watches the scene from above on the tip of a crane, with one of her monster eyes, but different from how she had them before, and with a quick leap, she disappears. We go back 3 hours to the laboratory just when Kentrasi had escaped. There, Lita arrives and finds Dr. Foyd still alive. He's relieved that she's not hurt and tells her that his experiment has been ruined and that the place is dangerous, so she should evacuate to the upper deck. But then she asks him what he did to her. With a sinister expression, the doctor tells her that he has been collecting the mutagens he extracted from Kentrasi in that seed, and he has been injecting them into the water tanks for the sake of human evolution. But then she came, a better seed. We see the moment when the girl was in the analysis capsule. At that moment, the doctor injects the mutagens into the girl's serum. He says he trusted her guts, and now, thanks to that, Lita has Kentrasi's mutagens flowing in her blood. He asks the girl if she can feel the change and if she still has control over her consciousness. But as he gets closer, he notices that the girl's eye has changed and tells her that it's beautiful. She tells him he has no idea what it truly is, but the man says it doesn't matter anymore and tells her to show him what she can do. And we see when the girl arrived at the scene. One of the harpooners arrives with the council and informs them that the mission failed, as Kentrasi escaped from the lower deck. The captain asks what the hell his troops are doing. The harpooner tells him that they were all wiped out, to the point that even Kana was rendered unconscious. This surprises the council members, who say it's pathetic that they failed to take down a sea monster with all those men. And the captain asks if that means there's no one left on the deck who can stop Kentrasi. Then we see a reporter reporting from the area where the disaster occurred. He broadcasts images of the place filled with corpses to the upper decks. Some simply enjoy the event and say that the lower deck is in trouble. Some are horrified that even children were killed, but all they do is ask for more drinks to sleep well at night. The council orders the captain to open the lower decks to lure the monster there, but he argues that if they do that, Kentrasi will start attacking those passengers, which is precisely what the council wants, as they say he will leave once he's satisfied, and they order again to open the hatches. The captain complies and relays the order to the harpooners, but then they see someone on the other side of the glass, asking who it is, and we see that it's Lita. Suddenly, behind her, Kentrasi appears, but he doesn't attack her. Instead, he points towards the interior of the room, and with a swipe, he shatters the glass and takes out the few harpooners present, including the captain. The council members scream in horror, asking what the monster is doing there. They start running and shouting for help, but Kentrasi sees them and kills them. A tremor shakes the upper decks, where the upper classes wonder what that was. Then, the monster's leg breaks through the ceiling from above and instantly kills those below. The aristocrats panic and try to escape, but the monster's leg is faster, wiping them out with a single motion. It even destroys the wall and exits to the outside. There, the protagonist is climbing up a staircase. He reaches the floor where the council chamber was and witnesses the massacre of all the high-ranking individuals. In that moment, he looks away and sees his sister in Kentrasi's grip. The monster extends its hand toward the girl and then gives a slight glance to him. The protagonist shouts for her to come back because it's dangerous, but the girl tells him she's fine, as Kentrasi is keeping her safe. The protagonist asks her what she's talking about and insists she walk slowly towards him. Lita turns her gaze towards the monster, exchanging intense looks with it. Then she tells the protagonist that Kentrasi believes she's his daughter. He responds desperately that it's not possible and shouts for her to come back to him. It's then that suddenly Sonya appears and cuts the monster's hand, causing it to writhe in pain. She then takes Lita and moves her away from Kentrasi. However, Kentrasi still maintains eye contact with her and hurries to not let her go. Sonya shouts to the protagonist to duck because the blow is coming towards both of them. After quickly turning, he obeys and manages to dodge the mass of flesh. Then a crane hits the monster in the head, leaving it stunned for a moment. We see that it's Gonti, who remarks that it was a good hit. He tells the protagonist to go on the offensive. So, the protagonist runs towards Kentrasi and in one swift motion slices through its entire abdomen, causing it to fall overboard. The monster crashes through the lower floors, but it's not dead yet. The protagonist follows it and drops down into the center of its body with such force that the metal beneath breaks. Kentrasi continues falling through many more floors with the protagonist still holding onto its body with his sword. However, the momentum of the fall causes him to let go, and he bounces into another section of the ship. This worries everyone for his safety. The protagonist gets up and Kentrasi looks angrily down from above. The protagonist realizes that its innards are spilling out due to the cut he made. He understands that its weakness was the stomach, so he says he will finish it. But then the protagonist is surprised as Kana appears in front of him and turns slightly to smile at him. This causes the protagonist to impale her with his sword, because one thing the monster doesn't know about Kana is that she doesn't smile. And we see that the girl starts to disintegrate into Kentrasi's flesh, which avoids the boy's sword in an attempt to consume him. But he reacts quickly, and with multiple cuts of his sword, he gets rid of the tentacles, which we see were indeed connected to the monster. And the protagonist attacks again, challenging Kentrasi to catch him, so it uses its remaining hand to go after him, smashing through the metal in its path. However, the protagonist narrowly manages to dodge it and quickly reaches the main body. He impales his sword and runs along the entire length of the monster, painfully opening its innards. This causes a rain of blood and entrails to fall onto another of the lower levels. But before it can react in any way, the protagonist appears and thrusts his sword directly into Kentrasi's head, injecting the gas that begins to inflate the flesh, and before it explodes, the protagonist shouts that it deserves to die more than twice. As a result, the monster promptly explodes, causing a shower of blood in the surroundings that bathes the astonished onlookers. They watch in disbelief as the protagonist stands victorious over Kentrasi's corpse, and they call him a Leviathan hunter. Dawn arrives at the ship, illuminating the torn body of the monster. This impresses the people, and Sonya takes pride because that's the protagonist for them. And all the people start celebrating, saying that a Leviathan hunter has come to save them. Among them is the official Lee, who recognizes the protagonist. This catches the attention of the crowd and the cameraman, who wonders who he is and if he's a new harpooner. But the official hurries to make him focus the camera and make sure to record all of that, because it's the moment the hero of Union Busan is born, and the scene leaves everyone present and those watching the broadcast amazed. Moments later, the protagonist runs to his sister and asks if she's okay, if she has any injuries, to which she responds that she's completely fine now, and we see that her monster eye has disappeared. The protagonist also notices this and is happy about it. However, she wonders why she feels so sad, and if it's because of Kentrasi's death, because the monster could have escaped to the sea, but instead, it decided to climb to the upper deck. And the protagonist asks if she was the one who called it there, which Lita admits. The protagonist asks her why she did it, and Lita tells him that humans stole Kentrasi's nest and its babies from it, and she was trapped in that tank all the time, shedding tears of anger. So, when she got out, she was determined to kill every human on the deck. That's why she called him to the upper deck, to change the order of who should die first. But she says that the protagonist prevented the massacre from being completed, while the body of the beast is lifted before her eyes. The crew starts with repairs, and a couple of men say it was a tough victory, as the ship received a lot of damage. And they go to the council room, where they say especially since all the shareholders from the upper deck were killed, because their big egos couldn't save them from death, in addition to half of the heirs dying, and the other half being busy claiming the inheritance. So, they say it's finally their moment, as the tragedy proved to be an opportunity for both, since the only surviving shareholder is the protagonist, who's only 20 years old, the perfect age to be used as their puppet. So, they plan to sweet-talk him in order to take control of the ship. From there, we move to the ship's hospital, which is overflowing with the number of wounded left by the attack, and where Kana is also found, bandaged and connected to a ventilator, whom the protagonist visits. The doctor tells him that her injuries aren't that bad, but the problem is they're running short on disinfectants and bandages because there are too many wounded, and he says they won't survive until the next day if they don't find medical supplies to treat them. And he says they'll have to make a decision about whom to prioritize with the resources they have at the moment. The day passes, and the sibling shareholders encounter the protagonist in one of the hallways, where they tell him they heard about the critical need for medical supplies. Both introduce themselves as the CEOs of their company and say they're looking for him with the hope of being able to help. This surprises the protagonist, and they tell him they have a whole warehouse full of emergency medical supplies. So, the protagonist greatly appreciates their help. But the older brother tells him that these are quite expensive, so unfortunately, they can't give them for free. This worries the protagonist, who asks what he can do then. The older brother tells him they might reconsider if he does them a small favor, and he explains that what they want is the water management rights of Union Busan, because the shareholder who was in charge of it before was killed, which means the protagonist doesn't have a company to manage it. But if he allows them to take on that responsibility, they guarantee that the water will be of even better quality. So, they offer him the contract, while they think that once they get the rights, it's only a matter of time before they become the third most important company. And they hope the protagonist takes the bait. The boy asks the butler if he has the right to make that decision, and the butler confirms it, since he's the only remaining shareholder in Union Busan. However, the protagonist reflects on this and remembers the scene he saw in the water tank when they just returned to the ship. So, he asks if he can think about it and give them an answer tomorrow, to which the siblings agree. But the butler thinks the scent of money has already started attracting the snakes, as they are cold-blooded businessmen who only care about money. In addition, they won't be the only ones, as he's sure more will come coveting Lita and the protagonist's powers, who is stressed by the decision he has to make. The butler thinks the boy is too young and inexperienced to deal with men like them, and he worries about how the kids will survive in that nest of vipers. Back at the hospital, the protagonist tells his group what happened, and Sonya asks if they can just give them the water rights. But the official Lee tells her it's not that simple, because the company that managed the water for the past 4 years raised the price too high. And the siblings' company is known to be ruthless, so nothing good will come from giving them authority over the water. The protagonist admits it's true, but says they really need the medical supplies at that moment, and he puts his hands on his head, frustrated by having to make that decision. To which Gongti responds that whoever wants to wear the crown must bear the weight. But then someone behind one of the curtains tells them they're too noisy, and that obviously, they should choose the supplies. Sonya peeks out, asking who's there, and they see it's Brune, who is still alive. And he, annoyed, says of course he is, as he wouldn't let that sea monster kill him. Although Sonya points out he's saying that while being basically mummified by his wounds. Embarrassed, he tells her to shut up because he's still Brune, the 3-star harpooner, and she recognizes him, as she heard he always faints in 3 seconds. And she tells him she was impressed by the way he attacked Kentrassi, and she likes reckless men like him. But the boy gets uncomfortable and tells her he doesn't like girls like her, so he asks her to stay away from him. But she doesn't, and instead licks his cheek, asking him if he's playing hard to get. Which makes the boy furious and start wriggling in his bed, yelling that he's going to kill her. And Sonya laughs while Gongti asks her to stop teasing him. Then Brune calls the protagonist and tells him to do everything he can to get those medical supplies and save Kana. The boy stays silent for a moment and asks Brune if he's not the one who ignored all his orders saying he didn't need her. And he admits it, but says he realized he's not even close to her level, and that Union Busan needs her, so he must do everything he can to save his commander. The whole group smiles hearing this, including the protagonist, who tells him he'll do just that. All the members of the ship's board are gathered in a room by the protagonist, and the older brother asks why he announced it so suddenly. There, the businessmen find out that the protagonist is the last surviving shareholder, so he now has absolute authority. Besides being the harpooner who took down Kentrassi on his own, the son of Narisa and Tianma. Then the mentioned one arrives and thanks everyone for coming, while those present are surprised because he's just a child. The protagonist tells them he gathered them to discuss matters related to repairing the damage done to the ship, and he says he would like to start with the generous offer made by YP Constructions, to whom he informs that they decided to accept their medical supplies. The older brother smiles, as he was sure there was no way he would say no, and both bow to the protagonist to thank him, while asking him if that means they will be given control of the water management, which surprises the other businessmen, who think they are already taking advantage of the protagonist. But it's then that he tells them he can't do that, because from that moment on, he announces that the water will be managed directly by the engineering staff. This surprises the brothers, who immediately approach him whispering that that wasn't what they agreed upon, and whether he doesn't need the medical supplies anymore. But the protagonist tells them he does, that they will still make use of them. This starts to annoy the pair, who think the protagonist is playing with them, trying to take the supplies for free, and they ask him if he's serious about that being what he's trying to do. So, they turn to the board and ask them if they don't agree that it's an absolutely ridiculous theft. One of the men tells the protagonist that he understands using the supplies for a good cause, but forcing his way through abusing his authority isn't the way. And the older brother supports his point, saying that a man with authority should know how to abide by the laws better than anyone. This makes the protagonist ponder for a moment, and the older brother mocks him in his mind, thinking that the protagonist is a child who has no idea how things work in the real world, because there's a separate set of rules for the privileged. Then the protagonist says he agrees, as he never intended to take them for free, and his butler appears with a briefcase, which they discover is filled with gold bars once he opens it, which surprises the businessmen. However, the older brother says that's just a drop compared to the ocean of gold that the water pipes are. But when the protagonist asks if that will work, the businessmen say it's more than enough to buy a warehouse of medicine. So, the older brother gets angry and says if that's how it's going to be, he'll show him the power of a true businessman. And he starts by saying they seek trust more than profit, and that their deal was that they would give the medical supplies in exchange for water management rights. But if that's how he wants to resolve it, then he can forget about the agreement. The protagonist then asks them if, despite people dying on the deck, they still choose to refuse, and both think that won't work with them. But the protagonist says it doesn't matter how desperate they are for their medical supplies, as there's no way he'll hand over all the water authority to some fraudulent company. And that's his final answer, so he'd like them to also make a choice right now. And with a chilling aura, he clarifies that he sincerely hopes that decision isn't to let others on the deck suffer just for their own benefits, because people's lives aren't something that can be negotiated, and those who try to do so better be prepared to face the consequences. So, in front of the terrified businessmen, the protagonist announces that YP Constructions will be stripped of all its commercial rights, and that he will order a financial and tax investigation for audit rights, which puts the older brother in a bind, as he wasn't prepared for the boy to be able to use his powers that way. And he understands that if they side with the bad side of the ship's only shareholder, that will mean their end. So, both apologize with a deep bow, and the older brother asks that they please make good use of the supplies. The protagonist thanks them and says the harpooneros are on their way to collect them, so they shouldn't forget to take their payment, while the pair thinks they ruined it, as they underestimated the protagonist, when in reality, all along, he was a wolf hiding his fangs, which is why the butler watches the boy proudly. The hospital staff celebrates the arrival of the supplies, and we are told that with them, many lives could be saved, although Kana remained unconscious. The doctor tells the protagonist that they did everything they could, but the rest now depends on the girl. So, he kneels by her bed and takes her hand while telling the doctor that she'll overcome it because no one is as strong as she is. At that moment, we see Kana in a dress in a completely white environment, where Tian, who is sitting next to her, tells her to get up and not give up so easily, and she stands up surprised after recognizing him. Kana realizes that she doesn't have her eye patch, so she asks if she's dead, but he tells her no, that they are inside her consciousness, which means she's still alive. And the girl understands that she called him in dreams again, although she's glad that even so, she can talk to him, because she has never stopped regretting that day. There we see the harpooneros healing the wounds that Tian Ma inflicted on Dohu, who swears tirelessly that he will kill him, and we see the harpooneros rushing to hunt him down. Tian flees along with Narissa when suddenly Kana comes across them, and she asks the harpoonero why he cut off Dohu's arm, to which he replies that he had no choice, as Dohu tried to hurt Narissa, which surprises the girl, who tells them that there's a small boat waiting for them at the bottom of the ship, and they need to leave now. Narissa thanks her and prepares to go down, but Kana takes Tian's hand, and they both look at each other intently. The merchant hurries the harpoonero, but Narissa asks him to give them a second to say goodbye, and Kana shows intentions of touching him, but quickly tells him to leave because Narissa is waiting for him. So, Tian turns, apologizes, and thanks her too, then escapes in the boat. There, Kana recounts that she has never stopped regretting that moment, because even though she knew it would be the last time she'd see him, she couldn't tell him how she really felt, since her eyes were always fixed on Narissa. However, she says that since this is a dream, and although she knows her true feelings won't reach him, she asks if she can say goodbye once and for all, to which the Tian in her dream responds that it's possible, since they are inside her mind. And Kana confesses to him that she has always loved him, from the moment he saved her from the refugee ship, and that she hasn't stopped loving him. So, she finally bids farewell to him and stands on tiptoes to kiss Tian, when suddenly we return to reality, and we see that Kana, still unconscious, has just kissed the protagonist. There we see him taking care of her, still unconscious, while he remembers that she was the savior who rescued them, knowing she would lose everything she had, in addition to being the strongest and most devoted person he knows. So, since the day she saved them on the building island, he has considered her his heroine, and he tells her that he has always lived by her side, wanting to be like her. He gently takes her hand and tells her that's why she has to get up, because she can't leave them yet. Then she makes a small sound that surprises the protagonist, and he asks if she hears him, but as he doesn't get a response, he leans over her, calling her name. Silence prevails, so the protagonist's hopes of the girl waking up fade away, when suddenly, Kana reaches out an arm towards him until it reaches his face. But before the protagonist can thank that she's okay, the girl sits up and kisses him deeply. Then she falls unconscious again, leaving the protagonist blushing, completely astonished, but then worried again when he sees that Kana didn't wake up. From there, we move to a huge faucet releasing a strong stream of water. The chief of the engine room opens it for all the residents who celebrate having clean water. This is thanks to the mechanics finishing connecting all the pipes. One of the residents then asks if that means they can use the water as freely as before, and the chief tells them yes, so everyone starts thanking him. but he asks them not to, as all he did was fix the pipes, and he points to the guy behind him, who they should be thankful to. And we see that it's the protagonist, but with a distant look due to exhaustion. So, the chief approaches him and thanks him for giving the water back to the people, which wakes him up. They shake hands, while the chief is surprised by how much he has grown and asks if he's already an adult. Then one of the workers hugs him and says he knew he would become someone great. And he boasts to the others that he's the one who taught him to count from 1 to 10 when he was just a scatterbrained kid. Not to mention he saved him when he got stuck fixing the pipes. And he's proud because, according to him, he practically raised him. But the protagonist just nods with a distant look again. The protagonist continues his way through the ship, and everyone recognizes him as he passes by, so they start shouting his name, surprising Sonya and Gongti, who tell the protagonist that he's super popular. But he continues with the distant look. Sonya then asks why he's so out of it, but Gongti asks back if he really is, as he thinks it's the same dumb expression he always wears. The protagonist turns and tells them he'll see them around, but then he steps wrongly on a step and starts rolling uncontrollably down the stairs. So, Gongti admits that he's acting strangely, and Sonya suspects that something must be happening. Gongti asks where he's going like that every day, and she tells him obviously to visit Kana. The harpooner asks what's the point if she still hasn't woken up, and Sonya tells him that's precisely why he goes to see her. She tells him that when the rescue team gathered to find Genod's nest, the protagonist had become uncontrollably furious because he had taken his sister hostage. But as soon as Kana told him to calm down, he did so without a word. Gongti says that's normal, as Kana is extremely scary, and he praises the protagonist for it, saying he's smarter than he thought for knowing when to back down in the presence of a stronger warrior. But this only frustrates Sonya, as it's not that at all, and she says he's really a clueless old man. And she leans frustrated against a railing while looking at the protagonist because she bets he doesn't even realize the real reason. The protagonist continues stumbling down the hallways, wondering if she will finally wake up that day, when suddenly he comes across a suspicious man, who looks at him and takes out a knife from his jacket. The protagonist remembers what happened the previous night and reflects that she must be slowly improving because she moved. But then he remembers the kiss and blushes, thinking that the girl probably won't remember when she wakes up, or that she might get mad if she finds out. Just then the assassin charges at him with the intention of stabbing him. But before he realizes it, the protagonist turns around and knocks him out with a kick. However, he gets scared by what he just did and worriedly apologizes, asking the man if he's okay. But he's completely unconscious. There, the protagonist shouts in his mind that he didn't want to do it, but it became a habit from his training with Kana. Then he notices the man's knife, and we see that he had been sent by the YP Construction brothers. They both gather in a secluded area of the ship where there's barely any light and acknowledge their failure, while wondering how a commoner like the protagonist dares to appear and change the rules of the upper deck. And they say they'll have to get rid of him before he becomes a bigger threat. So, they'll have to think of another plan. But then a screeching sound behind them catches their attention, and we see that it's Lita, who tears the metal of the hallway with the claws on her hands. The brothers ask who's there when a bunch of tentacles emerge from the girl's back. And in the face of the businessmen's screams of terror, the tentacles launch at them and capture them. Then they drag them into the darkness, from where they never return. The next day, the butler informs the protagonist's group that both businessmen disappeared during the night without leaving a trace. Sonya says she's sure they were the ones who ambushed the protagonist, so they probably fled after thinking they might have been discovered. But then the protagonist sees the claw marks on the metal and asks if anyone has seen Lita. Sonya says she hasn't seen her since noon the previous day. This worries the protagonist, who thinks it can't be possible. We then move to the dark depths of the ship where Lita, still with her manifested tentacles, hides in a corner covered by a blanket. Breathing heavily with concern, she wonders why she can't change back to her human form. We then see the prison where Dr. Foyd is locked up and he asks who the figure in front of his cell is. It's Lita, who is increasingly losing control of her mutation, and she begs the doctor for his help. But instead of giving her a solution, he tells her to use that power. The girl tells him that she was only trying to punish the people who were bullying the protagonist, and now she can't change back to her normal form. So she asks him to help her return to her human form. But Foyd refuses, saying that once a caterpillar has become a butterfly, it can't become a caterpillar again. So she won't be able to go back, and he suggests she accept it. However, the girl slams him against the wall with her tentacles. Furiously, she asks if she has to live like this, to which the doctor responds that no, as she will slowly keep changing until she becomes a stronger and more beautiful sea monster. And he asks her why she would want to stay human when she can become the alpha predator and live freely in the ocean. So, the girl replies that she should have never come to see him because she wouldn't have reached this point if it weren't for him. As he slowly drowns, the doctor tells her that if she hates him, then she shouldn't hold back and do whatever she wants with him, because she has the powers of a monster to do it. This realization makes Lita aware of her actions and she lets go of the doctor, telling him before she leaves that she's not a monster. Then the harpooner guard appears, asking what the prisoner is muttering. But when he enters, the girl has already disappeared, and the doctor tells Lita to go wherever her instincts take her because that's the final destination of his research. The protagonist goes to the official Lee and asks if he has seen Lita, to which he responds no and asks if something is wrong, to which the protagonist also replies no and just asks him to let him know if he finds her. Then we see that Lita sees the protagonist from one of the upper levels and wonders what he will do. But suddenly a man bumps into her, which dislodges her tunic and causes the tips of her tentacles to show. So she covers herself and rushes to escape to one of the pipes on the outside. There she thinks she can't let the protagonist see her like this, and she gazes at the ocean while considering that if she can't become human again, maybe she should just jump into the water and follow Foyd's advice to become the alpha predator, and live as a sea monster that feeds on humans. However, she shakes her head to dispel that idea as she thinks of her family, her mother, her father, Kana, and the protagonist, as well as the people she has met throughout her life, like the people from Oasis Port and those from Union Busan, including Gun. She remembers Gun and thinks that there are too many bad people, but she knows that there are more good people. And it's those people that make her want to live as a human, a thought that brings tears to her eyes. But she also remembers what Foyd told her about having to accept that she can't go back anymore. So she throws her tunic in the air, revealing her tentacles that extend freely. She thinks that if she can't go back to her human form, maybe she can pretend to be one. She wraps herself in her tentacles, and just like Kentrassi, she makes the cocoon begin to replicate her skin. At that moment, Kana opens her eyes and struggles to sit up on the bed. She realizes that the protagonist is sleeping on top of her. She wonders how long she was unconscious. After seeing the hospital, she deduces that the protagonist must have defeated Kentrassi. So, she caresses the boy's head and tells him in her mind that he did a good job. This wakes him up, and their eyes meet as soon as he opens his eyes. The protagonist then gets up surprised and tells the girl that he thought she was gone forever. He was so worried that he prayed every day. This makes the girl apologize. Then Lita arrives, surprised to find Kana awake. And this, in turn, surprises the protagonist, who tells Lita that he looked for her everywhere. Kana smiles at the girl, so she rushes into her arms and asks her not to get sick or die. The harpooner promises that she won't, hugging her back, just like the protagonist does. While Lita thinks that if she can't go back to her human form, she will become a monster. But a monster that protects humans, as we see the pipe where Gun drew the water he distributed to people. Its droplets now nourishing a pot made from his helmet, containing the flowers that both he and the girl helped grow. Days later, the first council meeting of the newly founded Busan Union begins. During this meeting, the leaders from each district gather to discuss matters relevant to the ship, regardless of their status. It's also mentioned that the council elected a new captain and established a police department to enhance the ship's security. While the harpooners were categorized within the military, tasked with fighting external enemies like sea monsters. Here, we see Kana addressing a group of new recruits, announcing that after 5 months of intense training, they are now officially harpooners. Their duty is to protect the people from sea monsters, even if it means risking their lives to do so. 2 harpooners nervously observe one of their fellow recruits and realize he is the protagonist. They can't believe that the Leviathan Hunter is in their unit, especially since he doesn't seem so special. Kana continues her speech, stating that they are humanity's last defense for safety. Even though their duties are heavy, fulfilling them will bring honor, and they have been reborn as guardians of the Busan Union. She wishes them luck and glory to always be by their side. Later, the protagonist visits a tattoo artist who inscribes the harpooner's emblem on his shoulder. She finishes and mentions that it's traditional to add a red star if one has slain one of the 7 Leviathans, asking if he wants one. The protagonist declines, stating he doesn't care about stars since he's just starting his journey. This makes Kana proud as she waits outside the room. The story tells us that the Busan Union quickly returned to everyday life after the incident with Kentrasi. The ship's market is bustling with life again, and people are eating and working as usual. Noah and Lin are seen crossing out places on a job-seeking list, feeling ignored due to their youth. They worry they might never find a job at this rate. Their last chance is a repair workshop, and despite their fears, they head there. They come across a strange vehicle, recognizing it as a diving beetle, just like the one from their underwater city. Lin approaches the console, wondering if it works, but she sees the system full of errors. The workshop staff must be trying to fix it. A mechanic arrives and warns them not to touch it, but the girl starts fixing the errors. The mechanic is surprised that it's working and asks if Lin did it. She confirms, mentioning they had a similar one where they came from. Noah gets into the cockpit, noticing the pilot's seat is similar, and he activates the lever, making the vehicle hover. Other workers gather, including the workshop's head mechanic, surprised that it's finally moving after 3 years of being inactive. The kids ask if they can work there, and without hesitation, the head mechanic hires them, telling them to never consider going elsewhere. From there, we transition to underwater ruins, where a team retrieves the remains of an old car. The workers on the ship are relieved for another calm day, mentioning it's pleasant to work there without sea monsters. Among them are harpooners who defend them, including the protagonist. One of them is frustrated because he worked hard to become a harpooner but hasn't seen any sea monsters yet. He's told he can go home now, and he expresses his desire to defeat sea monsters and become famous like the protagonist. This reminds him of a similar conversation he had with Kana at the Oasis port. Another harpooner speculates that the absence of monsters might be due to them knowing there's a Leviathan hunter in the Busan Union. He finds it strange, considering he hasn't seen such a peaceful ocean in 20 years. However, the protagonist remembers the harsh truth that there's no ocean without Leviathans, and they are likely in another territory. The scene shifts to Lita diving into the ocean until she reaches the seabed. The girl finds herself amidst a graveyard of sunken ships and wonders where she is. She turns her gaze and sees that the name on one of them is Jenner. Suddenly, a dazzling flash behind her catches her attention. She then notices a red glow shining in the distance, which startles her, and she awakens surprised from her dream. Lita gets up from her bed and finds the protagonist working at his desk, who asks her what's wrong. We see that the monstrous eye on the girl is activated as she walks unsteadily towards an unknown place. The protagonist, concerned, gets on guard and follows her, asking where she's going. He shouts at her to wake up as he catches up to her, but she doesn't pay attention and stops until she reaches one of the exterior railings. She tells the protagonist that it's right there. He asks what she means, so the girl raises her hand and points to a spot in the ocean. We quickly transition to that spot, hundreds of kilometers ahead and downwards, until we arrive at the ship graveyard that Lita saw in her dream, where the Jenner is located. And a little further away, the red flash, which upon approaching, reveals itself to be a sea monster with an egg-like shape, resembling the seed that Narissa found. It's covered in eyes, one of which turns and, despite the distance, locks eyes with Lita, who says that her home is there. From there, we move to the library of the Busan Union, where the librarian tells them that the Jenner was a probe ship that investigated the remains of the Vagabundus in the Pacific Ocean 130 years ago. She shows them a picture in the book of the location where the ship sank. Lita recognizes it as the place she saw in her dreams, so she asks where it is. The elderly woman tells her that it's the Vagabundus crater in the Pacific Ocean. It was formed after the Vagabundus ice meteorite collided with the moon, and its debris fell into the Pacific Ocean. She recounts that scientists from all around the world gathered near the crater to identify what it really was. However, upon approaching, she mentions that there was a massive explosion of unknown cause. This caused all the research vessels to sink right at that spot, and there were no survivors. That was all that was recorded of the incident, and due to the catastrophe that followed, humanity couldn't concern itself with that place anymore. So, the elderly woman finds it strange that a 130-year-old ship appeared in Lita's dream. The girl isn't sure of the reason either, but as she remembers that being, she says she can feel that there's something there. This worries the protagonist, who recalls what his sister said and wonders what it means. The boy tells her it was just a nightmare and that she'll be fine after resting a bit, and she smiles and agrees. Moments later, we see the girl working in the greenhouse, picking apples. The boss tells her she can take the day off, as the protagonist seems very worried about her. Although Lita says she's fine, as she feels comfortable being there. To her, it's like a place from another world. The boss agrees that it's beautiful and says humans need to live on Earth. So, if there's ever land again, they will make it green with the seeds they have there. we see a swarm of bees dancing among the flowers. The boss then shows her the box where the beehive is, and a new queen has been born in the colony. This queen is larger than the other bees. Lita is amazed because she's never seen one before, and then she notices another queen. She's excited, thinking it might be her sister, but suddenly, one of the queens attacks the other with her stinger. Lita gets scared that it's attacking her, but the boss tells her that's the natural instinct of bees. There's no room for another queen, and she's eliminating the competition. The strongest queen takes charge of the colony. The newborn queen finally dies, and Lita reflects that it's too cold that she was destined to die from the moment she was born. Suddenly, a shiver seems to run through her mind, and she's transported to a strange version of the greenhouse. This confuses her, and we see a mound starting to form behind her, which rumbles and begins to rise from the grass. After realizing its presence, the girl turns and sees a humanoid shape forming, seemingly made of blue jelly with pink veins inside. The girl asks who it is, when suddenly the creature finishes forming eyes and a mouth, and it bows in front of her. It starts stuttering, until it tells her that it found her and that she is unique. However, this scares Lita, who yells at the monster to stay away, and with her power, she seems to be able to disintegrate the jelly. This brings her back to the real world, and she sees a mark left on the grass where the creature was. The boss returns running and asks Lita what's wrong and if she's okay. But she doesn't respond, and with a distant gaze, she mentions that it wasn't a dream. Suddenly, the ship's radar detects something approaching, and the officer asks the captain to take a look. He says that there's a ship detected ahead, which turns out to be the Jenner, and Lita, with her activated eye, warns that the monster is on its way. So, she hurries to alert the crew, as she knows that something bad is about to happen. On her way, we see fish crashing against the hull in large numbers, as if they are escaping from something. And Lita says that it's coming. Through his binoculars, the captain watches the approaching ship and asks his communication officer if there has been any message. But the officer says they're not responding. The captain wonders where the ship is coming from when suddenly the officer detects an urgent distress signal. The captain asks if it's coming from the ship, but the officer says no. Then they hear that the transmission is coming from the floating city of New York, which is under attack by the Leviathan Scutum. This surprises the bridge crew, but it doesn't stop there. As soon as that one ends, another distress signal arrives, this time from Akroma, who are under attack by the Leviathan Basra. Suddenly, transmissions start coming in from all known human settlements, reporting attacks by sea monsters, from the commercial port in the Notre Dame Union to the Oasis port. The captain realizes that the largest human bases were attacked simultaneously by each of the 7 sea demons. Then he turns his attention towards the Jenner and realizes that it's also an attack. The captain orders his helmsman to change the ship's course to starboard to get as far away from the Jenner as possible. The officer obeys, and the Busan Union makes a sharp turn, causing passengers to ask what's happening. However, the Jenner also changes its course immediately, aiming directly towards them. The captain grabs the radio and orders the ship to alter its course immediately, but no matter how much he insists, there's no response, and the ship doesn't stop, until the tip impacts against the hull of the city ship and pierces through to the interior, causing the hit to destabilize everyone standing. Immediately, the damage starts causing water to flood the decks. From above, Lita sees that the impact is causing the Busan Union to begin collapsing. People in distant sections wonder what's happening and what that sound was. Suddenly, they feel their feet getting wet, and they see seawater flooding the floor. Meanwhile, those in the flooded area are the first to experience the inundation and are swept away by the incoming water. Some manage to escape and climb the stairs, but they soon realize that at that rate, they'll end up submerged. So, everyone tries to evacuate as quickly as they can. The captain requests a damage report, and the officer informs him that sections C4 and C3 are completely flooded, while B3 and B5 are filling up rapidly. The captain orders the evacuation of civilians and to secure the affected sections. The crew obeys, evacuating as many people as possible before closing the safety doors. These doors are activated to prevent water from progressing into other sections, but in the process, many people end up in the water. They then see a bunch of tentacles slithering through the flooding. The chief of the engine room directs his crew, warning that a lot of water is coming out of the drainage pumps. They must hurry, because if they lose the Busan Union, they'll lose everything. Suddenly, he sees the tentacles emerging from the hull of the old ship. The chief warns that it's a sea monster, ordering everyone to evacuate. Just as the tentacles, which are actually thousands of worms, shoot out from the hull of the ship, to reveal that it's one of the 7 sea demons, named Wormtuka. who quickly launches itself at the people and traps them with a kind of web that the tentacles spit out. This web begins to consume the blood of those it touches. One of the mechanics and the chief continue their escape, managing to reach the other side and close the door. But this isn't enough, as the worms make their way through and reach them within seconds. The chief is about to be devoured when suddenly Kana and the protagonist appear, cutting the worms in half and freeing the chief just in time. He's surprised by their arrival, and the protagonist asks if he's okay. In another section of the ship, the inhabitants start evacuating to the upper floors, while a woman asks if the Busan Union is sinking. Her husband says there's no way that could happen to a ship as big as that. But when their daughter urges her mother to hurry because she's scared, she turns and sees that she's already been devoured by Wormtuka. Its web began to infiltrate through the cracks in the metal, and suddenly the mass of worms follows, breaking through the floor towards the upper floors. People panic and start fleeing, but they are soon overtaken by the worms, until a burst of light pierces through them, and we see that it's Sonya and Brune. This makes the people glad for the arrival of the harpooners, who inform Kana that they've joined the battle. The girl then orders her troops not to allow anyone else to get hurt. The warriors obey her orders, leaping into the sea of endless worms. They unleash the fury of the harpooners through the various levels of the Busan Union. Then we shift to what is happening simultaneously in the floating city of New York, where the local harpooners are fighting against Skudum. In Akroma, where the city is being stalked by a massive monster swimming beneath them. At the commercial port, where the Kraken assaults and destroys the remaining 2 towers. The same is happening in the Notre Dame Union and the Oasis port, where monsters are wreaking havoc. Back in the Busan Union, Sonya's team manages to defeat all the worms that had infiltrated the upper sections, so the residents are relieved that they've come to save them. Brune praises the girl, who says she's a great mercenary, but Brune says they didn't really need much skill to deal with the worms, saying they're weak for being one of the 7 leviathans. This angers Sonya, and she asks if they should just cut them in half. Another one of them asks Kana what she thinks, and the girl believes the battle is over, so she orders them to move to the next section. But suddenly, the cut worms begin to regenerate. New heads grow from the cuts, so the harpooner warns everyone to be careful. In an instant, they now have twice as many worms to deal with, and they see that from the new mass of flesh, a humanoid and dark figure emerges. The harpooners recognize this as the true Wormtuka. Through its webs, it lifts one of the captured corpses and starts speaking with its mouth, asking where the human queen is. The harpooners are surprised that, for the first time, a sea monster is talking to them, who, through human bodies all over the ship, tells them that it will kill them all until their queen appears. Sonya shouts for it to get lost, as there is no queen there, and she lunges to cut off the main body's head. The harpooners open fire on it too, riddling it with a barrage of projectiles that leave its flesh battered. However, almost instantly, the monster regenerates and launches another wave of worms at them. This makes them wonder if the monster is immortal. The new mass of flesh swiftly moves to strike Brune and Gongti, who counter the blow directly. But the worms cushion the impact by expanding sideways, then overcome their defenses and engulf them along with the girls, leaving all the humans present trapped and suffocating within the mass of worms. Immobile and without an escape, Wormtuka ominously stands over them and approaches to devour them with its webs, which it's about to do despite the harpooner's cries. But then something happens that catches the monster's attention and makes it stop. This is a telepathic message summoning the monster, telling it that she's the one it wants. And we see that it's Lita, speaking through her monstrous eye. In the midst of the battle, the protagonist also senses it and recognizes that it's his sister. Wormtuka sees her clearly with its monstrous sight, so it abandons its newly captured prey and speeds toward Lita, taking all its worms with it. Brune is surprised it's gone, but wonders what the hell is going on. And we see that Wormtuka didn't release the harpooners, but kept them trapped in its webs, from which, no matter how hard they try, they can't free themselves. Annoyed, Sonya asks if it's saving them for later. Then the girl in the hull opens it and starts to escape, which Sonya praises as smart. But in doing so, she realizes it's a cute girl with the fish disease. Brune asks if she's allowed to just take it off like that, but the girl pulls out a knife and tells him it's not like they have other options, so she'll free them in a moment. And Sonya calls her a sea monkey, which annoys the girl, who asks if it's the first time she's seen the fish disease. Wormtuka makes its way through the ship until it breaches the hull and returns to the sea, where Lita is waiting for it. Seeing all the worms pouring out of the ship, she tells it to stop torturing people, and they should just come for her. The protagonist and Kana witness the movement of the worms, which no longer seem to care about the other people. And the protagonist worries about his sister, asking her what she plans to do. On the bridge, the crew also notices the sea monster's movement, and we see the massive worms fall until it's in front of Lita, where Wormtuka's main body begins to form. Not far from the scene, Kana and the protagonist rush toward Lita, and he shouts at her not to do it because it's dangerous. The monster finishes rising over the girl, and the captain orders his officer to fire and burn them all. So, flame cannons ignite, and in an instant, they incinerate all the worms in front of them, causing Wormtuka to shriek in pain. The protagonist cries out for his sister, who is still safe, but Wormtuka says it found the queen and, in a single movement, lunges at her with such force that it splits the Jenner in half and disappears into the ocean. This causes the protagonist to panic and jump into the water to follow them. He dives as quickly as he can, and in the depths, he sees the silhouettes of the fight, which leaves him astonished. Because Lita, using her tentacles, engages in a duel with Wormtuka. It's so evenly matched that both inflict wounds on each other at the same rate as they fall into the depths. Through her telepathy, Lita asks the monster why it's attacking them if she doesn't want to fight it. But the monster doesn't respond and manages to immobilize her with one of its tentacles. Then it tells her that the realm can only have one queen. Still hoping for peace, Lita asks it to please leave them alone. And she asks if they can simply coexist, humans on the surface and monsters under the water. To end this struggle, Wormtuka seems to consider it for a moment, but then it says there can only be one queen, and it readies itself to devour the girl. Just as its body is about to close in, the protagonist's sword pierces right through its midsection, distracting it. While the protagonist activates his weapon's gas and shouts that it should keep its hands off his sister. The protagonist uses all his strength to finish off the monster when suddenly a noise catches his attention. He sees that it's the half of the Jenner sinking, heading towards them, and in a matter of moments, it falls onto Wormtuka at great speed, crushing it beneath its remains. Lita manages to escape, worried that the protagonist went with the monster, but he frees himself from the debris, launching himself out as well. He manages to grab onto a concrete column, thinking that all this intense movement is making it difficult for him to hold his breath. Wormtuka shrieks again, indicating that it's still in the fight. So the protagonist activates the gas in his sword and propels himself through the debris. When he turns around, he sees that the monster is following him along the same path, almost catching up. In haste, the protagonist plunges his sword into its stomach, changing direction before Wormtuka's attack can hit him. The protagonist aims for the surface and shoots out of the debris with the monster close behind. Suddenly, Lita falls from above and, in a single strike, pierces through Wormtuka from side to side, telling it that it's enough. With a quick twist, she slices the body into multiple pieces, surprising the protagonist. The monster starts to regenerate, and the protagonist warns his sister about this characteristic of their opponent. But before she can react, she's impaled by Wormtuka's tentacles, which instantly start devouring her before the protagonist's eyes. He watches as her skin begins to dry due to the lack of blood. He rushes to save his sister but is ensnared by a tentacle that pulls him away from her. However, upon closer observation, he realizes that the tentacle belongs to Lita, who appears more powerful than before. When he looks away, he sees that the Lita that Wormtuka trapped was a fake. The girl tells the monster that what it absorbed wasn't her blood, but Jennad's poison, and we see the monster start to glow, then dissolve like acid corroding a piece of meat. Taking advantage of this, the girl attacks its weakened remains before it can regenerate. And now, it's her turn to devour the monster, as she says that if it's going to keep regenerating endlessly, she will consume every last bit of its being. This surprises the protagonist. The small piece of Wormtuka, before disappearing, tells her in its dying breath that the fight isn't over yet, and that its realm will fall, a message it conveys through all the human bodies it controlled. Back on the ship, the head of the engine room shouts at his men that it's not too late, and they must protect the drainage pumps. He sees a man walking towards a lever and tells him to get back to his post. But he's being controlled by the monster, and instead of helping, he pulls the lever for the floodgates, allowing all the water to rush back in and flood the areas they were struggling to drain. This destabilizes the ship and causes that section to start sinking, which Lita and the protagonist realize even while underwater. The pressure on the connectors between sections becomes so great that people begin to realize they're going to break. And before they can do anything, these connectors collapse, completely separating the left section of the Union Busan. Some people who were evacuating through the bridges end up trapped when the bridges start to break. And although they try to help each other to reach the part of the ship that remains stable, the bridges eventually collapse, and dozens of people fall into the water from great heights, just like the residents on the sinking side, who prefer to jump into the ocean rather than be trapped inside the rapidly sinking area. Fortunately, multiple lifeboats are deployed, and the residents manage to take refuge in them. But they watch in horror as people and debris tumble down the incline, and as the ship slowly starts to tilt toward them. Kana, who is still on board, witnesses the scene in astonishment, still unable to believe that the Union Busan is sinking. The massive metal tower is about to fall onto the refugees when suddenly a halo of blue light appears in the water. Enormous tentacles emerge from it and strike the structure. People are frightened because it's a sea monster, and that's when Lita emerges from the depths connected to the tentacles, and rises with them to the height of the ship, where Kana sees her in amazement. The protagonist also surfaces, equally surprised to see his sister, who positions herself in the hole created by the Jenner. People start screaming in fear that it's a monster, which angers the protagonist and saddens the girl, as everyone there is observing her in the same way. So she thinks that once again people will fear her and avoid her, just like they did in the Oasis port. The protagonist mentally asks her to quickly hide her tentacles, but with a smile, his sister tells him that there's no turning back now, because that's the only way to save those people, and she apologizes to him for it. Then she starts releasing her power, recalling what Dr. Foyd told her about the power she possesses as a monster, and she thinks that she'll do what he said, become one to protect the people. A tremendous light emanates from the girl, causing hundreds more tentacles to emerge from her body, and the people are left astonished by the spectacle before their eyes. With all her being, Lita starts closing the opening left by the Jenner. Gradually, her tentacles begin to join and fuse together like a massive web, causing her a lot of pain. But she persists, even though she feels like her body is being torn apart because the ship is too large. She says it's too much for her when suddenly, Wormtuka's remaining worms inside the ship appear, spitting out their silk to help seal the opening alongside the girl. The engine room team cries for help because they're still inside the ship. But then the chief notices that the water level is dropping, and they realize that the worms are drinking the water and spitting it back into the ocean, functioning as extra drainage pumps, and the girl thanks them for it. Then the people who hadn't managed to get out realize that the ship suddenly levels out, and with the radiance of her powers, Lita manages to seal the ship's breach. This leaves everyone stunned and unable to believe what they're seeing, even wondering if she's human, as she appears to them like an angel. They say that what just happened is a miracle and that Lita is a miraculous child. The girl faints due to exhaustion, so the protagonist climbs the organic wall to reach her, but then her body detaches from the wall. As she falls, the protagonist stretches to reach her and manages to hold onto her hand, but due to the weight, both fall back into the ocean, escorted by Wormtuka's worms. Both of them continue to sink, and the protagonist asks the girl in his mind to wake up. The girl opens her eyes and sees her brother, who tells her it's him and asks if she's okay. But instead of answering him, Lita tells him that Wormtuka attacked because he was looking for her, so the Leviathans will keep looking for her until she's dead. The protagonist tells her that he doesn't care and that they can do whatever they want, because that's why he became an harpooner, to protect her with his life so she doesn't have to worry. But she just smiles at him with tears in her eyes and tells him he's very kind, and that's what she liked most about him, the reason she wanted to be with him forever. But she tells him it's time to let her go and starts to let go to fall into the depths. The protagonist tells her no and asks her what she's talking about, because there's no way he's letting her go. But then one of the worms bites his hand and forces him to let go. So, surrounded by the worms, the girl falls. The protagonist still tries to reach her and begs her not to go, but she has no intention of returning. So the protagonist draws his sword and uses the gas to reach her. But after a few seconds, the tank runs empty, and while the girl fades into darkness, the protagonist is left screaming at her and asking her to come back, until he can't see her anymore. Back on the surface, we see Lita's web spanning across the section that almost flooded. The head mechanic says it's not just attached to the steel plates, but fused with them as a single entity. So, if they cut the flesh too hastily, the ship could sink again. The captain finds this terrifying, wondering how a young girl could do all of this. Then we see the protagonist in a room, still unable to process what happened. He told Kana about Lita being the queen that Wormtuka was looking for, and admits he realized his sister was changing slowly, but he decided not to confront the issue. Although he knew the girl had become fragile and vulnerable, so she must have been very scared being alone. But he thought everything would be fine if he acted like nothing had happened. Kana tells the protagonist it's not his fault, as it was a decision Lita made to protect him and the people, and wonders where the girl could be now. At that moment, a police officer informs the captain that everything is ready. So, he stands in front of a microphone and is about to make an announcement to the citizens of Union Busan. He begins by saying that in the past 100 years of their journey, they had never been attacked by a Leviathan like what happened that day. And as we see Oasis Port in ruins, he says those wicked monsters will never stop. because they thirst for human blood, and that's why they mustn't suppress their anger. And we see Mao completely furious at seeing the inhabitants' corpses. We also see Akroma engulfed in flames, with people crying at the scene, but also those who are angry about it. The captain says they can't wait to be killed, and he continues his speech as we see each settlement being attacked and warriors ready to strike back. The captain says humanity must unite as one, as they will defend themselves, survive, and show the sea monsters what humans are capable of. So, the people applaud and cheer as we learn that the entire Parliament of Union Busan approved Operation Eliminate, a plan to exterminate the Leviathans. Next, we see the harpooneros gathered, where Gonti asks how they'll find them in the middle of that endless ocean. And the protagonist tells them that Lita saw that their nest was where the Jenner sank, and Warmtuka must have ridden that ship from the graveyard of ships. He shows a black box they recovered from the Jenner and says it should be able to guide them there. Moments later, Lin manages to restore the GPS and determines that the wreck's location is in the Pacific Ocean, near the Emperor Seamount's chain. The protagonist understands that the monsters chasing Lita are there, so with determination, he thinks he'll bring his little sister back home, even if he has to kill all the ocean's leviathans, and he declares that this is war. We see the fleet of survivors from Akroma traveling during the sunset, and the harpooneros inside, where one of them tells the chief that at that rate, it will take 15 days to reach the floating city of New York, to which the chief says it will be a problem since they don't have enough water or fuel, and they wonder if they will arrive safely. As the sun begins to set, the harpooneros make everyone go inside the ships to shelter from the sea monsters. Night finally falls, and the ship shakes under the constant attack of the beasts, while frightened people endure inside. Then, one of the hits is so strong that it dents the hull next to a mother and her son. So the harpooneros appear, and the chief instructs the woman to keep quiet. The harpoonero says it must be a leviathan, although outside we see that it's not. But it's a tide of monsters that assaults the small fleet and starts climbing onto the ships. So people think it's their end and that everyone is going to die. When suddenly, the noise stops. Suddenly, the deck hatch begins to open, so people panic, and the chief tells the harpooneros to prepare for battle. But when the hatch opens, they see that it's Kana, Brune, and the protagonist, who asks if they're okay. Surprised, the harpoonero asks who they are. And in front of the hundreds of monster corpses, the protagonist says they are harpooneros from Union Busan who came to save them after receiving their sauce call. So the people cry tears of happiness, and when the harpooneros come out, they see the massive city ship rising imposingly above their heads. The harpoonero thanks them and says they are the survivors of Akroma, heading to the floating city of New York. And since the protagonist says they're on their way too, he offers to escort them. Here, we are told that Union Notre Dame sank due to the massive monster invasion, just like Akroma, while Oasis Port and Commercial Port were partially destroyed. This resulted in a 30% decrease in the human population in a day. So the survivors decided to gather in the floating city of New York to discuss Operation Exterminate. And we see the fleets of Akroma and Union Busan arriving at the city. They request permission to enter the port, and from the Statue of Liberty, permission is granted and they are welcomed. As we're explained that the city was built in the shape of a cone to withstand the waves, but it doesn't have an engine to move. Additionally, there used to be 3 of these cities, but due to an accident, 2 sank, and New York became the last bastion of humanity. The protagonist is amazed because it's huge, and Sonya tells him it's 6 times larger than Union Busan. The protagonist looks around and is happy to see many harpooneros from all over the world ready to fight against the Leviathans. Then someone shouts that Skudum appeared, so Kana rushes to see. But what she finds is only the corpse of the Leviathan that killed her family, as she remembers the moment they were devoured, and since then, she vowed to work hard to fight against the Leviathans, and that she had hoped to encounter Skudum and take revenge, telling the corpse that its death was hers. She thinks that Tian Ma barely managed to scare him off that time, so she asks who killed him. And Sonya tells her that there's only one person in the city who could kill the 7 demons, and that's Clark Miller, a 6-star harpoonero. He's a legendary hero, and the protagonist realizes that these are the same stars his father had. Clark realizes their presence and walks towards the group of newcomers, so the protagonist introduces himself and extends his hand. But Clark completely ignores him and goes to hug Sonya, expressing his joy that she's back, which makes the girls jealous, and Gonti says they were lovers a long time ago. But this only angers Sonya, who asks him to let go of her, although Clark says he won't because people are watching. And the scared girl wonders why she still feels intimidated by him, like his version from 3 years ago when she was treated like an ornament. However, Brune steps between them and tells Clark it's an honor to meet him. But Clark sees that he only has 3 stars, which disappoints him, and he tells Brune not to get in his way. Clark approaches the girl again and says he's very disappointed in her because she left the city to become a mercenary. But she's been wasting her time with those losers, and he tells her she needs to play with people of her own level, which angers the protagonist and Brune. The girl remains intimidated for a moment, but then tells him it's enough and not to speak ill of her friends, because she can handle whatever he says to her, but he needs to leave them alone. Clark tells her she's still just as rude, but he won't stop her from hanging out with them if that's what she wants, and he would have taken her in if she had returned. But then he sees the protagonist giving him a dirty look and asks him what he wants. The protagonist tells him he doesn't like him and asks who he thinks he is to talk to them like that. But Clark puts his hand on the protagonist's face and says starless harpooneros can't talk to him, which enraged the boy, who removes his hand and tells him his arrogance must be of 8 stars. Clark warns him not to provoke him, but the protagonist continues until he tests the harpoonero's patience, and they exchange a powerful blow that surprises the blonde. People get excited about the fight, and Clark launches a wave of spinning attacks that the protagonist blocks with such strength and skill that Clark wonders if he really is a starless harpoonero. But then Kana appears between them, reminding them that they gathered to fight monsters, not each other. So the embarrassed protagonist apologizes, and the others recognize her as the Leviathan hunter who killed Genod. And after seeing her red star, Clark's attitude completely changes. He apologizes and introduces himself in a friendly manner. He also says she's more beautiful than the rumors, which angers the protagonist. But then Clark mentions they were looking for an harpooner like her and asks if she would like to join their team. With that, they would grant her citizenship and the position of vice commander, which surprises everyone. And Kana says it's a great offer, but declines, saying she doesn't consider offers and conditions when choosing her leader, and she leaves with her group. So Clark's teammate says the girl won't be easily convinced, and the harpoonero mentions he thought Kana was the only one. But it seems there's another headache in Union Busan, referring to the protagonist. The group asks Sonya if she's okay, but the girl is furious for letting herself be intimidated again. To which Gongti responds that she's not useless just because Clark says so, because she was there when Jocko, Oasis Port, and Kana's crew needed help, in addition to helping the protagonist fight against Kentrasi, which makes her a great harpooner, which makes her blush. But then Brune says that doesn't make her magnificent, just good, although they're all friends. Then the night arrives, and we see that Foyd's cell is filled with research papers. Lin and Noah have been bringing him data they restored from the Jenner, with which the doctor says he can finally unravel the mystery of the Leviathans. Back with Kana and the protagonist, she heals the wounds that Clark inflicted on her, even though the protagonist dodged the blows, and she scolds him for going down the lair 3 times and being fooled by Clark's attack twice. So she tells him he needs to strengthen his legs and lose fat because he has become slow. The boy asks her why she's scolding him, and she tells him it's because he's no longer a child and needs to learn to avoid fights. She tries to reach the first aid kit to treat the protagonist, but he reaches it first and tells her to stop treating him like a child. This puts them very close to each other. Kana starts treating him, but the protagonist blushes from the physical contact, and he wonders if he should ask her if she remembers the day of the kiss. Then the girl finishes treating him, and their gazes meet. But after looking at her lips, the boy looks away blushing and thanks her. Back with the doctor, he says he needs more data because he still doesn't understand why there was an explosion in the Vagabundus crater. Suddenly, puddles of water appear in the cell, and fish emerge from them. Instead of worrying, Foyd simply tries to shoo them away because he's busy. But one of them insists that he follows, so the doctor does and ends up walking in the ocean, where the fish leads him to what appears to be a gigantic root, an empty pipe inside. But when he touches it, an earthquake happens. Then the fish tugs at his clothes to show him something else. So Foyd follows them to the top of a mound and finds the Leviathan's nest. At that moment, a seed appears in his hands, and the earthquake returns with such force that the doctor understands it's a volcano about to erupt. And he finally deduces that the nest used the tentacles as pipes to pump seawater onto land, and then used artificial earthquakes to trigger volcanic eruptions. In addition to that, whoever is revealing this to him could be Lita or Narissa, although he still doesn't understand the purpose of forcing volcanic eruptions. That's when suddenly the nest explodes, and millions of seeds are ejected from it, in the midst of an explosion comparable to nuclear bombs, until the doctor wakes up alarmed and says he found the final piece of the puzzle. And suddenly we see how all those affected by the fish disease wake up after having the same dream. The next day, the topic is discussed in the International Federation meeting, where the captain of Union Busan informs that there's a Leviathan nest near the Emperor's underwater mountain range. Clark asks how they know, and the captain says it's because Lita was briefly connected to the Queen. But the others doubt this information because of that, saying that Lita might be one of them and could have set a trap for humans. This angers the protagonist, who says the girl is on their side. But Clark says that's exactly why they can't trust her opinion. Then someone else shouts that Lita is human, and we see that it's the people from Oasis Port. So Kana and the protagonist are happy to see them. Mao testifies that the people abducted by the Leviathan returned unharmed thanks to Lita, so they can trust her as she's the miracle of Oasis Port. But the people present remain distrustful, so Mao explodes and tears his clothes while shouting at them to learn to trust others, and he stands naked to prove to everyone that he's not infected. However, Clark asks that their personal emotions not cloud their decision-making, as they are playing for the future of humanity. And as they can't trust Union Busan or Oasis Port, he says that New York will take charge of the mission. This means all the harpooners will be under their command, and they will take the lion's share of the loot. So Gongti tells the protagonist to observe how even in that moment, people only think about their own benefit. But then Dr. Foyt arrives, laughing at humanity's greed even when they have death in front of them. He tells them that the Leviathans appeared after the explosion 130 years ago, which caused the seeds to spread. While humanity weakened, the Leviathans thrived. And now, there will be a new explosion soon in the nest, bigger than the previous one. It will cause the seeds to spread all over the land and even into space, finding another mother planet. Meanwhile, the ocean seeds will create more sea monsters and cause the Leviathans to take over the earth. So he mocks them all, because their extinction is finally near. But instead of solving the problem, this only created more disputes, and the meeting was suspended. Later, they examined the doctor's research and realized he was right. So, under the premise of unconditional cooperation, the council decided to bomb the nest. Some time later, Kana congratulates Mao for becoming the leader of Oasis Port. But he's not proud, as he couldn't protect anyone in the port after the Leviathan Godric's attack. However, even though they don't have trained harpooners, they're willing to help with divers, who unearthed a bomb from the sunken city of Atlanta. They are disassembling and rebuilding it to turn it into a depth charge. But being very old, they're not sure if it will work correctly, as these were what caused the accident that sank the two cities. Here, the protagonist remembers that his father used one of them, and their destructive potential, so he's alarmed that they will put so many on Union Busan. At that moment, Clark arrives and says they need more because they must eliminate the nest and all the Leviathans that could become queens, of which there are only 3 left: Basra, who attacked Akroma, Gordic, who attacked Oasis Port, and Kraken, who attacked Commercial Port. And depending on what happens, they consider targeting Lita as well. This infuriates the protagonist and Mao, and Kana says that if the girl betrays humanity, she'll kill her herself. However, she says that if anyone lays a finger on her, she'll slit that person's throat and tear them to pieces. Clark accepts this, saying he'll be waiting. So the protagonist looks out over the ocean and wonders where his sister is, because he can still feel her, and he thinks he can't imagine how lonely she must be in the ocean. So he asks her to hold on a little longer. Then we see Lita, who recounts that at first, she simply hid in a cave, until she ventured out to get food while evading the Leviathans, and she tried to get used to life in the ocean, which she describes as cold and dark, but also beautiful. She even went out to see the protagonist when she felt very lonely. We witness that she saw when her group rescued the people from Akroma, but a child spotted her, so she tried to move as far away as possible, to a place where they couldn't find her and where she could be alone. However, she was also afraid of this, as she wanted to be with Kana and the protagonist. But at the moments she felt most alone, the worms appeared to console her, so she thanked them. Then something enormous emerges from the depths, and the girl sees that it's Godric, one of the 7 sea demons. Upon seeing her, he immediately charges towards her. Instead of succumbing to fear, Lita activates her eye and causes a huge explosion. We then return to the humans, who perform a ritual to protect the ship and people from the Leviathans. And it's the day before the battle, so all the different communities pray to their gods, each in their own ways and beliefs. Among them, the steward gives the protagonist a seagull head amulet that's said to protect from the Leviathans, so he should always carry it with him. With tears in his eyes, he asks them to be careful. Next, the transfer of civilians to the side sections of Union Busan is completed, and only soldiers remain on board. The captain orders the detachment of the main section and announces that Union Busan is ready to depart, as people from different sections bid farewell to their relatives and friends heading to battle. After setting sail, the fleets of Akroma and Benin join the formation of Union Busan. Clark notices this but isn't bothered, saying that New York's combat strength is overwhelming. They have 2 other large ships with them, and he announces that the best rewards will go to those who contribute the most in battle. This motivates his troops, and they set off for the Leviathan Nest, which is in the Pacific Ocean, a place humans haven't gone to in 100 years since they always settled in the ruins of great cities. During the night, the group spots a school of 40 Leviathans passing them by. Inside, Brune and a harpooner play arm wrestling, with the latter winning. Sonya wonders where the protagonist is, and we see that his seagull head amulet is left in Kana's room. Meanwhile, he thinks about how much time is left to reach their destination. A storm seems to be forming in the vicinity of the fleet. As a result, the captain orders to accelerate to get out of its range, but then they start detecting more Leviathans moving in groups. We see that there are a great number of them, swimming just beneath the fleet. However, they don't attack the humans, they seem to be just passing by. Sea Monkeys notes that they are swimming alongside them. The harpooners remain tense in their presence, and thanks to the radar, the captain realizes that they are also heading to the Pacific Ocean, the same nest they are going to. At that moment, Clark also realizes that they are converging. Suddenly, the radar officer alerts that something massive is approaching. The harpooners see that it's a huge tsunami, but not formed by waves, rather by thousands of sea monsters. Clark orders the fleet to accelerate to enter the storm and avoid collision with them. However, the tongue of one of the monsters is severed by the engine of one of the ships. This enrages the rest of the Leviathans, and they start attacking. The first ship affected defends against the monsters, but they soon become overwhelmed by their numbers and sink. Clark states that they will all die if they get caught, so he orders them to focus solely on escaping. But the monster tsunami advances, one by one reaching the rear ships. Another ship is about to be hit, when suddenly Kana and the protagonist appear to aid their allies. Kana covering the protagonist while he rescues those who fell from their ships. However, those he manages to rescue are killed within seconds. At that moment, the wave of beasts reaches the New Jersey. Unable to withstand the weight of so many monsters, it is instantly sunk. Yet, it was carrying several depth charges, so the monsters end up biting them, causing a massive explosion. The fleet takes advantage of this to accelerate and enter the storm. Meanwhile, Clark is pleased that things are getting interesting. Here we're told that Clark is the son of John Miller, a great harpooner from New York. Unlike his father, Clark enjoyed dark alleys. They were the perfect place for the boy to satisfy his needs. We see young Clark killing animals with his own hands. John Miller believed his son did it out of curiosity like any child. But his darkness grew too large, and he continued killing until he stabbed a human, his brother. His father told him he couldn't do that, as others would see him as a monster. But the boy just said he would make sure they wouldn't find out. So his father understood that if he left him like that, he would become a killer monster. For a few seconds, he thought about killing him, but instead, he hugged him. He told him that the only beasts he could kill were outside, referring to the sea monsters, and he told him to become a harpooner. Then we return to the present, where Clark sees the monster tsunami and thinks that these are all the beasts he's allowed to kill. Due to the lightning, the captain of Union Busan orders Kana and the protagonist to return. But then a huge wave lifts Clark's ship, which the monsters take advantage of to attack the deck. That's when he charges forward and with clean sweeps of his harpoon, shreds the invading monsters into pieces. The more he kills, the more excited he becomes, to the point of killing an entire row with a single swing. And as he sees the approaching tide, he changes the mode of his harpoon and thinks of his father's words about becoming a harpooner. To him, they meant killing monsters to become a monster. With a single blow, he's able to annihilate the entire wave that was besieging his ship. This causes a rain of blood, and amidst the cheers of his crew, Clark tells them that they are getting in his way. So the crew orders a retreat to give him space, and although he says he wants to keep playing, he admits he has to finish there because the wave is endless. With a rope tied to his harpoon, he throws it in the air, pierces a monster, and manages to catch a lightning bolt, which descends along the rope and chars the wave of monsters. This surprises everyone, even the protagonist, who says his movements were perfect and he wasn't bragging. The lightning starts to strike the battlefield, hitting ships and monsters alike. As a result, the monsters finally retreat, and the humans get a break, which they use to correct their course. The next morning, the fleet makes repairs and the damage assessment report is presented. They lost 7 ships and another 5 left the formation. So in a single battle, they lost 30% of their combat strength. People begin to panic because if they encountered this number, they don't know how many there will be in the nest. And they say that at this rate, there's no possibility of winning. They even suggest returning to New York to reorganize, an opinion that gains traction among the attendees. The protagonist wonders if they will be able to win the war if everyone is terrified, because he's not sure if he himself could have continued if the harpooner he tried to save and died had been Kana. But then the girl asks them if they got into this war without knowing what they were up against, because there are people waiting and counting on them whom they have to protect. Clark thinks that will only worsen the fear of those who are scared. And Kana continues, saying that the explosion is near, so they have no time to waste even if it costs them their lives. This leaves the audience speechless and hesitant. Clark thinks they are too selfish to accept sacrificing their lives for others. But he won't leave, as the hunt will provide him with enjoyment like nothing else in the world. And he finally says that the casualties are according to the plan, as they only estimated that 20% would come back alive. So he says that those who decide to flee won't be able to set foot in any human base again. All with the aim of creating a reason that overcomes fear. And he concludes by saying they must fight, because even if they die, their families will survive no matter what. Which convinces the harpooners when suddenly someone arrives saying they found an island, which is constructed, and they decide to approach it, as they need a place to make repairs anyway. And Clark says it doesn't matter if it's an island or a nest, they just have to destroy it. This makes the protagonist think that the harpooner is a demon and Kana an angel, both coexisting on the same ship, as they approach the island. As they get closer, they realize they are containers and it's not an island, but a heap of floating garbage. They even find a boy from New York that was lost during a storm. Now supposes that all the lost garbage ended up forming an island, but then they discover that everything is tied together with ropes to keep it from separating. And they suspect that people lived or still live there. That's when Sonya sees a little girl observing them, and the protagonist thinks she looks a lot like Lita, now calls her, but she runs away scared, so the protagonist and the harpooner chase her. And when they catch up to her, they tell her that they are not bad people, but Mao's smile scares her, so she runs away again, and the protagonist follows her again, telling her not to be afraid. But when she climbs onto a container, she encounters some elderly people who point pieces of metal at her, and they tell her to leave as there's nothing valuable on a garbage island. But then Kana explains who they are and where they come from, and that they just need to stop there to repair their ships. So, after seeing the fleet, the leader understands that they are safe and tells everyone they can come out now. So the entire community of elderly people starts emerging from the garbage, and they thank them for taking care of the Leviathans, saying that all their young ones died during the battle against the monsters, and they offer to help them. Then the chief tells them they are in Kraken's territory, and Clark sees a good opportunity to hunt it using the elderly people as bait. They provide them with food and help with the repairs. The girl also wants to help, but they don't let her, and the protagonist thinks she's very cute. Then one of the harpooners mentions her name, and the girl seems to recognize it. She asks him if he's a harpooner and if he fights the sea monsters. He responds with a yes. She asks him why he does it if he could die, and he tells her it's to protect people. So the girl tells him she wants to protect him. And after thanking him, the protagonist tells her that he still has someone he needs to protect, thinking of his sister. But suddenly the girl tells him she knows he's talking about Lita. This scares the protagonist, who asks how she knows that. But she replies that it's him and Lita whom she wants to protect, as the owner of that pendant told her to. And when she looks at it, she sees that inside it holds pictures of his parents, so she asks who it is. The elderly finish distributing the food, but then the chief opens a door, revealing mercenaries and tied up people, and he tells them that it will start in 30 minutes. Then we see that all the harpooners fell asleep, and the pirates come out of hiding discreetly. One of the fleet members remains awake, but they kill him, and the chief orders to kill the awake ones and capture the sleeping ones to use them as bait and food. He says that Union Busan, humanity's largest ark, now belongs to the pirates. They board the city ship and kill everyone they find awake, even some who are asleep just for fun. But then they encounter Kana, who is still awake, and they think she'll be an easy prey because she's a girl. But before they finish saying it, the harpooner leaps and shreds them to pieces, so the rest recognize her as the harpooner who killed Genod. She falls in the midst of them and wreaks havoc. The pirate leader takes a group to deal with those who are sleeping on the island. But when they enter, they find that their entire group is awake, since they didn't eat what was offered to them. And before they can shoot them, they are sent flying by the man, and then stripped by the girl. One of the pirates tries to throw a grenade, but the girl fixes it to his hand, and it explodes, killing the pirates. Then she communicates it to the fleet, so they tell the protagonist to throw the girl overboard. He asks her if she was with them, but she tells him no, that she was just observing, as she wanted to understand why humans fight and kill each other. And she says that the protagonist also wants a kingdom and a queen, and then reveals that she devoured his mother. And that's how the first part of this manhwa ends. If you have made it this far in the video, let me tell you that you have been one of the few people to get here, so comment the word Leviathan in the comments. Remember to subscribe so you don't miss any videos. With that said, see you in the next video.